control in Uri sector and Kupwara this morning. Government sources have also suggested us that Prime Minister Modi is continuously and very closely monitoring Operation Sindoor and also all the developments coming in. According to the sources, India has also briefed partner states including Russia over Operation Sindoor. New Delhi has also informed the partner countries, informed the US, UK, Saudi as well as UAE. Jammu, Srinagar, Dharamshala and Amritsar airports have been shut for civilian operations at the moment. Total blackout being reported in some sectors, POK by locals. In fact, Pakistan administration has also cut off electricity is what we've been given to understand. So these are the latest information that we have picked up since this morning at around 1:44 a.m. This morning, India has retaliated with Operation Sindoor. These are the latest information being flashed on your screens as well. We have informed our allies, our partners, US, UK, Saudi and UAE about the situation panning out. Also, there is an official confirmation coming out from the armed forces about what all has taken place so far, how it was a precision target, nothing to escalate the situation further, but in retaliation to how 26 innocent lives were claimed there in Pahalgam on April 22nd. News 9's executive editor Aditya Raj Kaul is joining us on the broadcast early this morning. Aditya, first walk us through all the latest highlights that you have picked up from your sources, the big ones.
Well, midnight between 6th and 7th of May, India struck Pakistan, deep inside Pakistan at 9 different locations, not just in Pakistan but also in Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. These 9 locations were targeted by the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army in a very well calibrated limited strike. And specifically, the targets were chosen. These were terror infrastructures of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba that was facilitated and helped by the Pakistan Army. Pakistan Army infrastructure, Pakistan Army camps, Pakistan Army was not targeted in these precision strikes by the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces. We are getting reports of some jets that have come down perhaps in Jammu and Kashmir, but no official confirmations right now. But I've spoken to top Indian government sources who have confirmed to me that all pilots who were involved in this Operation Sindoor against Pakistan terror infrastructure are safe. All pilots who are involved in this operation are accounted for. Because this is a very classified operation that was only known post midnight today, a little after 1:30 a.m. Reports trickled in of India's strike deep inside Pakistan when there were explosions in Muzaffarabad and Kotli of Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and also in other areas that are the epicenters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba in Muridke and Bawalpur in Punjab of Pakistan. So as of now, there's chaos across Pakistan right now. Sialkot and Lahore airports have been shut. For the next 48 hours, all schools, colleges, educational institutions in Pakistan's Punjab have been shut as well. The DG-ISPR and the Pakistan Army spokesperson has confirmed that as of now, Pakistan chooses to retaliate at a time and place of their own choosing, but we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold. It's a military confrontation, certainly, but India has not escalated. India has only responded to Pakistani terrorism that was seen in Pahalgam, and the coinage of the term Operation Sindoor is very specific because Sindoor holds a very holy and significant role in Indian marriage. Yes. So men who were married were targeted in this Pahalgam terror attack, and to respect the sanctity of that marriage, to respect the sanctity of the women who sacrificed their husbands, their fathers, their brothers, this operation was led by the Indian Armed Forces. A go-ahead was given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi perhaps 24 hours ago, and Prime Minister Modi himself was monitoring the situation very closely. Even as we get very gory visuals from across Pakistan, 9 locations, it's certain that India has given a very resounding and tough and strong message against Pakistani terrorism. Over the next many hours, we'll know much more about what happened, how things will unfold. I can also confirm that as we are speaking right now, there's heavy artillery fire that's coming in from the Pakistani side. Pakistan is violating the ceasefire and hitting Indian villages, Indian civilians. Many casualties have been reported in Meanda sector and neighboring sectors across Poonch, Rajouri, where the LOC, the line of control, is between India and Pakistan. The Indian Army is also effectively responding to that fire. But right now, we can confirm that many casualties have been reported across Bawalpur, Muridke, Muzaffarabad and Kotli, where terror infrastructure was being supported, facilitated and given a shelter by the Pakistan Army and the Pakistan deep state. Tomorrow, and that is a few hours from now, early morning at 10 a.m., Pakistan has called a National Security Committee meeting where they will be deciding the next course of action. But a lot of diplomatic activity has already happened. Half an hour after the attack, National Security Advisor of India, Ajit Doval, has spoken to his counterparts of US, UK, Saudi, UAE and Russia to brief them about the attacks and seek their support in India's fight against terrorism, and there's been a positive response. We also know that the US National Security Advisor and Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken to the Pakistani NSA and Pakistani DG of the ISI, General Asim, and asked him to not escalate the situation because this was not an attack on civilians, this was not an attack on the Pakistani military, but only terror infrastructure. So certainly things could escalate, but things could calm down as well. With the next few hours and next few days are very critical as to how the Pakistan Army really responds. But there is panic all across Pakistan right now. They do not know how to react to the situation. There's also not much support coming in for the Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir. As of now, it's a very, very delicate and sensitive situation. We are also not putting many of the operational details right now because operations are still underway. Yes. Operation Sindoor is not limited to these 9 locations, but the confrontation is currently underway. There's a lot of fake news also being reported by the Pakistan media about what's been happening right now, but the reality is that this fake news is not going to stand. They're using old images of Indian Air Force from 2021 and other things. That's not certainly going to work. This propaganda fake factory of Pakistani media run by the ISPR is being called out on social media by people all across the world. And Pakistan is again being named and shamed for the terrorism that they're running and killing innocents in Jammu and Kashmir. So today is that red letter day when India has given a tough message to Pakistan on this terrorism, on the Pahalgam Terror Attack. Remember, the individuals who were killed in the Pahalgam Terror Attack, their religion was asked, and then they were shot down brutally. Execution style headshots were taken, and since then operations have been underway. Indian Army was given a free hand, Indian Air Force was given a free hand, Indian Navy was given a free hand by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to choose these targets and specifically target them. And a little after 1 a.m. this morning, we had very open visuals coming in of Indian missiles bursting and explosions happening all across in Pakistani Punjab and Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Visibly, the Indian masses can see how we have avenged the Pahalgam terror attack, and now the ball is in Pakistan's court as to how it reacts to the situation.
Absolutely, Aditya, and surprisingly it has actually taken us all by shock because we knew that today the mock drills were supposed to happen.
Yeah.
And now since this morning we have started getting the developments of India going deep inside Pakistan to attack all the terrorism infrastructure. And this time around, let's also tell our viewers that it was not just the Pahalgam attack but all those 12 consecutive nights when the violations of the ceasefire happened along the line of control. So it's a heavy retaliation that has come in from India's way. But let me also ask you about the highlights and in fact the latest development coming in from the US when India has actually briefed about Operation Sindoor to them. What and exactly how have they responded to it?
Well, positive response. Of course, Trump said that this is such a shame, and when he said such a shame does not mean that Trump is calling this attack by India a shame. He's just saying that it's a sad situation. That the terror attacks led to this attack by India, but this was expected. This was expected in many ways because the US also came out in support of India's fight against terrorism. There were various statements coming in from Tulsi Gabbard to Kash Patel, and very recently the US House Speaker of the House of Representatives clearly saying that US will put all its energy and resources behind India in this fight against terrorism. Russia has been very pragmatic also. Putin himself first writing a letter to the Indian President and Indian Prime Minister condemning the Pahalgam terror attack, and then speaking to Prime Minister Modi and saying that he condemns terrorism in all its manifestations and joins India's fight against terrorism. Similar reactions have poured in from France, from Italy, from of course UK and Israel as well, where the global community which has seen the consequences of terrorism particularly emanating from Pakistan, stands with India in this fight against terror. They said that India will have to act against terror, and then the international community will stand alongside. In UNSC, the UN Security Council, we saw Pakistan doing its own propaganda, but that propaganda also failed completely, with not a single UNSC member standing completely by Pakistan's side. So India, through Operation Sindoor, attacks deep inside Pakistan and has proven that there are terror infrastructure inside Pakistan, and when there is a terror attack like Pahalgam, when there is a terror attack like Pulwama, Uri, Nagrota, India is certainly not going to look back. India is not going to be a mute spectator, but India will react. India has the power, and India has proven that today by actually launching 9 different attacks inside Pakistan, and these attacks are as far as 100 kilometers away from the international border in Bawalpur, in Murid Ke, in Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Bagh, and many other areas.
Absolutely, Aditya. And since you have mentioned about how Donald Trump has responded to the question of the escalating situation between India and Pakistan, let me also play out that bit for all of our viewers, what exactly Donald Trump has responded with. Take a look.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
And it's a very tense situation, Aditya. It's a volatile situation for our countrymen as well. Has there been any advisory coming in on, the fake news, the misinterpretation, of course, and all the sensitive details being put out as of now?
Well, the advisory is simple. Just like the NDMA, the NDRF, the Civil Defence and the Home Guards have been putting over the last 24 hours, as you rightly pointed out, Sakshi, that mock drills were going to happen and that they will happen all across the country in 244 districts. But in a way, when strategically we speak, this was also a diversion. Pakistan thought that mock drills are happening, and perhaps after that, there could be some attacks, but India chose the time very well. It created this narrative of a mock drill happening all across the country. India focused on that mock drill, and before that, it led this massive attack across Pakistan. Yes, Pakistan was prepared on its part, but certainly their guards were down at this particular moment. And you spoke about the advisory. Unfortunately, we don't have an advisory in place. The international media is also going by tweets by Pakistani journalists, blindly copying it. But the reality is that these are fake news that they are saying. In some instances, they are saying that Srinagar Air Base in Kashmir has been attacked. I just spoke to the Indian Air Force and the J&K police. They say we are standing here at the air base and everything is running smoothly. There is not a single attack. Yes, there have been, blasts that have been heard, but that's the sonic boom from the Indian Air Force. Jets that are flying and guarding the international border and the line of control in that entire area. So no advisories as such, but social media is very active. The Indians on social media, the global community on social media is very active, and every time there is fake news by Pakistani journalists or Pakistani propagandists, they are called out, and immediately there is a note that appears under the tweets about it being a fake news. So in the age of social media, you can't live with fake news and false propaganda and misinformation and disinformation for a very long time. So it's a volatile situation. In such military confrontations, of course, many times there is information warfare that plays out. But as of now, I can confirm that it is a very strong message by India to the international community, and certainly we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold. At 10 a.m. there's a National Security Committee meeting of Pakistan that will be taking place, and thereafter we will see how Pakistan reacts to this situation.
Absolutely. In fact, there are some big updates also coming in through our sources, Aditya, that India has briefed partner states including Russia over Operation Sindoor as well. And apart from that, we have been also given to understand that New Delhi has informed US, UK, Saudi and UAE about the situation and what exactly is happening at the borders at this point of time. They have also briefed them about Operation Sindoor, why India exactly has responded with it and what exactly is the significance of it. Very beautifully highlighted by you that what exactly is the meaning of Operation Sindoor, why a term Sindoor has been used for this particular mission of India against Pakistan for what they did in Pahalgam. Now, Jammu, Srinagar, Dharamshala and Amritsar airports have been shut down for civilian operations as of now is another big update that has come in from our sources as of now. We have been given to understand from the Pakistani side the total blackout has been reported in some of the sectors, in some of the parts of POK by the locals. They have put it out on Twitter as well. We have been continuously tracking it since morning, ever since the situation escalated. Pakistan administration has also cut off the electricity. So these are a couple of steps that they have taken, Aditya, is what we have been given to understand. We are continuously tracking our social medias to get any word or any sort of confirmed visual coming in from Pakistan. As of now, the visuals that we are playing on our screen for our viewers, Aditya, would you like to highlight the big of the steps that India has taken, and also how the fake news that we've been just speaking about, the fake visuals of, the Gaza attack has also been circulating in the name of Operation Sindoor, that this is India's visual, but it's exactly not the visual of this particular Operation Sindoor in Pakistan?
Well, firstly, the Indian viewers should see the visuals on the screens of News 9. These are visuals of Indian missiles from the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army hitting deep inside Pakistan. Look at the kind of damage it has done to terror infrastructure of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba in Muridke, in Bawalpur, and of course in Muzaffarabad, Kotli and other places. I am being told that Bawalpur in Punjab is the worst hit, where 3 different madrasas were targeted, where Jaish-e-Mohammed used to operate for a very long time. And these visuals are testimony of the fact of how the Operation Sindoor of the Indian Army is a mighty success. And there is panic all across Pakistan on how things will unfold right now. Pakistan has 2 ways now. One, it restores calm and sits on the table with India for peace and agrees to end terrorism, or the other way is to lead to a confrontation in which Pakistan Army does not have much to answer, and certainly India can scale this higher. 9 targets right now, but this 9 can lead to 100 targets anytime. There are other targets that have been chosen deep inside Pakistan, other terror camps that have been run by Pakistan Army, and as of now, Indian government is monitoring the situation very closely. As I said, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was keeping a watch live and monitoring the situation himself from his residence. Apart from that, Ajit Doval, National Security Advisor, was there also monitoring closely. There was a war room that was set up in New Delhi, where the top brass of the national security apparatus was keeping a live visual of all the locations that the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army were targeting deep inside Pakistan. So these visuals are testimony of the fact of how things are unfolding right now in Pakistan. And imagine this happened at midnight. So Pakistan Army hasn't had the time to really collect itself and see how things have unfolded. It hasn't had the reaction time. The only thing that they have done is opened artillery fire at its peak in the LOC with India to target the civilians all across. So certainly this was expected that Pakistan Army would be targeting Indian Army locations and civilians across the line of control. This is back to old tactics when General Bajwa was the Pakistan Army chief before 2021. But between 2021 and 2025, there was a ceasefire. So there was a reprieve for the civilians that were living across the LOC and the IB. There was no military confrontation. But since the Pahalgam Terror Attack, Pakistan has been violating the ceasefire, and there's continuous gunfire in the region. And today, immediately after India attacked Pakistan, there are reports of high casualties on the Indian side because villagers and civilians have been targeted by the Pakistan Army through artillery fire and ammunition. So we'll have to wait and watch in the next few hours. It will be clear what kind of casualties have happened. But right now, it is a developing situation. It's a fluid situation. India has given a very strong message to Pakistan by targeting 9 locations of terror camps in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. And as I said, ball is now in Pakistan's court, how it reacts. The National Committee meeting, security meeting will be at 10 a.m. to decide what happens next.
Absolutely, Aditya, and very surprisingly, last time they asked us for proof, this time their own civilians are providing proofs all across the social media. Let me also walk our viewers through, the statement that has come in, the official confirmation of the, Operation Sindoor, and all the details that we have picked up so far from our government sources. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted, is what we've been given to understand. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets and also the method of execution. A government statement has said that as well. Emphasizing accountability, the statement has added further, let me quote the lines here, that we are living up to the commitment that those responsible for this attack will be held responsible. Now, we have been given to understand that Pakistan's Director General of Inter-Services Public Relations, or DGISPR, already has been mentioned by Aditya Rajkot sitting right beside me. Lieutenant General Ahmed Sharif Chaudhary has confirmed that the Indian strikes hit locations in Kotli, Muridke, Bahawalpur and Muzaffarabad. Apart from rest of the locations. Muridke is known to be the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, if I am not wrong, Aditya.
Yes.
Led by Hafiz Saeed, while Bahawalpur houses the base of Jaish-e-Mohammed run by Masood Azhar. So both the groups, long accused of orchestrating terror attacks here in India, have come under target under Operation Sindoor. So can we say it's a big win for us?
It is certainly a big win, and the entire top security brass came together for this attack against Pakistan to clearly indicate to them that whenever you attack Indians, no matter what religion, no matter what caste, you attacked India and you will get a strong response. So we have chosen, we have taken time, but the attacks have happened at a time and place of our choosing. Pakistan was giving threats to India that once you attack, there will be a strong response. But as of now, there's a chaos happening across Pakistan. They do not know how to react to the situation. And to top it all, there is international pressure on Pakistan to not let things go off hand right now. Do not escalate the situation. Otherwise, there will be even stronger response by the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. So as of now, Pakistan is in a huddle completely. The Pakistan Army and the Pakistan government are trying to see their options very closely. The Pakistani public is upset, angry with the way Asim Munir has led them into this warlike situation with India. They do not want terrorism. They want peace, just like any other civilian population anywhere. But the Pakistan Army has been dragging the civilians into a war with India by this jihadist mentality and terrorism against common civilians of Jammu and Kashmir in India. So as of now, a strong response, a resounding response, and now a very well calibrated response also against Pakistani terror infrastructure. And this is much bigger than what we saw in surgical strikes in 2016 or Balakot in 2019. This is a new India, a new response, and the strongest ever, I would say, in the last 7 decades. We've won 3 wars against Pakistan, but this is another level of confrontation where India has proven that it's a strong response, and we are not going to look the other way, and we'll have to see how things unfold in the next few days.
Absolutely, Aditya. And what exactly is the situation there at the LOC? Let's discuss all of that. But before that, let me also walk our viewers through other information that has just poured in. The Indian Army's official handle on X has declared that justice is served. Jai Hind. So very small, categorical and very precise message coming in from the Indian Armed Forces themselves on their official handle on X that justice has been served. Shortly after the strikes were made public, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also posted a patriotic message writing Bharat Mata Ki Jai on his X profile. So these are some of the big developments coming in. Let's also talk to our viewers about why in this precision targeting done under Operation Sindoor by India, why these couple of locations have been selected. Why Muridke? Because Muridke in Pakistan's Punjab, which is home to the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, is also known as the terror nursery of Pakistan. The Hafiz Saeed-led terror outfit is believed to be behind April 22nd attack. They took responsibility of it in Baisan and near Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, in which 26 innocent lives were claimed. Most of them were tourists. They were killed point blank. The headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba and its front organization Jamaat-ud-Dawa in Muridke is spread over approximately 200 acres and in fact houses a terror training camp as well as other infrastructure. So Muridke is one of the very crucial location that has come under target under Operation Sindoor. Apart from that, let's also talk about the significance of Bahawalpur, Aditya. Why exactly Bahawalpur? And it's very deep inside Pakistan, so it does send out a very strong messaging of our artillery, our missile capabilities against Pakistan. At any given point, if they have tried to, flex their muscle in front of us, we have shown them that, we can go inside your house, very deep inside of it, and we can actually teach you a proper lesson, Aditya.
Absolutely. It's a very strong, resounding message that has come out, and this is deep inside Pakistan. It's not just at the LOC or the international border. This is more than 100 kilometers deep inside Pakistan in Bahawalpur, in Muridke. Bahawalpur is in Punjab of Pakistan. Muridke is near Lahore of Punjab in Pakistan. Similarly, in Muzaffarabad, that is the capital of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and Kotli, which also falls in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So these are 4 more locations, but locations are, there are other locations also that have been targeted. Similarly, I can tell you the names of these locations. Bahawalpur, 2 locations have been targeted. Muridke, as I said, near Lahore, which is the epicenter of Lashkar-e-Taiba. Bahawalpur being the epicenter of Jaish-e-Mohammed. There is Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimber, Chak Amru and Sialkot. So these are areas where mainly terror camps were running of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed for years together. And Pakistan was testing India's patience for a long time. There were several terror attacks that were conducted in Jammu and Kashmir and elsewhere by these Lashkar and Jaish terrorists. And now they've seen their end. I mean, there are many casualties. I do not know how many Pakistans will officially admit, because now I'm pretty sure that Pakistan will go to the international community and show this as a humanitarian crisis and plead to the world that this was an attack on civilians. They will show visuals of hospitals, etc. But the reality is out and open for the public, that there is terrorism emanating from Pakistan. Pakistan for years together is known as the mothership of terror. It is only backing terror and using terrorism as a state policy against India, in many cases against Afghanistan also. But now that time is over. Every time there is any such terror attack, there will be a very strong response from India. And this time India has also proven that the attack is much bigger than Balakot, but it is below the threshold level. Now the ball is in Pakistan's court. What it chooses to do, will it lead the entire population of Pakistan to a needless war because of its terror frenzy, or will it calm down and realize the consequences of terrorism and submit before India, surrender before India?
Absolutely, Aditya, and also, the information has just come out that following the airstrikes, Pakistan has also retaliated by initiating artillery fire along the line of control, specifically in the Bhimber Gully area of Poonch Rajouri sector. The Indian Army has confirmed that the troops were responding appropriately in a calibrated manner. So we are also responding well to them. They have been violating the ceasefire along the line of control from past 12 days, apart from what exactly transpired in Pahalgam. But there is a reaction that has also come in from Shehbaz Sharif himself. Let me read out what he has written first and look at the language that he has also used. He has said that the treacherous enemy has launched a cowardly attack on 5 locations within Pakistan. This heinous act of aggression will not go unpunished. Pakistan reserves the absolute right to respond decisively to this unprovoked Indian attack. A resolute response is already underway. The entire nation stands united behind its armed forces, and our morale and resolve remain unshaken. Our thoughts and prayers are with the brave officers and soldiers of Pakistan. The people of Pakistan and its forces are fully prepared to confront and defeat any threat with our strength and determination. The enemy will never be allowed to achieve its malicious aims. Look at the language that Shehbaz Sharif has used here, Aditya. Remember, India is never the country that provocates. India is never the country to begin or initiate. We have always retaliated. It was you who attacked us on April 22nd when you claimed 26 innocent lives, mostly them of the tourists, when you defathered a lot of children, when you made a lot of women widow. Aditya here, sitting right beside me, has beautifully told us the meaning of why Operation Sindoor, specifically the term Sindoor, has been used for this particular operation. What's the significance of it? We've got a couple of reactions also coming in. Let's first take a look and that we will take the chat forward from here.
Well, certainly, it's a very strong response by India, and Pakistan does not know how to react. And that's why, Pakistan is giving such kind of a propaganda type statements from the Pakistani Prime Minister. And on a lighter note, I mean, the Pakistan Prime Minister came out with a statement saying that at 10 a.m. I have called a national committee meeting. What will they do for all these hours? Is he catching up with his beauty sleep when his people are dying in Pakistan? So the reality is that Pakistan Prime Minister knows that he cannot do anything. He has nothing under control. And right now, the situation is such that the Pakistan military is not prepared to confront India, and that's why we are seeing that there are massive lines in hospitals across Bawalpur, in Muridke, in Muzaffarabad and other places where people are dying, and the Pakistan Prime Minister chooses to sleep till 10 a.m. In the morning. So as of now, India has given a very strong response. The visuals that are visible on the screen are testimony to the fact of how horror has gripped all across the people of Pakistan. They do not know how to react. I'll ask my producer to in fact play this video that we have received from Pakistan as to what the mood in Pakistan currently is like. It's a commentary in itself of how multiple madrasas run by Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar have been targeted. Lashkar-e-Toiba headquarters has been targeted. Apart from that, terror camps in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir of Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed that were run by the Pakistan Army and the ISI have been targeted as well. So these visuals on the screens, but we will put out that video also from a Pakistani national describing the situation in Pakistan, showing to the world the reality instead of going by Pakistan propaganda statements of disinformation.
Right. Also, let's play out some of the reactions that have come in since morning, Aditya.
देखिए, पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा, उसका असर बॉर्डर्स पर नजर आना शुरू हुआ है और पाकिस्तान ज्यादा देर सर्वाइव नहीं करेगा। पाकिस्तान के अंदर ही मुझे लगता है कि इस जो युद्ध में पाकिस्तान के कई टुकड़े होंगे और पाकिस्तान ये विश्व के नक्शे से खत्म हो जाएगा।
जैसे भारत ने कहा था, जैसे एयरफोर्स ने कहा था, एयरफोर्स को कहा गया और एयरफोर्स ने करके दिखाया। 9 प्लेस पे स्ट्राइक की है। 9 नंबर भी बड़ा ऑस्पिशियस नंबर होता है और स्ट्राइक हुई है, ये एयर और आर्टिलरी की मिक्स स्ट्राइक हुई है। तो इस मिक्स स्ट्राइक में अब आप देख लीजिए, चाहे मल्टी बैरल रॉकेट लॉन्चर्स तो नहीं, वो तो बड़ा एरिया वेपन है, पर आर्टिलरी, प्रिसीजन गाइडेड आर्टिलरी, सर्फेस टू सर्विस मिसाइल कुछ लगाया गया होगा। अब ये हमें पता करना पड़ेगा क्या कौन सी लगाई और एयरक्राफ्ट कौन से थे, कौन सा स्क्वाड्रन था। मेरा भी स्क्वाड्रन हो सकता है।
देखिए, जिस तरीके से हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हम इसका जो पहलगाम के अंदर जो इनोसेंट टूरिस्ट के साथ जिस बर्बरता के साथ ये देख के उनका धर्म पूछ के मारे और हमारे जो माताएं बहनें जो उनका सिंदूर जो मिटाया, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके हमारे आर्मी, नेवी और एयरफोर्स ये ट्राई सर्विसेज स्ट्राइक हुई है 9 जगह के अंदर। सबसे बड़ी स्ट्राइक जो है वो भावलपुर में है, जहां मसूद अजहर का बेस कैंप था और वहां पे उसके तकरीबन, जिस हिसाब से रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं पाकिस्तान से, तकरीबन 80 के करीब जो है लोग जो है वो वहां पे टेररिस्ट जो थे वो मारे गए हैं। इसके अलावा 9 जगह जो है सारी, वो सारी की सारी ऐसी हैं जहां पे ये टेररिस्ट कैंप्स थे। कोई भी मिलिट्री इंस्टॉलेशन या सिविलियन अदारे के ऊपर कहीं पे भी उन्होंने नहीं अटैक किया हमारे जो है फोर्सेस ने। आर्मी, नेवी और एयरफोर्स तीनों का कंबाइंड ऑपरेशन है, जिसके अंदर रफेल जेट्स भी यूज हुए हैं, स्कैल्प मिसाइल्स यूज हुई हैं, ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल भी इस्तेमाल हुई हैं।
Indian armed forces have unleashed Operation Sindoor in response to the heinous terrorist strike at Pahalgam. 9 terrorist sites and their infrastructure have been targeted in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. All the targets chosen belonged to the terrorist network or their infrastructure, and none were military targets. And they've been attacked by precision weapons in a very calculated and effective manner in order to keep the collateral damage to absolute minimum. The cowardly and barbaric attack by the terrorists at Pahalgam has been avenged, following the overall directions of Honorable Prime Minister to inflict unimaginable punishment to the terrorists and their backers. They must know that any such actions by the terrorists will be met by a very effective and robust response from the Indian side.
Joining us on the broadcast early this morning are my guest, author, director, USI of India and former DG Infantry, retired Major General S.B. Asthana and retired Group Captain V.N. Jha, also being joined by former ADG BSF Dr. P.K. Mishra. Dr. Mishra, let me first come to you. How do you view this step taken by India in retaliation to what transpired on the fateful day of April 22nd in Pahalgam?
Yes, you see, what has been done yesterday night at 0144 hours on 9 camps and also 9 jihadi training camps in Pakistan, Kashmir and Bahawalpur. It is really a retaliation and combined work of our defense forces, particularly Army and Air Force, and they have, in fact, they have taken the revenge of Pahalgam attack by Pakistan. It was a clear case of attack by General Munir and Lashkar-e-Toiba Hafiz Saeed. And what Indians they desired, what our Prime Minister have given the assurance to our people, it has come to the limelight. And in fact, they have struck, and a number of militants have been killed, and more than 100 militants have been injured, as far as the information goes. Thanks to the preparation, even if Pakistan was prepared, but yet we could penetrate, and we have hit them and hit them very badly. And Pak-occupied Kashmir, of course, the target, we have not hit any target of civilians. It's very clear as far as India attack is concerned. We don't touch any civilians, we don't injure any civilian. It was all on jihadi training camps, and mostly Bahawalpur and all those 9 training camps in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir, in more or less Muzaffarabad and adjacent areas. Thanks that, of course, the targets were selected much earlier. All the CCS meeting and the meetings of Mr. Rajnath Singh with all the three chief of staffs and prime ministers meeting with naval chief and air chief and army chiefs discussion, it came to limelight, and the Operation Sindoor was successful. And we are really grateful that our soldiers are really brave and they can stand for our nation. We have given a befitting reply to Pakistan for attacking and killing barbarically to our people, our 26 Nihatta people, those were there at Pahalgam. I can't think of that. But then Pakistan must understand that India will definitely finish them. And in fact, early morning, whole Indians are enjoying. Of course, the mock drill will be there today in more or less 295 cities in our country. But we have to be careful. It's not that Pakistan will be keeping quiet. Pakistan, the whole night they were firing heavily on our post. It may be Nausara, it may be Uri, it may be Poonch, it may be Katwa, it may be Jammu border, and Tregam, Tangdhar, everywhere firing was going on, and we have given them a befitting reply from all our posts, and a number of their posts were also powdered. And we have to see that border is absolutely guarded by all our jawans, maybe from defense and paramilitary forces, and will not allow Pakistan to again come and attack us or make any type of proxy war in India. They have a total lesson, and that is how we are grateful to our Prime Minister, grateful to our Army, grateful to our Navy, grateful to our Air Force, and grateful to our Defense Minister and also the Home Minister. Nice of them and nice of my troops. I really salute them to take the revenge.
Absolutely. Group Captain Jha, let me come to you now with the question that we all were preparing for the mock drills to begin from today. We have been having discussions here at News 9, and since morning we've been discussing about what would be the preparations. We had the reporters on ground, and look at how India took everybody by surprise by launching Operation Sindoor.
Well, I compliment Indian Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, and as well as its independent strategic command who have launched this particular attack. And we were expecting this. Actually, being an Air Force officer, I know there was some risk, some very discreet risk in taking the aircraft into the Pakistani territory. So this missile is the safest and the most deadliest attack that was expected. I was expecting that the LAT's terror camp, Muridke, that was supposed to be hit, that has been hit. JEM, Bahalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammad, Bahalpur, that has been hit. And there are very many of them also in the Muzaffarabad. I will not be surprised in case if Muzaffarabad is either already hit or will be hit, because that is the place from where almost all of them have got presence. So I compliment the government of India, Raksha Mantralaya, that they have taken this particular decision, and they have to be hit. Look, every time that jihadi attack happens here, terrorist attack happens here, we do some small here and there touch up, but these terrorists and their backers, they are not made to pay the price for it. And this is the first time that they have been made to pay the price for it. And they should know hereafter that every time that they will do anything of the terrorist sort of attack here within India, they will have to bear the price of it, and fairly good amount of price. The missiles which is hit the Bahawalpur as well as the Muridke, I believe there was that is those are the headquarters of the LAT and Jaish-e-Mohammad. And many of the terrorists who had vacated the launch pads in the LOC across the LOC, they were there. So just wait for the informations to come. What sort of queue of the dead and injured are there in the nearby hospitals? Fairly good amount of casualty must have been inflicted onto them, and these are the deadly attacks. the type of that you have shown onto your screen. So this is the first attack, and as our panelists just now spoke, this may be the beginning of it, because if we know Pakistan, they will not sit quiet. They are the jihadists. That mindset is jihadist. They will attack even if they are killed. They will be attacking India in some or other the symbolic form. So it is a very crucial time for Indian armed forces, especially the air defense system here in India, that we must monitor absolutely with the uninterrupted, even without blinking, because some aircraft, some missile may be launched by them. If Pakistani Prime Minister has called for a meeting at 10 o'clock, that doesn't make much of a difference, because Pakistani Prime Minister doesn't have a say hereafter. He is only a figurehead of the politicians. Pakistani army will hardly be contacting them, or will be hardly taking them into the confidence what they are doing. Now hereafter it is the army that will know how much of the serious attack has been there onto these organizations. Remember, in India we have got three arms of the services: Army, Navy and Air Force. In Pakistan there are four: the Army, Navy, Air Force, as well as the jihadi attacks. There are almost about 43 of them who are precisely under the control of ISI. So ISI also holds a very good stronghold, major stronghold onto the manpower, the so-called jihadi manpower. So that has been hit today. So Army and Navy will also, or Army and Air Force actually, Pakistani Army and Pakistani Air Force, they will also try to respond, because their funds, their support are significant to the ISI. And ISI's image has been hit here. So once you step onto the tail of a snake, there likelihood that it will bite you back. Even if you strike at the head, even then it will try to do something. That is what we can expect now. This will be the testing time hereafter for the Indian armed forces. I'm sure that every radar centers, every air defense center will be absolutely glued to their task, and they must not be permitted to penetrate India. And yesterday itself, I was, I was just predicting what they will be doing here thereafter, after the initial strike. Obviously, they have said that now the baby is with them, ball is in their court. They will be striking with something, but then for the sake of Indian public, I must say India has got a very credible air defense system against the missile as well as the Air Force. S-400 you already know. Prithvi have got the air defense system along with the AAD, that is the Pradyumna and Ashwin. It's a very credible shield for against the both cruise missile as well as the ballistic missile. Thereafter, there are series of other things, and Akash air defense system is something what the Pakistani Air Force will be dreaded with. They know that this is a very pinpointed attack against every aircraft. No aircraft can penetrate Akash. So that is only the beginning point for them. Thereafter, we have got the Pichora, we have got Osaka, Spider, Cub, Stella, Tansuka, Shilka, ZU-23, as well as the Igla series of the things. We have got Igla, we have got Stinger, we have got Vishrod. DRDO has last year tested that Vishrod. It's a very effective air defense system, man-mounted, man-powered system is there. So all these are now active. The lock is open. Everyone is glued to their mission and their task, as well as even Navy is awake with their INS Dhruv.
Right.
INS Dhruv is the one which monitors every movement in the sky, whether it is ballistic missile, whether it is the cruise missile coming towards India. So all these things are in place. Indian public must be very, very determined. They should be all stand with Government of India, Ministry of Defence and the Armed Forces. And we all praise the effort that has gone through Operation Sindoor.
Absolutely. Major General Asthana, let me also take your opening comments on the situation, also Operation Sindoor. What do you make of the precision strike that has been done by India in retaliation to Pahalgam terrorist attack, and also the pinpoint targeting of the terror infrastructures?
Okay, thank you for giving me a chance. Firstly, my compliments to the armed forces and the political hierarchy Secondly, this is a very precise operation, very well planned, and everything has gone as per plan. Now, let me bring out the professionalism of this operation. Firstly, we have been able to achieve an operational surprise. Why operational surprise? Because you would have noticed that yesterday it was announced that there will be drills, mock drills being carried out in the entire country that will be on Wednesday. Now, most of the people in India as well as in Pakistan, everybody thought that perhaps India will react only after these drills are over. So they were not prepared. 9 projectiles have gone. It's a standoff attack in which neither the line of control or international border has been crossed by any of our military assets or troops. It is a non-military target which has been selected. These are terror camps, and the strike has been done with full responsibility, which is non-escalatory in nature. Now, with this, India has shown, firstly, the resilience, the maturity, as well as the professionalism to take the revenge of what they have done, or the dastardly terror attack which they had launched. At the same time, no collateral damages, although there will be a fair amount of propaganda tomorrow morning. And therefore, through your channel, I want to tell all the countrymen and everybody who is watching that the propaganda war has started. We find that Pakistanis are saying 3 aircrafts of Indians have been downed, and same is the case with the Global Times. All are saying the same thing. But the fact is, none of the aircraft has crossed the line of control or border. So it's all false news and propaganda, which was also known. It is also known, and as was anticipated, that they are going to retaliate. And therefore, when Indian Army or Indian Defence Forces did it, we have already calculated 3 to 4 steps in this escalatory ladder. And therefore, we knew that there will be artillery firing on line of control, and I think people are ready. At the same time, people were also warned along the line of control. The civilians were warned along the line of control, so that the collateral damages on our sides are minimized.
Right, right.
Now,
Let me... yes,
okay.
yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
Okay. So now the issue is that whatever escalation they do, we are going to respond appropriately. And the economic cost of the war starts now. More ammunition they fired, more money they burned, and earlier they will finish off. So this is again part of the policy, because we are looking at a comprehensive response which also includes the economic war. Back to you.
Yeah, and couple of days ago, Aditya, we also received the reports of how Pakistan has just the missiles and artillery and ammunition with them for only 96 hours. If any situation, escalates between India and Pakistan further from this point onwards. So they have just precisely 4 days of artillery and ammunition with them.
Well, there's no comparison between India and Pakistan. Yeah. India is much more capable. India has much more ammunition. India's army, India's navy, India's air force is much more capable, disciplined force. But Pakistan army is not. And that is because Pakistan army has been running these proxy groups, Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen, Al-Badr and others for a very long time. So they do not go by the rules of the game. They continuously target civilians. They kill civilians in the more horrific manner. And that's what Pakistan stands for, unfortunately. And that's why this resounding message that has gone out today, that we are not going to remain mute spectators. The international community cannot come to your rescue each time. We can't be asked by the UN Secretary General to de-escalate when we are the victims here of terrorism emanating from the Pakistani soil. The UN needs to recalibrate its decision, its capability, and how the United Nations has failed to counter terrorism for all these decades. And Pakistan hasn't been, asked tough questions by the international community. It's time that the international community stands against this terrorism. There is no good terror and bad terror. Absolutely. Terrorism is terrorism, and that's been emanating from Pakistan. There is growing evidence of how the Pakistan Army and the ISI have been supporting this kind of terrorism against India. And you are right, Pakistan Army does not have the ammunition, the capability or the motivation to go beyond 96 hours. But that does not matter. The question here is that India is very much prepared, and India does not want to escalate. India does not want a war. But if Pakistan continues with its habit of targeting individuals and civilians and targeting civilian locations, then India will choose its battles very well and strike again. I mean, these are only 9 targets this time in Pakistan, and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but these 9 can go to 90 at any moment.
Absolutely. Dr. P.K. Mishra, let me come back to you, because this is the first time. It's even more significant because ever since 1971, this is the first time that India has actually crossed the international border for their military action against Pakistan. So it's even bigger, and this time around, the messaging is very clear and very louder to all the Pakistanis, and also, the terror infrastructures there and all the terror sympathizers as well.
Yes, I can well tell you that Operation Sindoor, the way it was planned, in fact, it has hit the real targets. We had it at Budrke and Bahawalpur, and also in occupied Kashmir. 5 targets in POK and 4 in Pakistan in interior areas. Just see Bahawalpur, it's more or less 100 kilometers away from the international border or LOC. And hitting there at this juncture, when both Pakistan Army, Navy, Air Force, they were on standby and they were in readiness, the credit goes to our Army, Navy and Air Force, all the 3 forces. I have spoken to Kathua border. Just now I have spoken to Kathua border. I spoke to Tregam border, Tangdhar border, and heavy selling is going on in Kupwara sector, in Farkia and Kiran sector. Heavy selling is going on from Pakistan side, and India is retaliating. Our forces, they are retaliating very heavily in Tandhar border and Kupwara border just now in early morning hours. So Pakistan will definitely retaliate. We know it pretty well. Their retaliation will come very soon, but I think our air defense systems, they are in readiness, and we will definitely shoot down their aircrafts, whichever it comes to our area, whether it is in Punjab, whether it is in Rajasthan, or it is in Kashmir. They are opening the front in Rajasthan and Punjab also. We know that these 2 fronts will be opened by them, and that is how our readiness is there in all these 3 borders, in Kashmir border, so as also in Punjab and Rajasthan border. I can tell you the deployment of our forces, they are absolutely adequate, and we are ready with our all missiles. And the way we are retaliating in the border for, the post on which attack, selling is going on. In the last about 7 to 10 days, selling is going on. And there is absolutely no one was injured. That shows our Jawans, they are well ready in bunkers. They are protecting themselves, and they are retaliating very badly on Pakistan posts. And I am telling you, and today, early morning today, Kathua area was absolutely quiet, and civilians, in fact, all the civilians, they have gone to the bunkers. Similarly, in Kiran sector and Tangdhar sector, our civilian bunkers were made both by government and also by civilian authorities, and mostly the civilians, they have gone to the bunker because it's very close to the LOC, and there is no casualty of any civilian so far in our border areas where heavy shelling was reported. But the way this operation was carried out, there was absolutely no damage to our Indian Air Force pilots, no damage to our Air Force planes, and nothing has happened. No one was injured, and that is how is the real operation. And we have not attacked any civilian areas. We have not killed any civilians. The way Pakistan is now claiming that 2 civilians were killed and they have shut down 3 of our aircrafts, all this false propaganda. But I'm telling you, the way we were ready, even now also, we know Pakistan would retaliate, maybe within 1 or 2 days, but that will be a mistake by Pakistan if they come, because our air defense systems and the missile systems are absolutely ready to take on them. And General, our army chief, he visited Kashmir also, and he has himself seen the deployment of army in those areas. and our Indian Navy, I mean, no less than that, they are ready to take on Karachi or Gadar any time. Even if we know Turkey warship is there, they are guarding Karachi. What a shame to Pakistan. They have brought Karachi at Karachi airport, Karachi port, the Turkey aircraft, not aircraft carrier, Turkey ship is there, Turkey naval ship is there, but things are pretty bad of Pakistan. If they continue like this in tension for about 10 to 15 days, I am very sure Pakistan's all this ammunition will be lost. They cannot continue like this. It is better for India to remain always in readiness to show Pakistan that wherever and whichever area they select and they want to target us, they will be penalized and the retaliation will be there very badly. And this is just a starting, but definitely we are going to hit them if they retaliate, and will hit them very badly in every sector, maybe Punjab, maybe Rajasthan, maybe Kashmir.
Absolutely. Dr. Mishra, please stay on with us. I would also request all of my guests to please stay on with us on the broadcast. We have got a reaction also coming in on the same, what exactly is happening there on the ground. Let's take a look at that as well.
ये ने जंग शुरू कर दिया अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पर भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
So that was the reaction coming in from a Pakistani civilian telling us what exactly has happened. He has reported from Bahawalpur that 4 missiles were coming their way. But Major General Asana, let me also speak to you about the global communication, the diplomatic communication that India has been doing post the Pahalgam terrorist attack. What kind of role does that play, and what can be spoken about the situation of India globally at this point of time?
Diplomatically, I think we have done well to convince everybody, and the results were quite evident in a manner that UNSC closed door meeting, nothing very much came out, although Pakistan was trying to play as they are the victims, and the Chinese support was also there, but everybody questioned Pakistan itself regarding the LET and regarding the involvement of LET, and nobody bought the story of false flag which they were trying to do, because I think our foreign minister had spoken to each and every member of the United Nations Security Council other than Pakistan. So that's one initiative which we launched. Now, if we look at the reactions which have come, President Trump has reacted, and he has not said anything except that we knew that it is going to come, and then he has just said that we hope it ends soon. Similarly, I think the NSA has briefed his counterparts in many countries, including Russia, including Saudi Arabia, including many other countries. So India has kept everybody informed. India had also told them as to where we have stuck. We have also told and highlighted the non-military nature and non-escalatory nature of our strike. And I think the whole world is with India. I don't think there has been any negative reaction from anybody. At the same time, the propaganda war will be fought on behalf of Pakistan by Global Times, by Pakistani newspapers, and maybe some of the newspapers of the West too. But I think we can handle that because that is part of the game. We as of now, as professionals, we are more focused on what is going to be Pakistan's retaliation and what is going to be our response to his retaliation. And I think we have already worked out 3-4 stages of the escalatory dynamics, and I am sure they will be answered appropriately.
Group Captain Jha, follow to that. I'm just asking you a follow-up question because we have heard what Donald Trump has to say about this particular operation. Yesterday only we heard from Marco Rubio when asked about India's battle against terrorism. He said that if India goes out against terrorism, US is going to stand beside it. But today then Donald Trump has responded to it that it's shameful, and I hope that it ends up very quickly. So how do you exactly view the positioning of US in this entire conundrum? Sir, I think you are on mute. I can't clearly hear you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Sakshi, I think India has come a long way. Stop worrying about who says what. This is not the time to listen who says what. We have been hit by the jihadi terror. We want to take revenge or teach lesson to these jihadi organizations. It is our right. Who says what is immaterial? Look at the Ukraine or Russia. Look at the Gaza. Who says what? Does Israel care for it? If Israel has been hit, if Israeli people have been harmed, it is their right to protect the entire population and give the confidence. So, look, the bottom line here is that if there is a jihadi intent in the Pakistani leadership, and it is clearly there because their army has seldom been showing their teeth, but the jihadis, they have been showing their, the black face of it, carrying out various attacks. It is not only the one what has been carried out in Pahalgam, many other things. So it had to be a concerted attack against many terror organizations. I had listed about 8 of them against whom the terror attack ought to have been carried out. Most of them have got their camps in Muzaffarabad. Of course, LET and JEM headquarters has been hit tonight. In the coming days, I see now Pakistani military will be responding against India. We don't have any the so-called jihadi things or extremist group here in India. They will be hitting either the civilians or the military in case if they venture anywhere, do the misadventure. I think they will have to pay the cost in a very serious term. Then India will be hitting military, Pakistani military, and there will be the role of many of the aircrafts which has got the anti-radiation missiles. You will see many of these things, including Nirbhaya that is lying right now idle. It will be hitting all the eyes in the Pakistani territory. Radars are known to be the eyes of the air defense system. First, the radars will be knocked out, and then all these sites which is a threat to Indian armed forces, whether it is their aircraft base or it is the army base, they will be hit. There is no two-way about it. Look, gone are the days when we were scared to take any action. Remember of 26/11, remember of many other jihadi attacks, serial bomb blast and blah, 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 blah. We'll not go back. But there has to be, a mindset created within the Pakistani leadership that if you show your misadventure, you will have to pay the price of it. And Pakistani army, I don't think they are ready to prepare to fight a war for a long time. Their stockpiles of the ammunitions are barely about 5 to 7 days. Barely 5 to 7 days. And they will run out of it in 5 to 7 days. They will go to China, sit in their lab, request them to enforce a ceasefire. I think Indian diplomacy has done fairly well. UK is with us, Russia is with us, and even United States. You can expect them that in case if any resolution in UN, in case if this escalation happens, and then if Pakistan goes to the UN with the China to enforce a ceasefire, we will ask for some veto from some corner because we want to knock out, teach a lesson to the Pakistani, armed forces, because it is on the armed forces' strength that these jihadis are dancing. If armed forces were not there them to help, they will have perished long back. So it is a good thing that the Pakistan will be now starting the war. War has not yet started. If they even fire a single missile, there will be 10 missile in retaliation onto the Pakistani, and this time it will not be on the jihadi camp. It will be on the Pakistani targets. So things I think will start from here. It will start. Pakistan will have to, show their teeth, ugly teeth. unbrushed teeth, stinking mouth, they will open it. And India will respond, very seriously and with the precision sort of attack that will hurt them the hardest. Today, we have got many
Mentioned the
of
precision strike. Let me also take a question from Major General Asthana over here. Sir, India has been very precise with their strategic intent as well, their military intent as well. This time around also in the statement that has come out from the Indian Air Forces, it's about that the attack is only on the terror infrastructure. In the past, in 2016, in 2019, the attack was only on the terror launch pads. This time around also, it's the same. But let's also speak about the rhetoric that is being echoed by, say, Shehbaz Sharif or Asim Munir for that matter, echoing the same sentiment. They are calling us treacherous enemy. How exactly is that, justifying the kind of intent that they have been showing towards us? Also post the Pahalgam Terror Attack, they have been violating the ceasefire for 12 consecutive nights.
The Pakistani political hierarchy as well as military hierarchy, both of them have a problem to convince their people and prove their relevance as well as prove that they are worth something because their population feels that they have actually belittled the country. Army has got a very bad reputation. The kind of beating they are getting from BLA and from TTP, as well as the kind of protests and the corruption and a whole lot of other things. So therefore, apparently, they are all these rhetorics which they are trying to play out is basically to say that, okay, nothing has happened, we have done much more, and whatever India is doing, that is unnecessary, and India has been irresponsible because there is no proof that in Pahalgam the attack was done by Pakistanis. Now this is their narrative. They are going to continue to play this narrative. There is no doubt about it. But then the fact is, we know it's not only Pahalgam attack. Even before that, there have been other attacks too. The earlier when attacks took place in Mumbai attack and other places, enough dossiers were given to them. So now this time we are in no mood to give any proof to anybody. We are quite clear in our mind as to who has sponsored those terrorists, and the strategic target is actually Pakistan military as far as we are concerned. While we have attacked the Pakistani terrorist camps and not military, indirectly their reputation has been targeted because the kind of precision attacks which have gone through, that means they have got no air defense. Their intelligence couldn't smell anything. They are in no position to protect their airspace as well as their country in case India decides to attack. So India is in a position to attack at a place and time of its own choosing, has been proven by the kind of strikes which we have launched.
Absolutely.
Similarly, so these are the things perhaps we have been able to prove in this particular kind of attack.
Absolutely. Dr. P.K. Mishra, also India has been very clear ever since the Pahalgam terrorist attack took place that sea, water and blood cannot flow together. This time around also, like I have already mentioned, that our strategic intent has been very clear from the very beginning that we are only going to target your terror launch pads, and we are not the one who initiates ever. We are the one who are absolutely going to give you a proper retaliation. We are going to teach you a lesson, and this time around the similar thing has happened. But a brief about how India now should be prepared, because a lot of threatening words have come out from Pakistan as well. My social media is flooded with people posting some videos and making false claims. That my colleague, in fact, Aditya Rajkaul, has already told us that one of his sources has informed that Srinagar Air Base has not been targeted, but Pakistani media and Pakistani civilians have been claiming that around a dozen of Indian targets have come under attack as the retaliation coming in from Pakistan. These are all false.
False propaganda has already started from Pakistan, and we knew that it will happen. And in fact, I'll tell you who attacked at Pahalgam. They were TRF, Lashkar-e-Toiba, and of course the ISI. And where we targeted them, that was at Bahawalpur and in POK, these jihadi training camps. It is a tit to tat. We have taught them a lesson that we did hit at those places where you were breeding militants, where you were training militants. I really, I will go back to one of the interview which was taken by FBI when Masih was caught, the chief of Al-Faran, who killed 13 foreigners in Kashmir. The FBI came and they were interrogating, and Masih replied, "Why are you asking me? You all know that you are running these training camps. You are training us in Muzaffarabad. Why are you asking me where from I got the training?" That is what is happening in POK. But I am very sure Pakistan, for the time being, because of the pressure or whatever may be, Pakistan will retaliate. Of course, Srinagar airport is absolutely safe. Nothing has happened. And I spoke to Kupwara area. I told you very clearly, I spoke to Kandhar. I spoke to Kathua also in the morning. Of course, shelling is going on very badly on our post, but no casualty have been reported. But I'm very sure if Pakistan thinks that they will retaliate and they will cause any damage to our defense establishments by missiles, that will be the end of Pakistan, because we have not yet touched Pakistan army bases or air force bases or naval bases. We know it pretty well. Pakistan cannot continue for more than 5 days. And I'll tell you, their ships, their warships are now defective. That is the reason Turkey warship has come to Karachi port, and that is securing Karachi port. This is the same to Pakistan Navy, and we know it pretty well. Pakistan, they are getting the credit that they are having good air force, their air supremacy over India. What type of supremacy will be seen if they really target any defense installation in India? That will be definitely. Definitely India will hit their bases, army bases and air bases, and we are capable and we are ready for the last 15 days or so from the day Pahalgam attack was made. The complete force, Indian Army, Navy, Air Force, they are in readiness, and this country will never allow them to hit us. That will be the end of Pakistan, because we have not touched their army bases or naval bases so far, or air force bases. And we know it pretty well. There are 20-figure grid references where they are keeping all these planes and all, where they are keeping nuclear sites also, the deployment of nuclear arsenals, where they have made it. Sargodha and other bases, that is well known also. And they will be definitely attacked by us if they touch us, if they touch our defense installations. But I can well tell you, yesterday night, after about 0200 hour, heavy selling was going on. And in fact, of course, we have cancelled all our flights in Amritsar and Srinagar. And
we'll discuss that further, Dr. Mishra. My apologies for interrupting you over there. Let me just quickly again play out, the video that we have received from Pakistani civilian who has posted on his social media, claiming, that how 4 missiles were targeted towards Bahawalpur. Let's listen into what exactly he has to say and try to understand the ground situation in Pakistan as well.
इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दिया अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर। मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पर भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है। ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ उन्होंने हमला किया है। मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
With that, it's a wrap from my side as of now, but you do not go anywhere. The rolling coverage on Operation Sindoor will continue here at News9. We will be bringing you all the latest and biggest updates coming in straight from the ground on the other side.
Every Every brand tells a story. And they are the storytellers. The Sutradhars. They present a brand with band, baja and barat to you. They are the Brandwalas.
In a huge setback for bike taxi services in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu races ahead with 9.69% growth rate, India's fastest growing state this year. Good for Tamil Nadu. You may not be directly involved with what your son or daughter does, but your influence does work. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9, English news as it should be.
Now, joining us on the broadcast early this morning are my guest, author, director, USI of India and former DG Infantry, retired Major General S.B. Asthana and retired Group Captain V.N. Jha, also being joined by former ADG BSF, Dr. P.K. Mishra. Dr. Mishra, let me first come to you. How do you view this step taken by India in retaliation to what transpired on the fateful day of April 22nd in Pahalgam?
Yes, you see, what has been done yesterday night at 0144 hours on 9 camps and also 9 jihadi training camps in Pakistan, Kashmir and Bahawalpur. It is really a retaliation and combined work of our defense forces, particularly Army and Air Force, and they have, in fact, they have taken the revenge of Pahalgam attack by Pakistan. It was a clear case of attack by General Munir and Lashkar-e-Toiba Hafiz Saeed, and what Indians they desired, what our Prime Minister have given the assurance to our people. It has come to the limelight, and in fact they have struck, and a number of militants have been killed and more than 100 militants have been injured as far as the information goes. Thanks to the preparation, even if Pakistan was prepared, but yet we could penetrate and we have hit them and hit them very badly. And Pak occupied Kashmir, of course, the target, we have not hit any target of civilians. It's very clear as far as India attack is concerned. We don't touch any civilians, we don't injure any civilian. It was all on jihadi training camps and mostly Bahawalpur and all those 9 training camps in Pakistan occupied Kashmir in more or less Muzaffarabad and adjacent areas. Thanks that, of course, the targets were selected much earlier. All the CCS meeting and the meetings of Mr. Rajnath Singh with all the 3 Chief of Staff and Prime Ministers meeting with Naval Chief and Air Chief and Army Chiefs discussion, it came to limelight, and the Operation Sindoor was successful, and we are really grateful that our soldiers are really brave and they can stand for our nation. We have given a befitting reply to Pakistan for attacking and killing barbarically to our people, our 26 Nihatta people, those were there at Pahalgam. I can't think of that. But then Pakistan must understand that India will definitely finish them. And in fact, early morning, whole Indians are enjoying. Of course, the mock drill will be there today in more or less 295 cities in our country. But we have to be careful. It's not that Pakistan will be keeping quiet. Pakistan, the whole night they were firing heavily on our post. It may be Nausara, it may be Uri, it may be Poonch, it may be Katwa, it may be Jammu border and Tregam, Tangdhar, everywhere firing was going on, and we have given them a befitting reply from all our posts, and a number of their posts were also powdered. And we have to see that border is absolutely guarded by all our jawans, maybe from defense and paramilitary forces, and will not allow Pakistan to again come and attack us or make any type of proxy war in India. They have a total lesson, And that is how we are grateful to our Prime Minister, grateful to our Army, grateful to our Navy, grateful to our Air Force, and grateful to our Defence Minister and also the Home Minister. Nice of them and nice of my troops. I really salute them to take the revenge.
Absolutely. Group Captain Shah, let me come to you now with the question that we all were preparing for the mock drills to begin from today. We have been having discussions here at News 9 and, you know, since morning we've been discussing about what would be the preparations. We had the reporters on ground and look at how India took everybody by surprise by launching Operation Sindoor.
Well, I compliment Indian Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, and as well as its independent strategic command who have launched this particular attack. And we were expecting this. Actually, being an Air Force officer, I know there was some risk, some very discreet risk in taking the aircraft into the Pakistani territory. So this missile is the safest and the most deadliest attack that was expected. I was expecting that the LET's terror camp, Muridke, that was supposed to be hit, that has been hit. JEM, Pahalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammad, Pahalpur, that has been hit. And there are fairly many of them also in the Muzaffarabad. I will not be surprised in case if Muzaffarabad is either already hit or will be hit, because that is the place from where almost all of them have got presence. So I compliment the Government of India, Raksha Mantralaya, that they have taken this particular decision and they have to be hit. Look, every time that jihadi attack happens here, terrorist attack happens here, we do some small here and there touch up, but these terrorists and their backers, they are not made to pay the price for it. And this is the first time that they have been made to pay the price for it. And they should know hereafter that every time that they will do anything of the terrorist sort of attack here within India, they will have to bear the price of it, and fairly good amount of price. You know, the missiles which is hit the Bahawalpur as well as the Muridke, I believe there was that is those are the headquarters of the LAT and Jaish-e-Mohammad. And many of the terrorists who had vacated the launch pads in the LOC across the LOC, they were there. So just wait for the informations to come. What sort of queue of the dead and injured are there in the nearby hospitals? Fairly good amount of casualty must have been inflicted onto them, and these are the deadly attacks. The type of that you have shown onto your screen. So this is the first attack, and as our panelists just now spoke, this may be the beginning of it, because if we know Pakistan, they will not sit quiet. They are the jihadists. That mindset is jihadist. They will attack even if they are killed. They will be attacking India in some or other the symbolic form. So it is the very crucial time for Indian Armed Forces, especially the air defense system here in India, that we must monitor absolutely with the uninterrupted, even without blinking, because some aircraft, some missile may be launched by them. If Pakistani Prime Minister has called for a meeting at 10 o'clock, that doesn't make much of a difference, because Pakistani Prime Minister doesn't have a say hereafter. He is only a figurehead of the politicians. Pakistani army will hardly be contacting them or will be hardly taking them into the confidence what they are doing. Now hereafter it is the army that will know how much of the serious attack has been there onto these organizations. Remember, in India we have got three arms of the services: Army, Navy and Air Force. In Pakistan there are four: the Army, Navy, Air Force, as well as the jihadi attacks. There are almost about 43 of them who are precisely under the control of ISI. So ISI also holds a very good stronghold, major stronghold onto the manpower, the so-called jihadi manpower. So that has been hit today. So Army and Navy will also, or Army and Air Force actually, Pakistani Army and Pakistani Air Force, they will also try to respond, because their funds, their support are significant to the ISI. And ISI's image has been hit here. So once you step onto the tail of a snake, there likelihood that it will bite you back. Even if you strike at the head, even then it will try to do something. That is what we can expect now. This will be the testing time hereafter for the Indian armed forces. I'm sure that every radar centers, every air defense center will be absolutely glued to their task, and they must not be permitted to penetrate India. And yesterday itself, I was, I was just predicting what they will be doing here thereafter, after the initial strike. Obviously, they have said that now the baby is with them, ball is in their court. They will be striking with something, but then for the sake of Indian, public, I must say India has got a very credible air defense system against the missile as well as the air force. S-400, you already know. Prithvi have got the air defense system along with the AAD, that is the Pradyumna and Ashwin. It's a very credible shield for against the both cruise missile as well as the ballistic missile. Thereafter, there are series of other things, and Akash air defense system is something what the Pakistani Air Force will be dreaded with. They know that this is a very pinpointed attack against every aircraft. No aircraft can penetrate Akash.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9. English news as it should be.
Every brand tells a story. And they are the storytellers. The Sutradhars. They present a brand with band, baja and barat to you. They are the Brandwalas.
आपके वक़्फ़ में एक भी नॉन मुस्लिम नहीं आएगा.
Waqf bill was passed by Rajya Sabha. Opposition parties had challenged the legislation in the Supreme Court. What is the biggest challenge of Amit Shah in Tamil Nadu? Can Mohammad Yunus be trusted because he met Prime Minister Modi? World will come to know, India will come to know who were his handlers. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee met thousands of teachers and educators. Tharoor said that it took 21 months for Bharatiya Janata Party to impose president rule in the state.
Are primarily in India known by their owners.
When you start a business, you don't realize how much you're putting the entire family at risk.
The trust is a big element.
And a typical symbol of trust is usually a banyan tree. And I used to, in my early days, wonder that how will a young company look like a banyan tree?
When you brought in this beauty product, Nykaa, you tried to make women look beautiful for themselves.
It's a message to women, let the spotlight of your life be on you. And for that, we wanted her to be as confident as she wants.
India desperately needs that shift in mindset where women would be leading from the front.
They're risk takers and they do take open-ended risk, and a belief in yourself that you don't allow others to destabilize you and you keep pursuing your path.
Watch Radical Presents Do Along with Paruntas Season 3 featuring Falguni Nair at these times on News 9. News 9, English news as it should be.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9. English news as it should be.
Justice is served as India launch Operation Sindoor, striking 9 terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir days after the Pahalgam terrorist attack. India successfully strikes 9 terror bases in Pakistan from Kotli, Bahawalpur and Muzaffarabad. Prime Minister Modi closely monitored operation as India launches strikes on Lashkar Jaish terrorists in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well as Pakistan. Shortly after the strikes, NSA Ajit Doval spoke with the US NSA and Secretary of State Marco Rubio also briefed him on the actions taken by the Indian Air Force. Reacting to India's strikes in Pakistan, US President Donald Trump has said the US expected it and hopes that it ends very quickly. Welcome back, viewers. You are joining the rolling coverage on News 9 on all the latest and biggest developments about Operation Sindoor, a retaliatory step taken by India against what Pakistan did on the fateful day of April 22nd in Pahalgam. Let us walk you through all the latest that we have picked up since 1:44 a.m. this morning. Like we said, on the fateful day of April 22nd, terrorists claimed several innocent lives. They defathered many children, widowed many wives, snatched the happiness of families who went to enjoy their vacation, completely unaware of what lies next for them, that they are breathing their last air. India said, we will not let the blood and water flow together. We said there will be an answer, there will be a lesson for Pakistan this time. We will not go easy this time. India has finally responded. We have taught them a lesson with Operation Sindoor. Yes, India has struck back with Operation Sindoor in response to that dastardly Pahalgam terrorist attack that claimed 26 innocent lives. The Indian Armed Forces carried out precision strikes at 1:44 a.m. targeting terrorist infrastructures in Pakistan and also Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Precision strikes targeted 9 terror-linked sites in Kotli, Bahawalpur, Muzaffarabad and Muridke. Strongholds of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar hit in precision strikes. Pakistan Army has now confirmed that at least 8 civilians have died and 33 got injured in a total of 24 attacks carried out by Indian Army. Heavy shellings have been reported along the line of control in Uri sector and Kupwara as well. Government sources have suggested us that Prime Minister Modi monitors the Operation Sindoor through the night. He is watching all the developments coming in very, very closely. Now, according to the sources, India has also briefed partner states including Russia over Operation Sindoor. New Delhi has also informed US, UK, Saudi as well as UAE about the step that we have taken. Jammu, Srinagar, Dharamshala and Amritsar airport have been shut for civilian movement and operations as of now. Meanwhile, Lahore, Sialkot airports have been closed for the next 48 hours. On Pakistan's side, we are learning of the total blackout being reported in some sectors, POK by the locals. Pakistan administration has cut off the electricity. In the latest development, we have been given to understand that Prime Minister Modi will be chairing a CCS meeting at 11 a.m. and the Indian Army is going to brief media at around 10 a.m. today about Operation Sindoor to give the official information and confirmation of the targeted attack in Pakistan. Muridke in Pakistan's Punjab, which is home to the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and is known as the terror nursery of Pakistan, was one of the target. We are walking you through the significance of these target points chosen by India to retaliate on, why these specific locations were chosen. First up, we told you about Muridke. Like we said, it's the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, is also known as terror nursery. Apart from that, the Hafiz Saeed-led terror outfit is also believed to be behind April 22nd attack in Baisaran near Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, in which 26 innocent lives, most of whom were tourists, were killed. Author Director USIF India and former DG Infantry retired Major General S.B. Asthana and former ADG BSF Dr. P.K. Mishra is back with us on the broadcast. Dr. P.K. Mishra, let me first come to you. We've been given to understand that, the official confirmation and details will be given out by the Army Chief today at around 10 a.m. The Indian Army is going to brief media. Also, the CCS meet is going to happen at around 11 a.m. We are waiting for some big developments coming in from the meeting. But as of now, since you have been there on the ground, what are your sources suggesting you? What information have you picked up with regards to, the exchange at LOC at the moment? We are learning of some tensions escalating over there too.
Yes, I can tell you what has happened yesterday night at 0144 hours. I'm coming to Hindi. हमारे लेडीज को जो सिंदूर उन्होंने मिटा दिए थे, अब वो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर बना हमारे लिए. And this Operation Sindoor is successful. And we Indians are proud of our defense forces. They have taken the revenge of our ladies who lost their husbands at Pahalgam. And we selected the targets. We selected Bahawalpur, 100 kilometers away from LOC, headquarters of Jaish Mohammed, and all the militants and jihadis are trained there. That has been powdered. And total 9 places, 9 exact locations of jihadi training camps, 5 in POK and 4 in Pakistan, they were hit by Indian forces, Indian Air Force and Army. And it is a lesson to Pakistan, and what India has already told the world, that we will take the revenge, we will definitely retaliate as per our date and time to be as suitable to our defense forces. We have done it. And now United Nations Security Council, the way the discussion took place day before yesterday, Pakistan was singled out. Now Pakistan has already started its statements after statements that India has attacked, a lot of civilians were killed. We have brought down 3 Indian Air Force planes. They are all useless, not based on facts. None of our Indian Air Force planes were shut down. Neither any pilot was injured. They were all safe. My salute to our heroes. My salute to our Indian Air Force and Army heroes, those who have done it. It's a combined operation of both Indian Air Force and Army on Pakistan targets. And I can well tell you, the whole night they were pounding by artillery shells on our post in Nowshera, in Kupwara, in Farkia sector, in Kiran, in Uri, in Poonch, and those areas, they were heavily being bombarded by Pakistan. Nothing has happened because our troops were all in bunkers and they gave befitting reply to Pakistan Army. Wherever the firing came, they were totally powdered by our Indian forces who dug into the bunker and they retaliated. Kathua is very tense. More or less all the civilians in the border areas of Jammu, Kathua, Samba, Jammu, Akhnur, and those areas, the civilians, they were provided with bunkers. Now the civilians are taking shelter in bunkers. So as also at Tangdhar and Turegam and Kupwara and also in Uri and Punch sector. I can tell you that Pakistan will definitely try to retaliate. Now the attack may come from Pakistan, It is expected. And if they dare to do so, if they hit any of our defense installations, we have not touched their defense installation. We have touched their jihadi training camps. If they do a mistake by attacking...
Mr. Mishra, Kartikeya here from the studio. You know, the question here is, Mr. Mishra, am I audible to you? Mr. Mishra, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible.
So, Mr. Mishra, my question to you is, how is this operation different from Uri operation in terms of the details which are right now? Are they different in some manner in terms of scope and intensity? Because Uri operations were also directed against the terrorist infrastructure.
Yes, Kartikeyan, good morning. Uri operation, it was by Indian Army, and the surgical strike was conducted by Indian Army, and they crossed the LOC, and Balakot was absolutely by Indian Air Force. They crossed and they bombarded. That was that was planned by Indian Army. Balakot was planned by Indian Air Force. Here this is, and the target, they were only one place. The target was only one place, and it was easy. And of course, we were successful in both the target, taking both the targets one by one. That is one target each in both the cases. Here, the targets are 9, 5 in POK and 4 in Pakistan, well inside Pakistan. See Bahawalpur, it is 100 kilometers from LOC, and our missiles had hit correctly on the target. That is the Jaish Mohammed headquarters at Bahawalpur, where they were training the jihadis, and all the jihadis, they come for meeting there with Hafiz Saeed and all other Lakshmi and all. Their headquarters was at Bahawalpur. That was totally powdered, and of course the local people, they are telling how it was bombarded, where from the missiles came, from which direction. They didn't know it. That means a lot of the whole place has been powdered. And credit goes to our defense personnel. This is the difference, because the intensity of our attack of Sindoor was much more, and it was well inside Pakistan, much inside Pakistan, and we have given them a deception. It was in a deception method. We were in readiness. Pakistan never understood that we can hit at Bahawalpur. I mean, that inside we can penetrate, because they were ready in all aspects. You see, in Karachi port, they have even Turkey warship is guarding Karachi port. What is the same to Pakistan? So this attack, which was planned by Indian Army and Indian Air Force, both, that is absolutely different than Uri surgical strike and Balakot surgical strike. It's a combination of Indian Army and Indian Air Force. And in fact, they have not taken one target, they have taken 9 targets. And all 9, out of that, 4 are in Pakistan. They have penetrated deep into Pakistan. And it is absolutely a successful operation where neither our Indian Air Force planes were targeted, nor any of our pilots they were injured, nor any of our Jawan, they were also injured. Credit goes to our Jawan. So this is the difference.
But Mr. Mishra, you know, what sort of action are we looking at? You know, what sort of action are we looking at? Because, you know, last time when the Balakot happened, in Uri there was no counter attack. Do you think that there would be some sort of a missile attack? Are we looking at response on similar lines which happened between Israel and Tehran? Those were calibrated strikes that took place. Do you think that some sort of a calibrated strike may take place?
Kartikeyan, I am very sure Pakistan will definitely launch a missile attack. They will reply, because they will never sit quiet. They may not be having funds for their food, but they just want action. They just want war. They just want militants to be trained, and the training camps, jihadi training camps, to continue. So I am very sure General Munir to save himself, to save his soul, he will launch few missile attacks on our defense installation, maybe close to the border. But I am very sure our air defense systems are absolutely in readiness. We know which are the targets they may choose. And of course, the time and date, General Munir will decide. But we are very sure which may be their targets. Targets, definitely the attack will come. That will be missile attack. They cannot penetrate, their army cannot penetrate into Indian area. So they will launch either by air force or by missiles they will attack. Definitely there will be 3-4 missile attacks on our defense installations very close to the border. It may be Punjab, it may be Rajasthan, or it may be Kashmir. These are the 3 places where they will be taking the targets. But I can tell you, all these 3 places, our air defense systems are already in position. Will definitely, as Israel was protecting all the missiles coming from...
Mr. Just wait with me, my correspondent, my correspondent Deepak Bharana also joins me. Deepak, tell me what time the press conference is going to start. Is it going to start at 10 a.m. today? The news is coming in.
Good morning, Kartikeya. So yes, by 10 this morning, we will actually hear a detailed version of the press release that came out last night or early this morning at 1:44. Therein, we'll get more details about what exactly happened in the operation and how does the Indian Armed Forces and the Government of India look at the scenario, in the coming days. As of now, as we're aware, 9 targets were hit, and this is unprecedented. We've hit all the targets for Jaish-e-Mohammed, for LET, and for Hizbul Mujahideen. Plus, there have been terror launchpads. But there's one thing critical in this. We must note that all of the targets were targets which were directly linked to Pakistan-based terror. The question is, when the Pakistani retaliation, if and when it comes, the question is, what are they going to target? Are they going to claim, some places in, say, POK, some places from POK to Kashmir? As the previous speaker had said, that there is a very high likelihood that they would want to go after military installations. Plus, there's a very interesting report that's come out already. The Guardian states that some Pakistanis are claiming that 2 Indian jets have been shot down. Now, this is clearly an attempt to save face on part of the Pakistani establishment, because that is the reason deter for their existence. They're taking almost 50% of the budget of the country, saying that they're going to protect Pakistan from India while they've been aggressors all the while. So this is going to be a very difficult time for the Pak establishment, and the world will be watching with bated breath in the coming days.
The bated breath in coming days. Yes, absolutely. The foreign press has reported, but we will go by what the Indian press is reporting. Let me just take you through what is being reported. Now, what is being reported is that we have been able to hit multiple terror targets inside Pakistan. We have been able to hit not only multiple terror targets, we have been able to hit the targets of Hizbul Mujahideen and Lashkar-e-Toiba, both inside Pakistan occupied Kashmir and Pakistan. Now, these are important places that we have hit. Our sources are telling us that we have been able to penetrate the Pakistani airspace. I would say the global community has acknowledged the fact that India has hit places like Bhavalpur. The photographs have come. In the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, we have hit terror targets. Our missiles have hit. It was an integrated special armed operation where all the 3 services were actually involved. This was not a pure play Air Force operation. This was not a pure play Army operation. This was a pure play integrated armed forces operation. That's number 1. Secondly, there is a claim by Pakistan, but it is yet to be verified. India has used missiles. Now, what sort of missiles have been used we'll come to know around 10 a.m. because most of them have to be a guided ammunition system. In the guided ammunition system, you really don't need to pinpoint the locale, which means you don't need laser sightings there. The guided ammunition system means that India has the capacity to carry out night operation. Perhaps this is the first night aerial operation India has undertaken like that. Last time such operations undertaken were during Kargil, we never crossed the line of actual control. And in those, Mirage were used, and from the Indian sides, the mountain tops that were occupied by the Pakistani forces were used. That's one. Secondly, the important issue here is that we have been able to respond within time. Prime Minister had cancelled his 9th of May military day parade in Russia. Subsequently, Rajnath Singh was supposed to be there, and Rajnath Singh also cancelled. It was a very clear indication that the strike would come before 9th or even before 8th, because Prime Minister is travelling to Croatia by 12th. Now the entire issue is, how do we capture our escalatory ladder? The real task here is now to ensure that the escalation ladder is taken care of. How do we take care of escalation ladder? Now, between Tehran and Israel, escalation ladder was taken care by international pressure. Here the escalation ladder needs to be taken care by India only, because no sort of persuasion on Pakistan is going to work, because Pakistan is a proxy of China, and there will be some sort of a response from the Pakistani side. Now we have to wait and see what sort of response will be there. Will it be a missile response on part of Pakistan? Will there be a dogfight response on part of Pakistan? As of now, India has not mobilized any of its corps. India has not mobilized its para forces. The strike corps in Ambala, strike corps in Agra, strike corps in other parts of India have not been mobilized. But the entire northwestern sector has been put on alert. And today is the time. India is also going to hold a massive air exercise. So it means that the massive air exercise which India is holding in the north of, which is northern or the western front of the Indian border, is a preventive measure. That is why NOTAM was issued yesterday. Huge Air Force exercise is going to take place on the border of Rajasthan. It means a NOTAM was a defensive measure that was issued. And for this reason, 244 districts that were identified by the government of India, they have been picked for civil defense exercise. So now things are falling into place. These civil defense exercises are being undertaken not only as a training measure, but these civil defense exercises that are taking place today, which were yesterday known as mock drill, but today have become a serious affair. You know, today these drills are being taken that if there is an attack, this is what you are supposed to do. So it means that the response was decided within the first 24 hours. Things are falling into place. I'm trying to build a sort of a chronology. The attacks took place within a timeline set by the Prime Minister. The attacks took place inside POK in Pakistan. Now the entire focus would be, how do we capture the escalation ladder? Because both have to be done by India. We have avenged the killings of Pahalgam. We have sent a strong message to the terrorists in Pakistan. A strong message has been sent to Munir, the Pakistani Army General. But the biggest challenge for Munir right now is he will have to save his face. And in order to save his face, what sort of a irrational action will he take? Will he deploy military? Will the complete ceasefire suspension will come to an halt, which means that the heavy machine guns and artillery start booming on the LOC sector? Or will Pakistan try to conduct a hot operation inside Indian territory? You see, any hot operation inside Indian territory involving Indian Army will lead to a counter operation. A very important development has taken place in subcontinent. It cannot be taken lightly. It cannot be taken lightly. This is a very important operation that has taken place. This is not a small insertion that has taken place. It's a very important operation that has taken place. Even after Uri, there was no counter-air operation. Even after Balakot, there was a dogfight, and Abhinandan came back. And the reports that are the reports that are coming, it means that all the elements of armed forces were used. All elements of armed forces were used. And if we are saying that all elements of armed forces were used, if Pakistan officials are admitting if they are admitting that the people have died, it means that the terror strikes have taken place deep inside. Now, how will, and the photographs are there. Last time Pakistan challenged what was happening, what happened in Balakot. Pakistan actually challenged the veracity of it, and it's a lesson which India learned very well. This time India has also provided the proof, because proof of the pudding is in eating it. India has not only provided the proof, India has shown that it has the capacity to strike deep inside. It has taken it one leg further. Bahawalpur was just an opening ball. Bahawalpur was just an opening ball. This time, if you look at the visuals, India has struck deep inside. India has struck deep inside Pakistan. Deep inside Pakistan. So it's a very, very challenging thing that has happened now. Now, Mr. Mishra, my question to you is, what sort of a counter strike are we expecting from Pakistan? What sort of a counter strike are we expecting from Pakistan, keeping in mind no time is an operation? Keeping in mind entire western border has been put on alert, keeping in mind the mock drills are taking place.
Yes, Karthikeyan, you have clearly briefed. Earlier it was mock drill in 295 districts. Now it will be absolutely a civil defense exercise. How to protect yourself from missile attack and how to protect yourself from air bombardment. And we have to be very serious, and the way government has instructed, we have to adhere to these instructions. But what your question is, after we have hit well inside Pakistan, much deeper in Pakistan, and given a befitting reply and hitting only the jihadi training centers, and where in fact the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish Muhammad at Bahawalpur, General Munir, in fact he has to save his face. Of course his family, Bhutto's family and Sahaba's family, they have all left Pakistan, they know. But definitely General Munir will plan to retaliate, and Pakistan will retaliate very soon. My prediction will be, I am telling you, they cannot venture to have an operation, army operation to come like in Sakargarh they planned in Rajasthan border in the Sakargarh in 1971. Of course, their tanks are there. A lot of tank units, one division of tanks, they are there at in opposite side of Sakargarh. That has been confirmed also. But it is very difficult for army to push into India, because in the deployment of Indian Army and Air Force, that has been done just after the Pahalgam attack, and we have told also today the air exercise is being carried on by Sukhoi and Mirage and Rafale and most of the aircrafts all in Pakistan border, that's in Rajasthan, Punjab and Kashmir also. So it will be definitely a missile attack and Air Force penetration. These two are possible, but I am very sure penetration by Pakistan Army, who are just 1/3 of India, and their weapons and ammunitions, they can last only 5 to 6 days. They cannot venture to do it because if they penetrate into Indian territory, maybe in a deep or core strength, it will be difficult for them to withdraw. All of them will be wiped out.
Okay, Mr. Mishra, Air Marshal Dipendu Chaudhary also joins us, former commandant of the Indian National Defence College. Will be joining us very soon, because I'm being told that Dipendu Chaudhary, Air Marshal Dipendu Chaudhary, will be speaking about the Air Force aspect of the strike that took place. Now, before I go to Dipendu Chaudhary, let me put certain things on table. All flights have been cancelled from Srinagar. Entire western sector has been put on alert. When we talk about western sector is Rajasthan. The northern sector is Kashmir. The northern sector is line of control with little bit of international border, which is Arispura, Samba sector in Jammu. Then in the Rajasthan sector, we have the international boundary. There is going to be a full-fledged briefing. There will be a counter briefing also. There will be a counter briefing also. That counter briefing will also take place. Most important of all, let me tell you, Muzaffarnagar, Kotli, and many other areas have been hit. We have actually hit Punjab province. That's the most important part. Let us be very careful in evaluating what we are saying. We are saying that we have hit areas like Muridke and Bhavalpur. Now, when we talk about Muridke and Bhavalpur, we are showing first of all the entire Kashmir, and this line we are showing the line of control where the armed forces are occupied, so you have an idea where illegally Pakistanis are occupying our Kashmir. Now these are the target points. These are the target points. These are the target points. Most important of all, these target points are in Punjab. Now, if we look at these target points, we have actually hit inside Punjab. There is a threshold breach that has taken place. The threshold breach is that we are not only hitting inside Pakistan occupied Kashmir, we are hitting inside Pakistan.
100
now
kilometers inside at
Bhavalpur is Punjab, Muridke is Punjab, Chak Amru is Punjab, Sialkot is POK, Bhimber is POK, Gulpur is POK, Kotli is POK, Muzaffarabad is POK. These are all POKs. These are all POKs. Now, when we talk about POKs, we are talking about Pakistan occupied Kashmir. But when we talk about Punjab, we are talking about Pakistan. So India has breached that line. India is hitting Pakistan.
Absolutely, and some breaking news have also come in here at News9 Kartikeya. We have learnt that Pakistan has declared an air emergency at major of the airports. Airports in Islamabad, Karachi, Lahore, Multan, Faisalabad, Skardu and Peshawar have been placed on high alert. We have also been given to understand that, Prime Minister Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif is going to convene an urgent meeting of the National Security Committee today at 10 a.m. So the counter measures that you've been speaking about, the counter press conference that you've been speaking about, the announcement of it is already here. Pakistan is up in arms. They have woken up late. They were taken by surprise because India was only talking about the mock drills that you already mentioned. But look at what happened at 1:44 a.m. We have shown the map to all of our viewers, the target points, how India has categorically mentioned the precision attack that we have done. Remember, India has always been the one to retaliate. India this time around has also reiterated to the point that we have only and only targeted the terror infrastructure. The target were not the civilians, it was only and only the terror infrastructure. Kartikeya, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you look at these, if you look at the map, it's Muzaffarabad, it's Kotli, it's Gulpur, it's Bhimber, it's Sialkot, it's Chak Amru, it's Muridke. Now what I'm trying to tell you is that this is Pakistan. This is Pakistan. Bhavalpur is Pakistan. We are talking about Pakistan. This is Pakistan. Muridke is Pakistan. We have actually hit 3 targets inside Pakistan. So this is Pakistan. We are talking about Pakistan. Absolutely. Muridke is Pakistan. Absolutely. Chak Amru is Pakistan. Sialkot is POK. Bhimber is POK. Gulpur is POK. Kotli is POK. Muzaffarabad is POK. So what we have done is we have hit deep inside Pakistan. We have actually hit deep inside all the terror infrastructure. So there is going to be some sort of a reciprocal action. It's not as if the reciprocal action is not going to take place. A strong reciprocal action is going to take place. A strong reciprocal action will take place, and in this reciprocal action, we will see the entire sector being prepared. Because Pakistan is a rogue state. We have to understand. India needs to be prepared. Pakistan is a rogue state. Pakistani army is wedded to its own self-interest. Pakistani army has no self-interest outside its own survival. It's like a state. It's not like a professional Indian army. It's a business army. It's a commercial army. It's a landowner's army. It's a business army. Unlike Indian army, which is a professional army. That is why the NOTAM was issued for the entire western sector. There is a NOTAM that has been issued for the entire western sector. An Air Force exercise is going to take place on 7th and 8th, which is today and tomorrow. Why this exercise is taking place for today and tomorrow? For simple reason. This exercise is taking place for today and tomorrow to thwart any Pakistani attack, because this is called escalation ladder. How do you maintain the escalation? Because response, and there is going to be a counter response. How do we manage the response? Now, a lot of things will come into picture. There will be a global pressure on the communities. Pakistan will argue we need to show something to our people. So that is why India is mentally prepared. Our armed forces are prepared. Now it depends how this matrix is going to play out in long run. What sort of a Pakistani response is going to be there? Is it going to be an armed response, like a surgical strike? Are they going to plan a surgical strike? Is Pakistan going to go for a air strike, or is Pakistan going to go for some sort of a combined strike? Because a sort of a deterrence we have put in place on our border. We are expecting some sort of a answer. Even during Balakot, there was a dogfight that took place. We don't know what sort of planes, what sort of loitering ammunition, what sort of gig was deployed by the Indian Armed Forces. But India has taught a lesson to Pakistan. One, India has said no strategic restraint. We will respond to every terror attack. Three, Pakistan knows that this time it's going to be very, very serious, because India has not only stopped at one place. One place was hit. Number of terror operations around the border were taken. This time from Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimbar, Sialkot, Chak Amru, Murid Ke, Bahawalpur, we have actually hit deep inside Pakistan. Deep inside Pakistan. These are the terror targets we have hit inside Pakistan.
Absolutely.
These are the terror targets we have hit inside Pakistan. Mr. Mishra, hitting at Bahawalpur and Murid Ke, would Pakistan have expected that we would hit deep inside Punjab? It's as good as hitting near Karachi.
Yes, Karthikeyan, a nice question you have asked. Pakistan has admitted, even Pakistan people also, they have shown the video coverage of Bahawalpur where the missile has landed and it was totally run, it was powdered, the camp at Bahawalpur. So we did hit Bahawalpur and Murid Ke, and well inside Pakistan. Pakistan has agreed, they know it that we did hit at Bahawalpur and Murid Ke, and it's 9 places. At Murid Ke there are 2 places where we did hit. So 4 places inside Pakistan and 5 in POK. 9 places we did hit. 2 places in Murid Ke, Bahawalpur and Chakamru. These 4 were there, and Sialkot is the main target. Why we did hit Sialkot? Because Sialkot, the armored division of Pakistan, they were concentrated there, because Sialkot is just opposite Sialkot is our Jammu National Highway, and from the LOC, Jammu National Highway is only 6 to 7 kilometers, and that is how they planned for now. Whatever reaction will be there, the response will be there from Pakistan. I expect that the response may come opposite to Sialkot, that is opposite to Kathua, opposite to Jammu, opposite to Samba and those areas, because of the concentration of armed strength of Pakistan Army at Sialkot. That is how Sialkot training camp was attacked, and Pakistan Army, particularly General Munir, will not keep quiet. He will definitely launch an attack. Definitely, as you are telling, we have to introspect what type of attack it will be. Whether it will be
absolutely, Mr. Mishra, there are a couple of things I want to make it very clear. Indian armed forces are very clearly saying that our actions have been focused, measured and non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets and methods of execution. That's number one. That has been told to us. Secondly, now when we talk about cities, let me tell you one thing. Bahawalpur 100 km inside Pakistan, Murid Ke 30 km inside Pakistan, Gulpur 35 km, Sawai camp 30 km, Bilal camp. The distance is not specified. Kotli 15 kilometers in POK, Barnala 10 kilometer in POK, Sarjanal 8 kilometer into POK, Memura camp 15 kilometer into POK. Muridke is in Punjab, home to headquarter of the Lashkar-e-Toiba terror nursery. Hafiz Saeed's terror outfit is believed to be behind April 22nd attack in Baisaran near Jammu, where 26 people were killed. Bahawalpur is the 12th largest city in Pakistan, is the home of Jaish-e-Mohammed, located 400 kilometers from Lahore. It hosts the group's operational base at Jama Masjid Subhanallah complex, also known as Usman Ali complex. So this is what we are getting.
In fact, Karthik,
Dipendra Chaudhary, Air Marshal Dipendra Chaudhary joins me. Thank you so much, sir, for joining me. Sir, my question to you is, what do you make out at the onset of the operation that India has conducted inside Pakistan? Can you just take us through what do you make of it?
Thank you, Karthike, and I think let me say it's a very good morning indeed. And this is something which I had mentioned earlier, that the Indian security apparatus, the leadership, the military, they've not been sleeping. They're professionals, thorough professionals who have been at work very quietly and silently. And this response is exactly what India is all about: measured, cool, calm, collected, and where it hurts. And this is something we have been sort of expecting, especially kind of maturity we have shown in our approach to this whole, I will say, dastardly affair of this Pahalgam attack. And I think it's an extremely measured and well intended response. Most certainly, it has shaken Pakistan up. And it's not that they wouldn't have been expecting probably a similar kind of a response. They were prepared, but I think in all the sort of obfuscation and the kind of the narrative they have been spilling out over the last few days, it has taken them by shock. I think their information war and their narrative building is already on overdrive. They're probably buying time to get a sense of things and how to react.
Okay, so second question before we play out a couple of bites, sir. What sort of a response India should expect from Pakistan in context of the escalatory ladder, sir?
Karthika, it's a little dangerous game to just do a speculation, because a lot of real world things are interconnected to this. But most certainly, I think Pakistan will be probably committed to response in a certain manner. They have already said that they will, they will act on their own time of choosing. But that's the standard excuse. It's the question of they're buying time to respond to I would say reassess the whole situation and work out their responses. But it will be, I think, make enormous sense for them to get a sense of understanding of how the whole chain of events which they initiated is spilling out. So I think we'll have to wait and watch and see what sort of unfolds along the way.
Touched upon that this time India has retaliated. Last time around we were questioned about providing the proof. This time we have given them the proof, and not only us, in fact the Pakistani civilians have been providing all the information and all the proofs on their social media handles. In fact, we have got one such reaction coming in from Bahawalpur itself. Let's play out that video that we have received of a Pakistani civilian.
इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पर भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
In fact, not only that, we are now bringing you an exclusive report from Jangar village in the Naushera sector located right along the line of control. Heavy shelling was reported in this area through the night, forcing residents to in fact take shelter in bunkers. Even now, intermittent firing continues, keeping the situation on it. Some villagers are still inside bunkers waiting for a complete ceasefire before they step out. So let's take a look at that report that has come in.
तरीके से लोग जो है वो अपनी जान बचाने के लिए इन बंकरों का इस्तेमाल जो है वो करते हैं। अभी भी जो रुक रुक कर फायरिंग है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से की जा रही है। आप छोटे बच्चे देख सकते हैं, बुजुर्ग देख सकते हैं, उनके साथ साथ जो यहाँ पर नौजवान हैं उनको देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान लगातार सीज फायर का उल्लंघन कर रहा है। पहलगाम आतंकी हमले का बदला भारत ने ले लिया है और पूरी तरीके से पीओके और साथ में पाकिस्तान में आतंकियों के जो लॉन्च पैड्स है, ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स है, उन पर स्ट्राइक की गई है। कुछ गांव वाले भी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करेंगे। कितनी ज़बरदस्त फायरिंग रही?
सर रात को लगभग 1:30 बजे के करीब बहुत हैवी शेलिंग हुई यहाँ पे। हमने पूरी रात बंकर में निकाली है।
पूरी रात बंकर में?
हाँ, 1:30 बजे के बाद सुबह तक बंकर में थे। तो अभी भी रुक रुक के फायरिंग हो रही है।
अभी भी हो रही है फायरिंग?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, रुक रुक के हो रही है। अभी
डर का माहौल है?
डर का माहौल है सर, खेत में जा नहीं सकते हैं।
इस बात की खुशी है कि भारत ने अपना बदला लिया?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बहुत खुशी है हमें जो भारत ने अपना बदला लिया है स्थायी बंधु का।
कितने खुश हैं आप लोग इस बात से कि भारत ने अपना बदला ले लिया?
क्योंकि जो ये काम शुरू से हमारे चल रहा है उसका बदला लिया, कुछ शांति हो जाएगी।
लग रहा आपको?
अब कुछ शांति हो जाएगी। जो 9 ठिकाने तबाह
में आग लगी हुई थी, पूरी इंडिया में स्थायी बंदूक की बदले की आग लगी हुई थी, जो ले लिया। अभी थोड़ी शांति होगी।
लेकिन अब बॉर्डर पे जो पाकिस्तान जो सीज फायर का उल्लंघन कर रहा है उसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे?
सर ये तो होता ही रहता है तकरीबन। हमने जब से होश संभाली है ये तो फायर तो चलता ही रहता है, इतना नहीं है।
उसके लिए आप तैयार हैं?
तैयार है, हमें कोई डरने की कोई बात नहीं।
इसी बंकरों में रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरी तरीके से यहाँ के जो लोग हैं वो साफ तौर पे भारतीय सेना के साथ खड़े हुए हैं। लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के इलाके में सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया जा रहा है। भारतीय सेना पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है।
Let's also talk about international support, Kartikeya, because yesterday we broke this news for our viewers here at News9 that Marco Rubio has come out in India's support. But today in the morning, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval briefed his US counterpart and also Secretary of State Marco Rubio about the strikes conducted by India in retaliation to the horrific killings of innocent civilians in Pahalgam on April 22nd. But apart from that, US President Donald Trump has responded to the developments, stating that the US already had anticipated such kind of an action from India's side and hope that it ends very quickly. But let me also highlight that he has called it shameful, Kartikeya. Let me first listen to what exactly Donald Trump has said and let's discuss this further. What is exactly US's position amidst all of that?
Okay. Shame, we just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Okay. Okay, very soon, you know, we'll be joined by a guest. Very soon we'll be joined by a panel of guests. You know, Mr. Mishra continues to be with me. Air Marshal Dipandu Chaudhary continues to be with me. Deepak, in another 2 hours we will have the press conference. In this press conference, India will get a detailed summary of the action that we have taken against Pakistan.
Yes, Kartikeya, we'll get to know the exact particulars, what missiles were used, what personnel were used. As of now, we've got a brief, press release that came out, but the key details about what planning went into it, how the whole process was done, what are the expectations and objectives, and what do they see in the days coming forward. So a lot of questions are going to be answered, and plus there's also a counter conference that is going to happen almost exactly at the same time, or give or take a few minutes. So the next few hours are going to be critical for us. We're going to learn a lot more about how the escalation matrix is going to be handled and how both the countries are going to look at the developments ahead.
American State Department has reacted to it. American State Department has reacted to it. Marco Rubio has spoken to the National Security Advisor of India. Marco Rubio has also spoken to the National Security Advisor of Pakistan. The air operations have been suspended in Chandigarh and in Amritsar International Airport till 12 p.m. Both airports are closed. The Punjab government specifically has closed schools. They have closed schools in Amritsar, Gurdaspur, Pathankot, Fazilka and Firozpur. And the instructions have been given that schools should be opened after further instructions are released from the government of India. So, sir, Mr. Chaudhary, there's an air operation that is also going to take place from the Indian side. Yesterday people thought that it's going to be part of the mock drill. Now we understand it was not part of a mock drill. It's part of a defensive measure. The entire sector would be abuzz with the Indian Air Force, sir.
Absolutely. Air operations are, in fact, any operations, Karthik, you'll appreciate, needs to be under very close classified confines because you don't want to let your hand out. And I think what we have displayed with this attack is an enormous professionalism of the armed forces to be able to coordinate everything together, do it in a measured manner, and yet stay within the escalatory restraint. And so the targeting has been very specific, very clear. And right now, I think all the details will come out in the press conference, and we'll get to know more and more how the whole attack was coordinated and executed. But what we must bear in mind that this is just the beginning of a game which is expected to continue, because this is something which was probably anticipated, and that is why probably the US President's response has been very clear that yes, India has, I think, long crossed the Rubicon of being a soft state, and we will no longer going to be sitting down and taking it anymore. And this is a classic display.
Absolutely, 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 absolutely. But the larger issue, Mr. Mishra, here is how do we contain a counter strike? India has responded. There was a dogfight that took place, after a first response in Balakot. My question to you, sir, is it's going to be of a larger nature this time? What sort of a response should India expect from Pakistan? So there is no doubt that India has the capacity to absorb, withhold and respond again. So there is no question of that. But what sort of a escalation ladder are we looking at, sir?
Karthikeyan, I can well tell that the response, Pakistan's response will definitely come. As we know, Pakistan's army and Pakistan Air Force, General Munir, who was head of ISI earlier, and he will definitely plan, he will definitely keep his target, and response will come by air, by missile and air attack. I am very sure the response may not be by Pakistan army, because if they do it at any place, whether it will be Rajasthan or Punjab or that way Kashmir, it will be a suicidal effect for Pakistan army. Pakistan army cannot venture to again attack India or penetrate into India in Sakargad area or whatever may be. But I am very sure the response will be by air, definitely, and by missile. And in fact, counter response, India has already thought about this. Before attacking all these 9 jihadi training camp places, definitely India knows, in defense forces, they know Pakistan will respond, and our reaction to it are already ready, as our missile detection system, air defense systems, they are already in position in border areas, whether it is Punjab, Rajasthan or Kashmir. And most of the airfields now, as far as civil airfields are concerned in the border, they are all closed, and mostly Air Force has taken it over. And you see the Air Force exercise is going on today and tomorrow in whole of north and west of India. They are covering all these 3 states, because they are keeping them in readiness because of any missile attack or Air Force, Pakistan Air Force penetration to Indian territory. They have to be guarded. And I am very sure, as you are showing at Nagaon, how Pakistan forces, Pakistan army has pounded those areas in it's not only in Nagaon. They have fired by mortars. They are using mortar shells. I came to know in Kupwara border also, and also in Kathua border. So most of the civilians, they have already gone into the bunkers. So far, there are no casualties, but we have to wait for the response from Pakistan Army or Pakistan Air Force. I am very sure Pakistan Navy will never venture, because Pakistan Navy, if he wants to come, they have to come with the Turkey's Navy, and Turkey will never do that. They are only covering Karachi port, but they will never come for an attack against India. That will be suicidal for Turkey. I am very sure it's only Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan Army with missiles. They will come for a response, and the response will come very soon, within 48 hours. I am very sure Pakistan will retaliate, but our air defense systems are pretty well, and they are in readiness. We got S-400, and so many air defense systems are available, and they are already deployed the last so many days. It's not that we are not ready. We want that Pakistan should respond so that we can fit them, we can reply to them, because we have not touched any defense installation. We have touched only the jihadi training camps of Jais Muhammad, Hizbul Mujahideen, and Lashkar-e-Toiba, and nowhere else. And they know it also pretty well. The whole world has come to know where India has hit in Pakistan. But they know it that we have gone to Bahawalpur, and if they venture it again, whether by air or by missiles, the response, the counter response will be very heavy from Indian side, and Pakistan will suffer. I am very sure we are ready to give a befitting reply again to Pakistan. Whether it is Punjab or Rajasthan, I am very sure Rajasthan border also they have concentrated their army opposite to us because of the deployment there. I come to know all these things. In Kathua border, I come to know all the informations in Kathua border opposite to Sialkot. I told you Sialkot, the armored division of Pakistan, they have concentrated at Sialkot because there was a big training camp, jihadi training camp at Sialkot. Of course, we did hit the Sialkot jihadi training camp, not their army installation, and that was also powdered. So I'm very sure the response will be from either Sialkot or somewhere from Muzaffarabad and Kel. The response may come, and we are ready for that, and our air defense systems will definitely take on their missiles in every way.
Absolutely, sir, absolutely. A very solid response has been given by the Indian side to the Pakistanis. India is well prepared in context of the counter attack which the Pakistan may launch. But let me tell you very, very clearly that these counter attacks or the escalatory ladder which I am talking about is be very, very well calibrated. There have been no huge movement of armed forces on the border. There is no huge movement or mobilization that has taken place which happened in 1971. So whatever will happen in a calibrated way. India has made it very clear that it has not attacked any military installation of Pakistan. Absolutely. Which means that there may be attacks on the civilian places, one. Secondly, there may be attack on the targets which we say are non-military targets. That can also happen. And secondly, India shares a long border with Pakistan, right from Kashmir to Sir Creek area. It's a long area that needs to be defended. So the defense is not an issue. The issue is if there's a missile strike, if there's an air force strike, if there's a bombing that takes place, if there's a military installation that gets hit, then the Pakistan will be paid in the same coin. And let me tell you, India is hit at the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. And the breaking news is that Jaishankar has responded. Indian Foreign Minister Jaishankar has lauded the Operation Sindoor. The name has also been chosen, Operation Sindoor. I mean to say, words are not chosen just like that. The words are not chosen just like that. So Jaishankar has lauded Operation Sindoor. He said that there should be zero tolerance towards terrorism. And in this zero tolerance towards terrorism, 9 targets have been taken care of by India. And these 9 targets are Markaz Subhanallah Bhavalpur, Markaz Taiba Murid Ke, Sarjal Tehran Kala, Mehmuna Zoya Facility Sialkot, Markaz Ahle Hadith Barnala Bhimbar, and Markaz Abbas Kotli, Maskar Rahil Shahid located in Kotli district, Shawai Nala in Muzaffarabad, and Markaz Saida Bilal. We have actually hit number of terror spots, and we have hit Punjab this time. Last time we have hit Balakot, and the message was we will hit inside Pakistan. The message is that we have hit inside Pakistan again. It's time for a short break. Our continuous coverage on the terror strikes against Pakistan will continue. Continue to be with us on News 9, because we will continue to break down the news for you, and wait for the big press conference at 10 p.m. and there's a NOTAM that has been issued. There's a huge Air Force exercise that is going to take place. India is ready for any action which Pakistan takes place, but if it does, then there is going to be a counter reaction from the Indian side as well.
I need expert performance. I need my carrier.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every scene, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
Every brand tells a story, and they are the storytellers, the Sutradhars. They present a brand with band, baja and barat to you. They are the Brandwalas.
Light, camera and action. Kick back, relax, grab your favorite snack, because News 9 is here with your weekend dose of entertainment. It's time to take a deeper dive into the buzzworthy happenings of the entertainment world. From celebrity gossips to exclusive conversations, from nostalgic moments to News 9's pick of the week, don't worry, we've got you covered here. And I hope you've grabbed your popcorn by now, because News 9's page 3 is here to serve you everything that we call entertainment. So do stay tuned every Saturday and Sunday, 2:30 p.m.
In a huge setback for bike taxi services in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu races ahead with 9.69% growth rate, India's fastest growing state this year. Good for Tamil Nadu. You may not be directly involved with what your son or daughter does, but your influence does well. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every scene, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9. English news as it should be.
All right, welcome back. Thanks very much for tuning into News 9. I'm Nabila Jamal, Karthikeya right here with me as we break down The attack that India has carried out, a missile attack, a targeted one, a calibrated one at terror hideouts, 9 targets in Pakistan in the dead of the night. This was India's way of avenging the innocent civilian deaths. 26 lives that were lost in Pahalgam. Barely 2 weeks later, India has responded and in full measure. Kartikeya, what happened in the dead of the night? We saw multiple explosions that went off in parts of Pakistan. Bahawalpur was one of the worst hit along with POK region.
What India has done is that India has actually targeted not only Pakistan occupied Kashmir, India targeted Pakistan itself. And when we say that they have targeted Pakistan, they have targeted Muridke, they have targeted Bahawalpur, they have targeted city as far up north in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, which is Muzaffarabad. Now, when we talk about the scope and the breadth of the operation, it was carried out in the dead of the night. I think it was a tri-service. I think it was an integrated service operation. It was not like Uri where the special forces were involved. It was not like Balakot where was a missile strike and then the dogfight took place. It was an integrated strike that has taken place deep inside Pakistan. And I think it is for this reason Prime Minister had decided early on that he will not go to Russia to attend the Victory Day parade. And subsequently Rajnath Singh also cancelled his parade. Prime Minister's itinerary on 12th for Croatia stands intact as of now. Yeah. But his itinerary got cancelled for the 9th. So that was the first indication that there is a time that the Prime Minister has set. The second most important thing to understand is that today not only 244 districts, which yesterday was being called mock drill, will actually be undergoing a war drill today. Yeah. Secondly, there's a NOTAM that has been issued. Now the NOTAM has been issued for the northwestern border of Rajasthan. NOTAM yesterday was thought to be some sort of a military exercise for Air Force as a deterrence. Now this NOTAM is actually an aggressive exercise for Pakistan not to cross the border. Now the issue is how long Pakistan will take to rise on the escalatory ladder. I am joined by Lieutenant General Rameshwar Yadav, former DG Infantry, Lieutenant General Rajiv Chopra, former DG NCC, Air Marshal Dipendu Chaudhary continues to be with me, Dr. P.K. Mishra continues to be with me. General Chopra, my question to you is, what sort of a strike is this? One. And secondly, after Balakot, what sort of a response should India expect from Pakistan? And how are we prepared for that, sir? Because now this is a deep strike that we have done.
Yeah, good morning, viewers. No, it's an extremely well-coordinated, multi-pronged, multi-directional strikes only on the Pakistan terrorist infrastructure and hubs, and not on any military targets or civilian targets. That is a message we want to convey, that these strikes are particularly targeted at the terrorist hubs and infrastructure, the launch pads from where the terrorist work is going on in India. And we want to send the message that not only we can have a joint services operation both near and deep into Pakistan. You are aware that the targets were struck as deep as 200 kilometers using precision weapons, not crossing the LOC, and the loitering ammunition. And it's a political resolve and the military preparedness we have shown, and we have shown them that we'll control the escalated ladder, if any. We advise them not to escalate the strikes anymore.
Okay. Well, I do want to ask, as we've seen reports now, we're waiting for a formal confirmation or press conference that's due to begin. In fact,
it's been announced. It's going to take place at 10. Yes. It's going to take place at 10 a.m. today. Yeah. And it's going to be.
Those are images.
And those are the images. Yes.
Setup has already been made. It's already so the big announcement will come on how this attack was carried out. But if I could ask General Chopra, your take on how this was a calibrated effort from the tri-service. It was the Indian Army, it was the Indian Navy and the Indian military, coming together as one unit to strike. Now, we're not too sure. We know that this was aerial strikes. It was missiles that were fired. We're not too sure if there were ground operations that were carried out and at what targets. And we're not too sure if how and when the Navy has carried out their offense. You could probably break it down for us on how 3 teams coming together have managed this strike.
See, though the situation is not very clear, but it's very clear it is a joint operation by the Army, the Air Force and the Navy using the assets of all the 3 services. both close and far off into the terrorist infrastructure, because we have used possibly the loitering ammunition and the standoff attack by the Air Force missiles which can strike the enemy deep into the Pakistan territory. They were calibrated, multi-pronged, multi-directional, and with very minimal collateral damage, as we are aware now. At 10 a.m., as the Defense Ministry will release a press release, we'll come to know about more of the operation. But at the same time, we expect the Pakistanis not to retaliate, because it's not against the military or the civil infrastructure, is purely targeted at the terrorist infrastructure. Though we are hearing the news, the LCS got activated from small arms to the RT duels, but we are on the top of the escalating battle.
Okay, General Yadav also joins me. General Yadav, good morning. It's indeed a very good morning, sir. Your opening comments on the attack that has taken place inside Pakistan, sir. Your opening comments, sir.
Firstly, Jai Hind and Bharat Mata Ki Jai. And today is a day what we were waiting for actually. And it is a proud moment for all Indians. Now my reaction to what has happened last night, rather this early in the morning, you see, looking at the targets that we have engaged, none of them are military targets nor civilian targets. These are very precision targets for the terror camps that they have. Bawalpur and Murid, these are Jaish-e-Mohammed and LET headquarters and their training areas. And besides that, the 7 targets have been taken on in Jammu and Kashmir. 5 of them are opposite in Jammu sector and 2 of them opposite Valley sector. So these are very precise movements. So, but what is the bigger picture? Bigger picture is that India has achieved something which is really astonishing. You see, by selecting these kind of targets, so now the onus of escalation of this war lies with Pakistan, and if they do so, they'll be doomed. That is number 1 point. Now, India has ensured the sensitivities of international community not to escalate the war and start a regional war. They have taken care of it. So, no one is interested in the world that terrorism should spread, and wherein the Pakistan is the hub center of terrorism. So, everybody is along with us, and they are on board with us in this strike that they have done. It is kind of we have laid a strategic trap and ambush for Pakistan. We are waiting for him, what kind of action they are going to take. And in case they target, we do not have any terrorist camp. So as a result, in case they intrude the LC or the IB, the targets are going to be military or civilian. If that happens, it will go against Pakistan in a major way. So they have very little options left.
General Yadav, sorry, I'm interrupting you, because Pakistan has this habit of deploying bat teams against Indian army. You know, I should remind people that the brutality these bat teams have committed inside and the headhunting they have done, you know, the sort of brutality, no following of the international norms. And even in this Pahalgam attack, sir, you know, the SSG commandos were deployed.
No. I'll tell you about the bat teams. It is a sub tactical level thing. So 2-3 boys, they come and do damage to our boys. And we have also done similar kind of a thing. So nothing much to, we should not read into the bat action. This is a normal kind of a operation on the LC that we all know. But what we are looking at, that Pakistan firing missiles or any air intrusion that they do, and that will be an act of war. And if that happens, Pakistan will be doomed. You see, what we have tried to convey a message by this precision strike is that we can hit you anytime, anywhere. Now, this could be your military target, it could be your headquarters, and it can also be individuals. So, a kind of a message that has gone, and is a very sinister message. And at the same time, we have all the cards close to our heart as of now. And this is the time, in my personal opinion, the strategy of 1,000 cut, what Pakistan has been saying, now by cumulative effect of economic, political, now military overtures, the strategy of 1,000 cuts against Pakistan by India starts now onwards.
You know, I'd like to bring in Air Marshal Diptendu. Sir, your take on Pakistan calling this an act of war. In fact, a formal statement that's coming from Pakistan's Prime Minister who says that this is unprovoked, blatant act of war where Indian Air Force has targeted civilians and this is a violation of India's sovereignty, using standoff weapons, targeting civilian populations across international borders. These are strong words that Pakistan has used, of course, posturing internationally as well. It will now try to lap up all the sympathy it can possibly get from across the world. They're hoping so, but we know very well what happened in the UNSC. They were snubbed and put in their place, some tough questions asked of Pakistan. And I bet they weren't able to answer every one of them, because they've admitted on many levels that they have harbored terrorism in the past, and that's come to bite them now. That said, it's an admission of guilt, and now they're facing it. Could you tell us, how has India committed an act of war in their eyes? Have we really violated?
You know, it's funny, they're calling it an act of war. When Uri and Balakot happened, and there were individual incidents, took place. And that was the time we went across and we struck them. And we have always been very discerning, clear on what we hit. India, if anything, understands the value of its civilians and its citizens, unlike a neighbor. And so we were very clear in our strikes in the past. It is just that this time, the message is much stronger. It's a much more well-coordinated action where we have very specifically targeted terrorist infrastructure. And that is loud and clear. Obviously, Pakistan will now try to bring in a lot of collateral into this to try and, the media must be, an information war must be an overdrive, that how we would have hit schools and things like that. This is just the beginning. And but we are very clear on what we have hit. And I think even they are clear. But now, I think the Pakistan military and especially their Air Force, do remember, even in Balakot and even in this time around, we have actually carried out strikes deep inside without right under the noses. So it's not that the Pakistani Air Force is going to be on huge alert. It's been on alert for a long time, and the Pakistan military and this Air Force will be hard pressed to respond in some sort of a manner. But now the ante is very clear. It's on them. We have been very clear. We have been clinical. We have been, ensured avoiding collateral, and it's classically terrorist targets. And that is loud and clear message. I think internationally it's known, and the kind of state we are, our credibility. Vis-a-vis, you take Pakistan. I think let's see how things fold out.
I do want to tell our viewers that some of the civilian videos, we will play that out for you subsequently, but some civilian testimony is there of who witnessed what happened, say that Pakistan army wasn't even present. They weren't on alert. If they knew very well, their defense minister went about interview after interview to national television platforms or media channels saying that India is going to strike any time now. If they knew very well, if their intel reports were strong enough, then they weren't prepared enough. And this wasn't as if India gave them a surprise. India has announced mock drills, which now, like Kartikeya said, turns into real war drills. In fact, India has been carrying out anti-terror operations ever since Pahalgam happened.
I think the biggest indication, anyone who has served in the armed forces or has covered army, when the Prime Minister cancelled his visit, when Rajnath Singh cancelled his visit, and subsequently the other itinerary was not cancelled. The itinerary for the 12th of May is not cancelled. The itinerary for the 9th is cancelled, and then the simultaneous preparation started taking place. That these 244 districts were actually identified in an exercise in 2010, and subsequently every second year these itineraries were updated, because you just don't go and announce a mock drill and say, well, these 244 districts will do it in the next 48 hours. You need infrastructure, you need people, you need designated school, you need volunteers to do that, because not only you do it, but you demonstrate it to other people, which people watch it on their mobile phones. So it's a very different thing. People would understand that it's not 1971 where you only require sirens to be aware of the fact that there is a fight that is going to take place. You have mobile phones today. You have cellular data today. There are other ways in which people can be informed to take shelter. Yeah. The Ukraine war or the tension in the Taiwan Strait or the Gaza operations of Israel has actually reshaped the way we look at war. AI is very powerfully used. We have loitering ammunition that is being used. The drones are in operation. So the battlefield has changed for India completely. Yeah. It is not 1965, it is not 1971, because what we have done tonight we have actually also demonstrated our technology aspect also. It's not like 1971. Today the war is fought on technology. For example, Israel was picking 150 targets every day to hit Gaza. Why? Because they were using AI. 10 years ago, they were only picking 3 targets to hit Gaza when the early war had taken place during their occupation of Lebanon, because they were dependent on humans. Now the tech part has become so strong, enabled with AI, that you can just pick up the targets. Now, right now, what is important is that, and this is to all our viewers, we are playing deferred visuals, one, as per the guidelines of the government. No operational information is being shared with our viewers, because India is in state of preparedness for any response. Third, we are ensuring no information, disinformation, especially from the side of the Pakistan, makes it on Indian air, because Pakistan is indulging in a mass misinformation campaign, because they are claiming things which are not true. They have given quotes to international dailies like New York Times and Guardian. Third, we are making sure that we will go by the official release of the government of India. So our discussion, our conversation with me, both and Nabila, might sound bland to you, but it is correct. It might sound bland to you, but we will not give in to the Pakistani propaganda. It might be simple, but we will not go wrong. We will not misinform. We will not be used. We will stay united. And our purpose is to ensure that through our conversation and this special program with me and Nabila, the mood of the nation remains high, and our respects to the Indian Armed Forces.
But I should say, Jai Hind. I should say this by no means is a simple attack. I think this is the first military offensive that we've seen India carrying out against Pakistan in recent history, to this extent where they've targeted areas openly. It's not, I can't quite call it a surgical strike. In fact, I'm no one to term it. Air Marshal, would you like to step in, or Dr. P.K. Mishra, would you like to say what exactly is this strike? Is it a surgical strike or a direct upfront attack?
Yeah,
No, sorry.
Yeah, P.K. Mishra, please go on, sir.
It is an integrated attack. You see the Uri surgical strike. That was planned more or less by Indian Army. Come to Balakot, and there was only one target. Come to Balakot, one target, planned by Indian Air Force. Here you see, the planning was by Indian Army, Indian Air Force, and Indian Navy. All the three. And see the targets. 5 targets. 5 targets in POK and 4 targets in Pakistan, including Bahawalpur, well inside Pakistan territory and the headquarters of Jaish Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba, and about 100 kilometers. 9 targets hitting. It is, in fact, it was integrated attack, and that is how the defense preparedness which was going on after all those meetings by Mr. Rajnath Singh, all three chief of staffs, and with Honorable Prime Minister, in fact, it has come to light, and they have really retaliated well-coordinated attack on only jihadi training camps in Pakistan, where they were training jihadi militants.
They've claimed that civilians have died, women have died, children have died. That's what one of their press releases say, that this is an act of war because India has targeted civilians, women, children have died. This is Pakistan's version.
Very correct. About 300 of civilians died, and our 10 of Air Force planes were grounded. They have to show the dead bodies of those civilians and the aircrafts of Indian Air Force which were brought down by Pakistan. It is all propaganda of Pakistan. It is a propaganda by Pakistan media. They want to show to world arena that India has attacked and India is an aggressor. But mostly Donald Trump, Mr. Putin, United Nations Security Council, everyone, they know, and even the UK also, they know India has retaliated, and correctly, and it was justified attack, justified retaliation by Indian Defense Forces on only.
Mr. Mishra, there is no doubt about the fact. Sir, there is no doubt about the fact. Let me just make it slightly political, because you people, when we talk about Pakistan, we have to talk about Pakistan Army. General Chopra, when we talk about Pakistan, it's the army we are talking about. It's unlike any other army. It's like perhaps the North Korean army. It's a zamindar army. It's a landlord army. It's a commercial army. It's a business wali army. It's not like professional Indian army. So when we talk about the armed forces, they have vested interest. So General Muni must have known that there will be an Indian response to what he's trying to, what he will be doing in Pahalgam, sir. I mean to say there has to be factoring of a political objective of the man who is running the state of Pakistan. So my question to you is, then why did he go for Pahalgam when he knew that India would strike deep and hard and deep inside Pakistan?
See, what you are saying is very, very correct. The army rules the roost there. They are just a Democrat facade. What is happening today, if you see the entire Pakistan, it is on the boil. You start from the heartland Punjab, from where the bulk of the army comes. There's turmoil, they are divided lot. Because of the Imran Khan, who is the most popular democratic leader, and he is in jail for over 2 years. And they just have a puppet government inside. And if you look at Baluchistan, the Baluchis are up in arms, and yesterday also the news that they have killed the 6 Pakistani soldiers. And even if you go to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, there's a lot of TTP is playing havoc with them. And very, very big operations have happened. They have gone ahead, even like a nation like Pakistan, they have been able to hijack the Pakistani train and also bus. So the terror is there. Even if you look at the Karachi, it is on the boil because they are taken as mujahids. POK, again, they are on the boil. And if you look, even China, the Chinese projects in Gwadar and the CPAC are being targeted. Therefore, the Pakistani army wanted to have nationalism back in the nation. One common issue is India and Kashmir, to rally the people. But unluckily this time, the people have not rallied because they are feeling aggrieved because of the economic turmoil, what is happening in Pakistan. And they also thought by targeting a particular community in India, there will be communal riots. Again, India as a nation, both politically and the masses are united. So Pakistan's this tactics has totally failed. And I'm sure, I hope they learn a lesson. Otherwise, if the war escalates, we'll always be on the top.
I'd like to bring in Air Marshal Deeptendu. Are we in for the long haul? Every Indian wants to know if this is over. Has India considered what the retaliatory response from Pakistan would be? Are we ready to face that? What kind of repercussions will there be? Your take on if this is going to be a long haul?
Certainly, because, even in the past, and I would like to mention here, when we had options to hit back, our responses have always been very scaled and measured. Uri was at a certain scale, Balakot was at a certain scale. Most certainly, we would have had more targeting options, but we chose only one. And this time around, we have shown something. It's a sort of an escalated response from our side, as from when we look at it from a degree of level of response, very measured. The first two, Uri and Balakot, were small individual actions. I mean, in the sense that there were individual service actions, and this time around we have done it in a very coordinated manner. So it's that we've been prepared for a long time. We understand exactly what our neighbor is. The neighbor is in a frantic mode. When General Asif Muri opened his mouth, I think it set off a series of unexpected consequences, which probably they did not anticipate. The Pakistani military is under tremendous pressure, and they will be under further tremendous pressure to respond. And most certainly, they will now start, pulling out on their game plan of showing the damage. And these are all, we have seen it in the past. They have incredible amount of, imagination, when it comes to putting out false narratives, and they've been hard at work. But that aside, when it comes to the real world issue, the India's actions are calibrated. We are ready. I'm sure our military, all the armed forces, the entire government has thought this through very, very well. And we are prepared. Yes, I suspect that this would be a long haul at a point till Pakistan, if it can, and if it ever will, see reason and sense.
I would like to ask though, General Rameshwar, on Pakistan very boldly and with so much conviction, because I highly doubt they have the capacity to retaliate to the scale, but has said we will respond and at the time and place of our choosing. How credible is this threat really? And in military doctrine, what does this really mean when a country says we will respond at the time and place of our choosing? India said it, but India had the might.
Before you answer that, this is Prabhat Saheri. Sir, before you answer that, let me just explain the visual. This is Prabhat Saheri. I mean, this is a tradition in many parts of India. People have come out knowing that there is an attack that India has conducted inside Pakistan. So I mean, so there's fervor on the street, and people have come out. So these are the visuals, these are no political visuals.
And this shouldn't be anything less than what we see right now.
People have come out on their own and they are celebrating. These are the visuals. Sir, please go on.
You see, as far as military doctrine is concerned, whatever they are talking, it has got no meaning at all.
Yeah.
If that had a meaning, by now India would have suffered a number of nuclear strikes by now, the way the politicians have been talking about. Correct. I must point out a basic character of past journalists. All of them, they are on a high horse and they have very high self-opinion. And in the bargain, whatever the campaigns that have planned, they have been based on inadequate analysis, and at the end of it, they have got defeated. Now look at the history. Ayub Khan, alright, Yahya Khan, then Musharraf, and now Munir. They all have scored self-goals in all these 4 wars that they have initiated. So their professional capability is questionable. So Munir has done a self-goal this time, and the way he had given a speech that day, about a week prior to 22nd April, and tried to incite Hindu-Muslim divide in India, that is number one. Then he tried to bring in Islam part of it, a two-nation theory. So it has fallen back. It has proved to be counterproductive. Now today in J&K, the people are up and against Pakistan, the same people who have been their proxies. So there is a paradigm shift in the way people are thinking as on date. And I do not think this war-like situation will continue for a longer time. Pakistan, of course, will continue holding press conferences, try and portray themselves as victims. They will try and deny the damage part of it the way they did in Balakot.
On Newsline right here, in fact, we did relay a report on how Pakistan barely has the ammunition to pass 4 days of intense war. They can't sustain. They have barely enough ammunition. They've sold off a lot of their artillery to Ukraine at that point for quick buck because their economy was dwindling. Now they've given out budgets for defense spends for up to 18% higher than what was. So Pakistan at this point is panic spending to see if they can get some machinery now. But this is just aftermath. They haven't been prepared for something like this.
They do not have money to buy sophisticated weapons like that we have. And we have demonstrated that we have technological edge. And all means if you look at the history, whichever country has got better technology, they have been the winners. And India has showcased our technological prowess and loud and clear to Pakistan. And even if they want to purchase additional weapon system, it will take time. And they possibly cannot match Indian economy for purchasing of sophisticated weapons. So therefore, it is Pakistan on the back foot as of now. The best thing for them is to reconcile to the fact, and they must come to negotiating table and promise that they will not support the terror actions at all in future against India.
This is asking for too much from Pakistan, because going by the analysts who have been writing on Pakistan, and I would like all of you to comment on that. Recently there was an article that was written, and it said that there has to be a reciprocal response and little extra, and India is very much aware of it, that the Pakistan may implement that. Even during the Balakot dogfight, there was an international pressure on Pakistan, but the response came, and our military exercise is on. So, Air Marshal Chaudhary, my question to you is, Do you see a sort of a missile response on part of Pakistan? Should we expect some sort of a dogfight which took place in the line of control? Because a lot of people who have not served in armed forces, who watch the armed forces from outside, would definitely like to know what is on the plate. We have suspended flights, the airports have been closed, schools have been closed.
Pakistan has the ammunition. If you really look at it, they have enough Chinese hardware. But where's the efficacy of it?
I mean to say, and in terms of Air Force capacity, I'm sure that they don't have the parity, but they still have some important equipment, if I may use the word, the 4th generation plus aircrafts. So they have the inventory there. So what sort of a counter response India should look to? I mean, so that's my question to you. That's what people would like to know. कि अब ये करेगा क्या पाकिस्तान?
Till now, most of the time, I think the Pakistani army in the past actions and past wars, Pakistani army had been on the driver's seat. And when Balakot happened, it was the first time we carried out an airstrike inside their airspace, right under the noses. And the PAF was, pushed to a corner where they had to respond in some form or manner because they were put on the map by their own people. Says, what are you doing? How have an enemy air force been able to carry out a strike on our territory? That's what they claim. And under our noses. So they were pushed to response. This time also around, the PAF will also be pushed to response. And using air power gives you also an option of carrying out standoff attacks. And most certainly, I think they would have worked out some game plan on their own, on their minds. And this is certainly, and all militaries do. But let me put one fact clear, is that I think the Indian armed forces we've known this all along. The typical challenges which the Pak army has with its civilian population and what the need for them to act and show. But one thing is vastly different from the past. If you see the long wars in the past, the geopolitical scenario in the world was entirely different, and there was a whole lot of support from the US for Pakistan and UK, a lot of the Western world, in fact, in 71. But things have changed. It's a different world today. It's 50 years, half a century down the line. And today, India is an entirely different country. It's a country of enormous respect and credibility. So actions taken, and the world has seen that our military, whenever it has always operated with great restraint, a great deal of concern to ensure, that we don't hurt civilians. And that's what exactly we have done again this time. And we had an option.
Been India's culture. And I'd say it's because India has a lot to lose. India cares about its civilians, its people. We have a lot to lose. We are the 4th largest economy as per IMF's latest data. We have a lot to lose. Pakistan has nothing to lose. Their economy is dwindling. Their hardliners are taking over the army, and the civilians are frustrated. They barely have 2 meals. In fact, the gap between the rich and poor is exponential in Pakistan. The country is in dumps, and they won't survive. This attack, they will not survive. Would you be able to tell us, even though some might say that this is just a touch and go attack that India has carried out, but I hear from sources that this is just phase 1 of the attack that India has carried out against Pakistan. If any one of you want to jump in, PK Mishra, sir, your take on if this is India's beginning against Pakistan, if it's phase 1 and there are multiple phases to continue, and will Pakistan survive this?
Yes, you are very correct. It is just the beginning. Just to show what we can do if we have done Pahalgam. And look the name, what has been given for the operation. Operation Sindoor. You understand why that name was given.
All the men were killed.
Not depicted for the ladies who lost their husband.
Only men were targeted.
We take credit for this name, even what was given, Operation Sindoor. We are really thankful that this name has come. And Pakistan, I can well tell you, as we were just discussing, they will, suppose if they lose, they will come for a discussion. I will tell you, no. Pakistan, as far I understand, they will never come to any discussion with India on table. Either it will be diplomatically or politically till General Munir and Lieutenant General Asif Malik, they are in power. Shahbaz is not there in power. So let us forget that Pakistan will come for a discussion. They will never come for a discussion. And I'm very sure the retaliation will be there. The response will be there by General Munir, and where we should watch and see. It may be towards Katwa or towards Jammu from Sialkot. It may be in Punjab sector. Nobody knows, but that doesn't mean that we are not ready. The counter response will be very heavy, and you know it pretty well that we do not have any militant camps in India. So are they going to hit our army installation, air force installation, or civil installation, or corporates, or the markets? If they do it, the whole world will come to know, and then India will hit them very badly, and we're capable of hitting them. Because I am telling you, as far as Navy is concerned, Pakistan Navy is concerned, as far as Karachi port is with Turkey warship, this shows that Pakistan Navy is not capable enough to come to face our Indian Navy.
Yeah, and that's precisely my next question. My question was on Pakistan's capabilities. General Rameshwar, if you would want to chime in on that, on Pakistan's artillery, as much as they've got support from China, they have some classic ammunition with them that's powerful. Some of them could outdo even the ones that we have. But in terms of size, of course, India has the sheer scale. They do not. Will they be able to sustain a long war with India, and how long, if at all?
You see, war is sustained through economic. All right, and Pakistan, as on date, is not in a state that they can sustain a long war. So they have a compulsion now to keep it short, and whatever they want to do, even if they want to use the artillery, you see, artillery firing across the LC makes no difference. It has got no meaning at all. You see, and we can retaliate, and we have got much better equipment, and our quantity-wise, we have got much larger inventory that we have as on date. You have seen in Kargil war, it was artillery. Because of that, the force that we had, this was one of the major factors of the defeat. So we should not read too much into what they have in RT. Basically, it is the infantry. That is one that captures the ground. RT is there to support. Air Force is to support on all arms and services. It is the integrated battle that we have. And when we look at the integrated battle, the Indian Army is far superior to Pakistan Army. And moreover, look at the way we have gone about. We have taken 14 to 15 days to plan all our contingencies, all our phases and everything. And this is the phase one only, and it is like an iceberg. And in case Pakistan escalates the ante, then they are going to have it nice and proper from Indian Army, and they possibly cannot sustain a long war against India as of now. And the entire international community is along with India, and India has been keeping them in loop while carrying out this small operation that we have done. Absolutely. So it is only the big thing. It is for Pakistan to take the cue and mend the way.
Absolutely, sir. There's another thing I would like to join Mr. Chaudhary, sir. There's then there's the two questions which I want to ask. The first question is, there's also a shift in India's response. If you look at Balakot, if you look at this Operation Sindoor, Air Force is playing a prominent role. Air Force is playing a prominent role. Our bulk buying, our focus of the political establishment has been refurbishing the entire Air Force structure, because it was undergoing a transformation. MiG-21 were retired, MiG-21 Bisons were retired, Rafale M integrated with the naval platforms. Everything is being done. I mean, one doesn't need to go into details of how Indian Air Force is being modernized. Last big acquisition took place when Indira Gandhi was Prime Minister in the early 1980s. After that, such bigger acquisitions have taken, C-130 and other stuff. So, do you think that this operation could have been carried out from the border itself, with weapon range of 300 kilometers, or do you think our jets must have crossed the border? I mean to say, if you can just shed some light on it, and sort of a ammo that may have been used, sir. The platform that may have been deployed, sir.
Okay, see, two things I want to bring out here. Warfare has changed, and if you've seen the recent wars all over the world, air power has always has sort of played a huge role, simply because the huge amount of technology-assisted capabilities which air power brings to the table. And today's warfare is all about standoff, precision targeting, mass and precision, and air power does that very well. And you don't really have to cross the borders if your targets are within your weapon system ranges, and that is what exactly any country would have done, and that's what has been happening in Israel, in Gaza, in fact, the world over, and especially in Ukraine and Russia. What is interesting here is that when you use force, it's a question of what are you targeting. When you do military targeting, then there is an entirely different connotation to it. We have been very clear in our targeting, whatever means and weapons, and we would have most certainly used the right measure. It's like, when you treat an illness, you give the right dosage. And that's exactly what we have done. We have done a very measured act, and I'm sure our leadership would have looked into, our military leadership also would have come together and looked into all the options available at what is the right thing to be used in the right place. I would not like to go into the details of the kind of weapons and platforms which could have been used, because I'm sure you understand that. And I'm glad that TV9 has taken such a responsible step, which wouldn't like to, compromise on any of the fact of what we are really, what our armed forces are capable of and what they will or are likely to do. But what we must bear in mind that this, though Pakistan calls it an act of war, we are very clear, and this is exactly how we have projected it. I'm sure in the meeting at 10 o'clock, and the press conference at 10 o'clock will articulate exactly to the international arena and international fora that what exactly we have done, and make that very clear. Yes, there will be a lot of rhetoric and aspect coming out from Pakistan, but do remember that when our military, it's a very different beast compared to the past. Our India's resilience and approach to the continued those 1,000-cut strategy of Pakistan. Yes, we have reached our level of tolerance. They have breached our red lines, and yet, and that is what I must emphasize even now, and yet, even in these attacks, we have shown tremendous restraint. We are capable of way, way much more.
Now, would you say then, Air Marshal Diptendu, that this is precedent set, that India's full frontal attack that it's carried out this time will be the norm going forward in terms of cross-border counter-terror measures?
No, we are a very mature country. We don't respond like some other nations do. Whereas, for example, Israel has an existential threat. Whereas we are a big country, we're a solid economy, and we don't take things lightly. So we will do things in a very measured scale, and our scale is vast and deep. So it is bring it on. It's like a game of chess. You raise the ante, we will raise it, and our capability of response is so much more. So I'm sure with the Pakistani military leadership who are calling the shots in the whole political game there, are well aware of this.
Okay, 10 o'clock, the press conference will take place. And let me remind our viewers, these visuals are coming all across India. Political parties have started to respond to it. Jaishankar has responded. Rahul Gandhi has responded. Every political party, every political leader has officially supported the stand of the government. They use the word Jai Hind. I think that's the word to be used. But the most important part is that after Uri, India dropped something which was tagged on our head, on our shoulder, was strategic restraint. I think strategic restraint was not paying any dividend. After 26/11, we did not mount any attack. There was no kinetic attack. There was a debate which took place. Shiv Shankar Menon said, the former National Security Advisor, he wanted some sort of a kinetic attack. But then at that point of time, no kinetic attack took place. Now the kinetic attack has taken place not once, not twice, thrice, openly acknowledged. The cross-border operations did take place, but they were never politically acknowledged. I think the rubric, India has also reshaped the battle theatre. India is saying that it will not be confined on the LOC or along the LOC. The battle theatre will be the entire Pakistan. And we also understand that the Pakistan is a nuclear armed state. That is why I completely agree with Air Marshal Chaudhry that our response was measured. You wanted to come in, sir?
Yeah, I just want to, now that you said, strategic restraint is over, I think we can probably, bring in a new factor here, that this is a measured and a mature response. India's outlook has changed.
Yes, India's outlook has changed. I completely agree with you. General Chopra, you wanted to come in. I think you had raised your hand. Sorry, I missed you.
Yeah. There are 3-4 factors which the panelists have been bringing out. Like, firstly, we are 4th largest economy and they are nowhere. They're in the doldrums. They're looking for World Bank aid, IMF aid. Secondly, if you look at the figures of the armed forces, comparing the Army, Navy, Air Force, they are nowhere equal to us. We are at least 100% more than them. Secondly, because of the ammunition and the FOS, they are very low on their reserves. Thirdly, in case there's a long haul, a prolonged operation, it will suit us because they are drawing their forces which are in the counter-terrorism or counter-insurgency operations in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan. The insurgencies will get revived there and they'll strike the Pakistanis and the Chinese asset, and Pakistan will be in turmoil where the people will force the army to see reason and undo the terrorist infrastructure. This is what I wanted to bring out. And second point why I wanted to bring out, like we have said, this is the 3rd time we are attacking. First time because of political resolve and the preparedness of the army, the correct directions were there. We went for a surgical strike. Next time, when they again did the mischief with us, they were prepared on the land. We did Balakot. This time, again they are prepared in both these spheres. We have an integrated approach, which is very, very successful. And we had all these surprise and deception plans. As they say, the coming of the brave is to win war without fighting. And there's no war which can be won without deception. We have applied all the statecraft and all the military hukuman professionalism with this attack. I hope the Pakistani side understands this and controls their tempers and controls their masses and doesn't escalate the war. But whenever they escalate the war, we'll be always top and in control and on top of the escalated ladder because of our correct political directions and the preparedness of the 3 services.
Okay. Now let me take the viewers and show them the terrain of the attack. Now this is LOC. Muzaffarabad is up there. Latitude wise, it's up there. It's above Srinagar. So this is Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimber Gali, Bhimber, Sialkot. Now this is Pakistan occupied Kashmir. That is where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attacks have taken place. So this is very important. Now, where the other attacks took place, which is Punjab, Chak Kamru, Muridke and Bhavalpur. Now Muridke and Bhavalpur are very important. Muridke and Bhavalpur are important because these areas are terror hubs. That's where the recruitment takes place. Kasab was from Punjab. Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba, they are headquartered in these 2 cities. This entire area of Punjab has become the recruitment ground for the terrorists. People think that, people are being changed here in the madrasa. Sorry. The maximum madrasa activity has taken place here in the areas between Bhavalpur and Muridke. These are the areas where the terrorists are actually settled. Why? Because they feel safer there. They feel that in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, it can be a safe game by the Indian armed forces. But we have given the message that there is no safe place, there is no place to hide. And and Bhavalpur is south of Punjab. It's not north of Punjab, it's south of Punjab. Look where Bhavalpur is. Bhavalpur actually borders Rajasthan. So it's deep inside Pakistan, it's deep inside Punjab, and we have done a huge, broad attack starting from POK to Bahawalpur, which means that the breadth and depth was not something which was envisaged by Pakistan. Yes, Pakistani army was on high alert, the systems were in place, it's a country, but then they never expected that the attack would take place like that. They thought that, the artilleries would boom or some sort of a conventional LOC push would take place, but we have actually gone inside Pakistan and hit at the terrorist headquarters. Now, what India will need to know, because Pakistan is claiming a lot of things, I'm not going to put them out, they will be not part of our coverage. In context of the dogfight and other things, let the official statement from the government of India come on what has actually happened. But clearly it shows that missiles were used, Indian Air Force was involved. These strikes did not have any sort of, I would say, army operation. This is not where those tactical units were sent. This was a pure play where we busted the terror hideouts. We must have used loitering ammunition, maybe the drones would have been used. How they have done it is something which the government needs to explain. But Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimbar, Sialkot, Chak Amru, Muridke, Bahawalpur is the 12th biggest city of Pakistan. It's the 12th biggest city of Pakistan, and Bahawalpur, Muridke are the harvesting grounds. That's where you harvest terrorists in Pakistan. These are the areas. It's not the Baluchistan, it's not the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where they have their own battles to fight with the Pakistan government. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa believes that, they don't belong to Pakistan. Baluchistan is openly up in arm against the Pakistan government. There's a running insurgency. It was taken over through military annexation by Pakistan during Jinnah's time. It was known as the state of Kalat. And in fact, for a couple of months, it also flew its flag in Karachi. And these are the visuals which we are running.
That
we will give you
right from the start
absolutely
of the day. In fact, this was what really broke the news. This video came in at 1:44 a.m. precisely this morning, late night, whatever you call it. But it really showed that India has avenged the deaths of 26 innocent lives. This was India's way of getting back. Operation Sindoor was termed to be a success by our forces itself. Right after this operation was carried out, we had our platforms of our forces and the government saying that Operation Sindoor has been a success. So all 9 targets, they've successfully struck and they've exactly hit their target. Many of those targets are terror strongholds, terror hideouts, terror centers, the Jaish, the LET, and a lot more. This was a targeted and calibrated attack which India has studied before going forward. Unlike Pakistan, who constantly postures and heckles saying if any escalation happens, we will punch the nuclear button. I mean, mindlessly, literally mindlessly. They are a nuclear power, but are irresponsible to the extent they sound silly.
But I think, if you look at all the wars, I think nuclear weapons are like, they're the guarantees for the survival of the state. They are not used in war. If you look at Ukraine, Russians have not used even the tactical battlefield nuclear weapon. I think that this is all part of our rhetoric, Nabila. These weapons are not to be used. These are the weapons to be demonstrated. So I don't think anyone on the Indian side also thought that the Pakistan would dare do it, because you see the response would be so strong that it would destroy the country. So they're just supposed to be kept like, let's say, like a window shopping. They're there, but they're not supposed to be used. So I think that was never part of the matrix. Now, what is part of the matrix is what sort of a symmetrical or asymmetrical response the Pakistan will indulge in, because military will do it. It's a given. And what sort of a counter strike, or what sort of a how are we going to absorb that strike, or how are we going to get back again with another strike? That's called the cycle of escalation, escalation ladder management. That's the most important part. For example, between Israel and Iran, when the Americans struck Qasem Soleimani, there was a barrage of missile strike by Iran. Americans did not retaliate the third time. When the Hamas chief was killed in Tehran, there was a barrage of attack on Israel. but they only demonstrated a capacity of striking deep inside Iran, which is their drone landed next to an airbase. So sometimes these escalatory ladders are responses to showcase what you can do, but what you have not done. I don't know what Pakistan will do, because for right now it's going to be an open season with these army generals. There is no democratic accountability. Who do you speak to in Pakistan? How do you speak to them? And how many generals decide what's happening? It's not like an Indian army. It's not a professional institution.
But it's very surprising. I don't know if it's surprising. Maybe you can break it down for us on Shehbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister, who says that they have fully backed the Pakistan army. We know that they've been bickering.
Shehbaz Sharif has no option, because you see, look at the Pakistan politics. Before we take a break, let me just say, after that we'll take a break. What has been the Pakistani state from 1980s onwards? It's Benazir Bhutto, Benazir Bhutto's family, Benazir Bhutto's husband, Benazir Bhutto's son. Then you have the family of Sharif. It was Nawaz Sharif. Now it's Shehbaz Sharif. In between you have Imran Khan, a popular politician, but once a stooge of Pakistani army wanted to become better than them, they have jailed him. So that's what's left of the Pakistan's politics.
But the common man of Pakistan are frustrated with their own army. How is it that they're not able to topple the army? Why is there no power that the government wields? And now when an attack like this happens, they're all standing strong with the army.
There is also one thing we have to accept. There is a common man or a common woman in Pakistan, but there is an anti-India bias which is pervasive, and Pakistani army gets strength from that bias. Munir wouldn't have been able to get away with the statement which he gave on the two-nation theory, which is they believe in the two-nation theory. That is why the Pakistan exists. We'll talk about it, but after a short break.
Yeah.
Mama must be missing us now.
Let's take you on spin, give me one day. Feel the itch under my skin, it's a one day. You believe it when you see me and done, hey. It doesn't matter, just gotta get going.
New GT line, Taigun and Virtus. Volkswagen.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every scene, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
Every brand tells a story. And they are the storytellers. The Sutradhars. They present a brand with band, baja and barat to you. They are the Brandwalas.
In a huge setback for bike taxi services in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu races ahead with 9.69% growth rate, India's fastest growing state this year. Good for Tamil Nadu. You may not be directly involved with what your son or daughter does, but your influence does work. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9. English news as it should be.
So big development has taken place, and now let me tell you, without wasting any time, the importance of the targets we have hit. These are the importance of the targets. We have hit 9 targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It was a joint operation by Indian Army, IAF and Navy. India has responded to April 22nd Pahalgam Terror Attack. Pakistan has confirmed the missile attack. We have hit the terrorist infrastructure. India's response was measured and non-escalatory. No Pakistani military facilities were targeted. Service chiefs to brief media at 10 a.m. CCS to convene at 11. And the most important aspect, let me bring this to you so that we have a sense what we have targeted. Bhavalpur, 100 km inside Pakistan. Muridke, 30 km inside Pakistan. Gulpur, 35 km inside Pakistan. Savai camp, 30 km inside Pakistan. Bilal camp, distance is not specified, but the Kotli camp is 15 km, Barnala camp 10 km, Sarjal camp 8 km, and Behmuna camp 15 km. So these were deep strikes, these were not shallow strikes. So what we have done, we have gone inside and conducted deep strike inside Pakistan. Very soon we are going to have a press conference by the three armed chiefs. All the representatives will be there, and this is something very, very important. Let me again take you through. Markaz Subhan Allah Bhavalpur, that was a Jaish-e-Mohammed camp. Markaz Taiba Muridke, Lashkar-e-Toiba camp. Sarjal Tehra Kala, Jaish-e-Mohammed camp. Memuna Jawada Sialkot, Hizbul Mujahideen camp. Markaz Ahle Hadith Barnara, Lashkar-e-Taiba camp. Markaz Abbas Kotli, Jaish-e-Mohammed camp. Maskar Rahil Shahid Kotli, Hizbul Mujahideen camp. Shawai Nalla camp, Muzaffarabad, Lashkar-e-Toiba, and Saidna Bilal camp, Muzaffarabad. Lot of countries are reacting to it. I can just say at this point of time that it's a big attack that has taken place. And in this attack, India has proved its mettle, Nabila.
Yeah.
India has proved that they have the capacity, we have the will, we have the patience, and we have the system to get back at Pakistan. And I would
justice has been served. I think that's what the Indian government has been saying.
Absolutely.
Right from the time this news broke out, India was very quick to acknowledge that they have carried out Operation Sindoor. It was a formal statement that came out from India, and India very clearly, breaking it down, said they had enough links to suggest that Pakistan was behind the Pahalgam attack, and therefore they went after these terror hideouts. It was strategic. There were no civilians harmed. As per India's statement, they say very clearly the target were terror hideouts or terror centers. No military camp or no military station was targeted in Pakistan. So therefore, this was calibrated response, calling the Operation Sindoor a massive success.
Okay, and General Shivane, AB Shivane joined me, sir. Thank you so much. It's a very good morning. Thank you to have you on our show, News 9. Sir, your opening comments on the terror strike, sir.
I think it has once again shown India's zero tolerance for terror and India's resolve that it will not accept proxy war as a means to weaken the nation. And if anyone so dares in a misadventure, it will get a response which is out of proportion to that which has been launched in this misadventure. And to that extent, let me very clearly say, the response has not been a knee-jerk response. It has come at a time, 12:09 a.m. is planned so that the response in the next 5 to 6 hours, if at all, by the adversary gets curtailed. It was a very planned time. The place of choosing, you have already named the 9 specific terrorist targets deep inside. It's a deep strike. It's a deep hit, and hit which will last, because there have been places not only in line of control, but we have now crossed the Bhavalpur. Crossed in the sense we have launched standoff missile attacks across the international border, which is something which is totally new. And it's a tri-service operation in which not only the 9 terrorist camps, primarily their areas where they were holding the terrorists, training the terrorists next to masjid and madrasas, they have been specifically targeted. I've got the details of the specific names of the places where they have targeted. So there is a place which is set aside. Then the intensity is the third factor which has to be taken in here. It was a controlled escalation from own side being launched, not crossing the LOC line of control or the international border. And more importantly, look at the methodology. The methodology was today, when we talk with the Indian Army, the year of the transformation, year of technology, and they were people were saying that we not come up to that. Look at technology manifesting through the Indian armed forces across the international border and LC in terms of effect. This is called mass precision warfare. You don't have to cross today's warfare in this.
If I may have you ponder on this a little more on how technology was used, because we are very interested to know. And of course, Air Marshal Dipendu did say that you can't divulge details to that extent. But I'd still like to probe on what may be the kind of ammunition India has used. If you could even just touch upon it.
Sorry, is that to me?
Yes,
okay.
Why not? You know, we are gently,
you or General Shivane.
We're gently prodding you, because the last time when I asked this question, you refused to speak on it. So we are gently prodding you.
You know, the kind of the range of weapons that we have has been built up over the years, and we have built up capabilities to respond in a manner. We've had weapon systems which we didn't talk about. We've had them for quite some time to come, and we are trained with them. We are skilled in their use, and it's like that. You keep your powder warm for the day you need it, and you don't let the people know what is the kind of weapons that you have. And I think that is something very important we must bear in mind. Just do understand, because there are connotations in this when you get down to specifics of weapon system. But yes, there would have been a mix of all kinds of air launched, surface launched weapon systems of different kind. There could be missiles, rockets. There could be drones. There could be lighter ammunition. It would be and if you see that the kind of targeting which we have done, which very interestingly, when you brought up the details, most of these targets, in fact, all of these targets have in some way, apart from being headquarters, or in some way or the other, have been linked to our past attacks down the years, right from 26/11. So what is important here is that depending on the depth of the target system from the border, the suitable weapon would have been chosen. And we have a wide range of weapon systems, and which we'll leave it at that. And I'm sure the military, the armed forces are all together in a very concerted, clear manner. And we have worked out, they would have worked out. They're hardcore professionals who don't, make much hoo-ha, unlike the Pakistani military, of what we are capable of. And I think what is folding out is, I'm sure there's like a chess game, there's a huge depth of actions and plans put in place, which have been worked out in detail. And as I said, it's now the ball is in their court, and it depends entirely on how Pakistan responds. So rest assured, I'm sure we have measured response going up to the escalatory ladder if it comes to pass.
I do want to ask, though, General Shivani, if you could come in on that, on the kind of support that India may have should this war escalate, and should Pakistan react in a way where we will then have to respond in full measure. I still feel more of a surgical strike and not the whole hog. I think India can do a lot more. That's just me passionately speaking after what happened in Pahalgam. But if you speak critically, what kind of help does India have? Who are the allies of India? I'm going to play out Donald Trump's reaction, President of the United States, where he's called this a generational feud between India and Pakistan, which doesn't sit well with me, to be honest. Why is there nobody acknowledging that they're a terror harbor?
Absolutely. And so we'll play out the bite, and once we are back after the bite, there's another question. Any one of you can jump on that question. Okay. Artillery has started to boom in LOC. That's breaking, and I think, if I'm not wrong, I think it's after a couple of years that the artillery is being used. For last 2.5 years, only small weapons were being used. heavy weapons were not being used on LOC. Artillery has boomed. What does it mean when artillery is deployed? But after we play out the bite of Donald Trump.
Do we have Donald Trump?
It's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
And that's the same Donald Trump who's taken a hard stance against Hamas, who's gone out all support for Israel, who's spoken about anti-terror operations and how they stand against terrorism in every given opportunity of his speech, and in every country and every given platform. When it comes to India, Pakistan, somehow Donald Trump or any other president of the United States has never really admitted that there is an inherent problem of terror breeding on Pakistan's ground. Why is it so hard for them to realize that this is more than just two neighbors fighting?
May I just come in on one aspect,
Sir.
which the president, who's supposed to be the well-informed president of the United States, and he makes a statement that this is a conflict centuries old. Seriously?
Yeah.
Century old, there was no Pakistan.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Leave it at that.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, spot on. You know, there was no Pakistan, but the fact of the matter is, we all know how well informed the President Trump is on history, culture, politics,
Being sarcastic.
ethics. But well, he had a popular mandate.
He's literally corroborated your sarcasm by saying centuries old fight. How trivial and how irresponsible for someone like him to say that.
I don't think it's so much of an irresponsibility as of I think US is a country so self-absorbed with its own interests. It's really never bothered in depth and detail unless it impacts them in some form or manner. And I think Donald Trump is, in his efforts to sort the Russia problem out, and has now backed out totally. So he has to make a comment. He's made a comment, and it just shows. I'll just leave it at that, at the depth of knowledge in a way.
No, but I will probe you on this. Air Marshal, you did mention how, and I asked you this question just last night about how United States must be carrying out this balancing act because they are selling F-16s.
There's a breaking news that has come in. As I said, artillery has started to boom. Artillery has, yes, Mr. Mishra, I'll come to you. Artillery has started to boom. Injury and death has been reported on LOC. The Press Trust of India is reporting that, I'll not give out the numbers, but death and injury has taken place, Mr. Mishra, on line of control.
On the Indian side.
On the Indian side. So, what does it mean to us when the artillery booms on the line of control?
Yes, Mr. Karthikeyan, I told you earlier also, they have used motors for the last 7 to 10 days, and it was there in Kathua, it was there in this place, Sundarbani also, Nausera also. But yesterday they have used artillery because the use of artillery was noticed in Nausera and also in Kupwara sector. These two sectors, use of artillery, they were noticed, and there were heavy attacks by artillery guns from Pakistan side at these two places, and also at the Tangdhar area, Kupwara area, Tangdhar area, Nausera area. The artillery fire was noticed, and this is the first time artillery guns were used. We never saw it last 10 days. All the 10 days we had this MMGs and mortars, they were being fired. But first time, yesterday night, they have started firing artillery. This shows that they want to escalate the war. They want to escalate. So they want the repatriation. But anyway, we have not yet used artillery from our side. And the retaliation definitely will be heavy on their side. If they do it, we are still using our mortars and all. But if they keep on using artillery, particularly very close to our national highway at Jammu, we have no other option than to open it up, because you see at Sialkot sector, they are they have both artillery and armor. I told you we have got full information because that area comes under, it is an IB sector. So I have full information that whole artillery and armor, they are there in Sialkot area. So if they use it, they have used it at Nosara, they have used it at Kupara, they have used it at Kiran sector yesterday night. So if they open it up very close to our national highway, they want to block our national highway coming from Amritsar towards Jammu. They want to close it. So that definitely will be replied. And we are ready for that. In fact, the army has come to the IB also. And I don't want to speak more on this subject.
Okay.
Because we
fair enough. Let's not get into it. Yes, fair enough. General Shivane, your sense why LOC has become extremely hot?
Absolutely. See, these operations, why were they delayed by the time frame with a lot of sensibility? Was one, you don't launch operations without a proper intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance network. And therefore, we, out of the 34 or 36 terror camps, we targeted the priority one. The artillery, with post Pahalgam, the line of control was activated. Pakistan said the Simla agreement does not exist, so there is nothing known as a ceasefire. We had duels there, fire assaults being conducted across there, which exposed the Pakistanis' arsenal at the places where they responded, and through ISR we knew where they are. And today, this morning, we have targeted 10 of their launch pad with massive artillery strikes. I will not name them, nor will I name the sectors which are activated. But suffice to say, not only the launch pads, but also the places where they can possibly carry out low incursions or show their hands. They have been extremely hard hit, put their head down. Of course, there would be casualty to both sides. After the fire, this is something short of war. It is intense escalatory strikes. But then the escalatory levers are well within our hand, and it is to park to escalate. And therefore, this time frame was utilized to war game and be prepared for all levels of escalation. That's why this 48 to 72 hours launch did not take place, because today, whatever response come, and some response will come in whatever form, we are more than prepared. Second point I want to highlight is Pakistan has a geographical disadvantage. We can see their length and breadth. Their breadth is restricted. We can hit them with our arsenal well deep, whereas India is blessed by geography. Their arsenal and their hit will therefore be limited. Over to you.
I do want to ask, sir, when we, maybe General Chopra can give us a little more on the three services that have come together to fight. But we still don't know where the Navy has struck. We don't know if there's been overground operations or on-ground operations, the way there has been aerial strikes. So how do you believe that the three forces have come together with this one aerial strike that we are aware of?
I want to bring out about the RT duels. Firstly, if you look all along the IB and the LC, I've been in Prakra for over a year, and all my service along the LC, we have well fortified bunkers for the forward troops, especially the infantry, and the RTU is little behind. Plus now we have upgraded ourselves in the civil defense scheme. We also have bunkers for the civilians all along the LC and the international border for them to take on the RT duels. Secondly, I want to bring out that our RT ranges are longer than theirs, and we do precision strikes like brought out by General Shivane on their terrorist camps and all the launch pads. And the Pakis use these strikes either to infiltrate their terrorists or to just to fire them. But let me tell you, they have in the entire 1 year and my service in the LC and the IV, there is very, very minimal casualties that take place. And we have been discussing that the Pakis are very low on the ammunition, especially the RT ammunition, because the RT ammunition has been diverted towards Ukraine. So it suits us in case the escalatory matrix goes on. And now coming to your question about the three services, like it was an integrated approach. The Indian Navy has been all along the Arabian Sea carrying out test firing that side. So that to draw the attention and as a deception measure that we can strike anywhere like we did in the 71 war in the Karachi harbor. And we want to draw their attention. It is part of the deception plan. The air has been active all along the borders, especially like today, we'll be carrying out in the Rajasthan sector all along the IV, the air exercise is going on. Plus, what I want to bring out, even in the, we have used the Navy has got very high in the sky, very precision systems, which has been integrated in the plans which have been executed recently yesterday, like brought out by General Shivani again. Most important thing in warfare is the ISR systems. Our ISR systems are very strong, whether it be the satellites or the air recce or the drones. We have exact coordinates of the terrorist camp and the infrastructure. ISR, intelligence support, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance is very, very important, where the Navy has also played a very, very vital role all along the IV. Therefore, it's during planning and during simultaneous and coordinated attacks all along the front, whether it be LC and the IV, the Navy, the Army and the Indian Air Force have been in synergy, and this is the first time we have shown that joint operation or India is ready for the joint commands.
Jammu Kashmir LG has ordered evacuation of villagers from the border areas. And it's very clear that the shelling that is taking place is intense.
Yeah.
It's intense shelling that is taking place. And let me just read out the tweet what the J&K governor has tweeted, because it's very, very important. He has basically said, I have directed the DCs, district collectors, for shifting of villagers from vulnerable areas to safer locations, ensuring boarding, lodging, food, Medicare, transportation. We will ensure safety of every citizens. Let me tell you that the press conference, which was scheduled at 10 a.m. has been rescheduled for 10:30 a.m. today. This will be done by the officials of MEA and 3 armed forces. We do not know the hierarchy of the officers, but the statement of China has also come. China has expressed its concern. That's number 2. Number 3, the most important part is that after 10:30 a.m. press conference, there will be a cabinet committee on security which the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will take, in which the chief of the armed forces would be present. That's number 3. 4th, the Indian markets have opened unfazed by border escalation. Sensex, Nifty, they have opened flat. Indian market is not affected by it. It has not gone down. It has opened flat. It's a very good development. Unaffected Indian market. So business as usual for us. And lastly, the most important aspect, this attack, this anti-terror operation, I think that's a better word to use rather than attack. This anti-terror operation which the Indian military, Indian armed forces have carried out is not only a demonstration of a resolve, it's also a demonstration of technology that we have acquired. A lot of things would be clear, Nabila, as to how we have done it. Did our planes enter the Pakistani airspace? Did they operate at international border and then targeted them? We'll come to, there are multiple ways in which Air Force and other military would have operated. Which planes were used? Because, the entire Air Force is in the, right now, in a very, it's getting transformed.
Yeah, Air Marshal Deependu could probably fill us in on this. We hear, sir, that the Indian Air Force largely stayed within Indian air limits or Indian airspace. Is that right? Would you want to tell us a little more of something you may know?
So frankly, I don't know the details, and I'm glad I don't know the details. But what is important is most certainly, look at, as I said, look at the way we have, and I'm glad you mentioned that it's an anti-terror operation. And look at the way we have responded. We will most certainly have stayed well within our territory. We wouldn't have crossed the escalatory ladder in violating the sovereign airspace of Pakistan. Yet we would have carried out attacks. And that is exactly what we want to do. So look at the amount of maturity and restraint. And I said this before, and I'm saying it again now. Look at the target systems that we have engaged and look at what the Pakistani response has been. I mean, they're obviously firing artillery and in areas where it is bound to impact the civilian population. And we have been very picky and choosy and make sure that we keep our, we ensure that you avoid civilian collateral across. And we only chose targets which we know are the hotbeds and the, snake pits of terror. And that is the most important thing we need to bear in mind. And our military is, when you mentioned about an integrated panelists mentioned that, I would like to underscore this aspect once again, that, over the years, the services have come together. They have tremendous amount of capabilities. Today, the joint approach, the integrated approach that we take in our military operations and in our military training and preparedness, the core competencies of each services are put on the table. And I'm sure the leadership would have picked and chosen the best possible combination required for a certain specific operation. And I'm sure they would have planned this well before and in a very solid manner. That should we go up the escalatory ladder, how the three services core competence.
Breaking news now. There's a breaking news now. I can confirm it. 7 people have died and 38 people have been injured on line of actual control. Pakistan has actually fired targeted civilian areas, injuring 38 people and killing 7 civilians. General Shivane, has Pakistan crossed the line by doing this again, by targeting civilians, killing them? It's been confirmed now.
Yes, this is a sign of knee-jerk response to a precision targeted terror strike on them. So they have to have some face to show the public. So they fire across, and in a cowardly manner, they have targeted areas where civilians have been targeted. So I am not at all surprised by this. When we go to war, it's a tri-service preparation of going to war as a nation. Not only military, you have seen the other instruments of national power being there. So there is something known as a force posturing which is done, and there is something known as precautionary measures which are taken place, active precautionary measures. I'm not going to go into these details, but suffice to say, today you see all three forces are postured for the levels of escalations. Prior to this morning, aircrafts were flown along the line of control and IB to pick up those places where there were lock-ons and there were radar signatures. Electronic warfare, it's out in the press, electronic warfare means were deployed. And tonight when we went in, these were jammed and targeted. So that when we carried out a strike, why was that there was no Pakistani response in terms of anti-missile measures or counter-UAS measures? Because they were made absolutely incompetent by our integrated approach to war fighting. As regards the artillery fuels which are heating up, yes, they will heating up, but I don't think this is the next level of escalatory ladder. To me, it is a natural reaction to heat up the line of control. And today, given Pakistani's forex reserve, the economy, the more they prolong and the more the intensity that they get into, the weaker they are for their next level of escalation. Whereas we,
Pakistan is of course reacting and doing so violently. They are striking civilians along the line of control, and this is the latest news that we have, that 7 civilians on the Indian side have been killed, nearly 40 people have been injured. I have Aditya Raj call with me, who has been tracking very closely developments happening right here between India and Pakistan. Aditya, Give us a little more on Pakistan now shelling heavily along the line of control, and this has been so for the last few days, but today exceptionally high after India's missile strike.
That's right. Within an hour of India launching Operation Sindoor, there was artillery gunfire that was, started by the Pakistan Army along the line of control between India and Pakistan. A lot of civilians and a lot of villages along the line of control in the Meander sector in Poonch have been, attacked by the Pakistan Army. A lot of houses of common civilians of Jammu and Kashmir have been affected in the Pakistan Army firing. Imagine the first response of Pakistan to Operation Sindoor is to attack civilians yet again in Jammu and Kashmir. Right now, we have confirmation that 7 civilians have unfortunately lost their lives and at least 40 others are injured, some of them critical. So the death toll is likely to increase. Pakistan certainly is frustrated right now due to the impact of the Operation Sindoor, not just in Pakistan but globally. There's condemnation of terrorism that's happening. Most of the global capitals are in sync with the Indian government and supporting India's determination and fight against terrorism. And as of now, at 10:30 a.m., Indian government will be holding a press conference. I expect the tri-service chiefs to be there. If not, then certainly the DGMO will be there to, give us details of what was happening, how it was happening, and also let us know what to expect from the Pakistan Army.
Would you be able to tell us about the evacuation process at this point? Because we know several civilians there caught in this crossfire. Were they not moved out earlier? And now what's the preparation the government is doing or the army at this point to ensure no more civilians fall victim to this?
Well, this is a large area, so it's not possible to evacuate everyone, within minutes. But there are bunkers that are situated there. As you know, today is also the day when the mock drills will take place all across the country. I am being told that in some of the districts, there are border areas in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. It would be paused. The mock drills will not happen because the situation is already volatile. But the mock drills will happen as usual in other parts of the country all through the day. There are multiple locations, at least 50 to 100 locations in Noida itself, where our studios are right now. And in Delhi, again, 60 to 100 locations where these mock drills will be taking place. As I said, in border areas, since the situation is volatile, there will be no mock drills. Apart from that, we know that Srinagar and Amritsar airport have been completely shut. Jammu airport also more or less is shut right now. Yeah. All these 3 airports have been handed over to the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army to take it forward because, overnight there was dogfight, between the jets of Indian Air Force and the Pakistan Air Force. Apart from that, the Pakistan has also announced that surface-to-air missiles were launched by the Pakistani Army. So as of now, it's a volatile situation. We are expecting a retaliation, but how, when, and what would be the nature of the retaliation needs to be seen. Will it remain to the LOC where the artillery gunfire has been opened by Pakistan, or will it continue into, more areas remains to be seen.
No, it is we've been told that the UN field office in Jammu and Kashmir has also been attacked. Would you want to tell us a little more on that?
That's right. First, attack took place on civilians, and thereafter there's the UN field office. As you would know, for last many decades, India and Pakistan have the office of the UN Military Observers Group of India and Pakistan, which is called UNMOGIP, and they have a field office in Poonch. And there was a mortar shell of the Pakistan Army that landed just at the gates of the UN field office. So imagine even the United Nations and United Nations military officers are not spared in this entire episode where Pakistan is frustrated, desperate to attack India.
Aditya, I think the phone line has been cut. Let us play out a couple of ground reports that we have got. One from Naushera and another from Poonch. These are the ground reports post-artillery attack that has taken place. But the artillery attack continues across line of control.
तरीके से लोग जो है वो अपनी जान बचाने के लिए इन बंकरों का इस्तेमाल जो है वो करते हैं। अभी भी जो रुक कर फायरिंग है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से की जा रही है। आप छोटे बच्चे देख सकते हैं, बुजुर्ग देख सकते हैं, उनके साथ साथ जो यहाँ पर नौजवान हैं उनको देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान लगातार सीज फायर का उल्लंघन कर रहा है। पहलगाम आतंकी हमले का बदला भारत ने ले लिया है और पूरी तरीके से पीओके और साथ में पाकिस्तान में आतंकियों के जो लॉन्च पैड्स है, ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स है, उन पर स्ट्राइक की गई है। कुछ गांव वाले भी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करेंगे। कितनी जबरदस्त फायरिंग रही?
सर रात को लगभग 1:30 बजे के करीब बहुत हैवी शेलिंग हुई यहाँ पे, तो हमने पूरी रात बैंकर में निकाली है।
पूरी रात बंकर में?
हाँ, 1:30 बजे के बाद हम सुबह तक बैंकर में थे, तो अभी भी रुक रुक के फायरिंग हो रही है।
अभी भी हो रही है फायरिंग?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, रुक रुक के हो रही है अभी भी।
डर का माहौल है?
डर का माहौल है सर, खेत में जा नहीं सकते हैं।
इस बात की खुशी है कि भारत ने अपना बदला लिया?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बहुत खुशी है हमें जो भारत ने अपना बदला लिया है स्थायी बंधु का।
कितने खुश हैं आप लोग इस बात से कि भारत ने अपना बदला ले लिया?
क्योंकि जो ये काम शुरू से हमारे चल रहा है, उसका बदला लिया, अब कुछ शांति हो जाएगी।
लग रहा आपको?
अब कुछ शांति हो जाएगी। जो 9 ठिकाने दबा के
आग लगी, पूरी इंडिया में स्थायी बंदूक की बदले की आग लगी हुई थी, जो ले लिया, अभी थोड़ी शांति होगी।
लेकिन अब बॉर्डर पे जो पाकिस्तान जो सीज फायर का उल्लंघन कर रहा है, उसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे?
सर ये तो होता ही रहता है तकरीबन, हमने जब से होश संभाली है ये तो फायर तो चलता ही रहता है, इतना नहीं है।
उसके लिए आप तैयार हैं?
तैयार है, हमें कोई डरने की कोई बात नहीं है।
इसी बंकरों में रहे हैं, आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरी तरीके से यहाँ के जो लोग हैं वो साफ तौर पे भारतीय सेना के साथ खड़े हुए हैं। लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के इलाके में सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया जा रहा है। भारतीय सेना पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है। भारत ने पाकिस्तान पर स्ट्राइक की है। इस ऑपरेशन का नाम ऑपरेशन संदूर रखा गया था। 9 जगहों पे भारत ने पाकिस्तान पे स्ट्राइक की है, लेकिन इन सब के बीच रजौरी, नौशेरा, पुंछ इलाके में लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया गया है। आर्टिलरी तक पाकिस्तान की तरफ से यूज की गई है और भारतीय सेना ने पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया है। वहीं आपको बता दें कि इस सीज फायर वायलेशन में 3 इनोसेंट नागरिकों की जान भी गई है। इस समय मैं मौजूद हूं नौशेरा इलाके में और यहां पर तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि ये लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल का इलाका है। अभी भी रुक रुक कर जो फायरिंग है वो यहाँ पर लगातार हो रही है और लगातार पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो सीज फायर का उल्लंघन है वो यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच भारतीय सेना भी पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब जो है वो यहाँ पर दे रही है। आपको बता दें कि ये वो इलाके हैं जब एक वक्त पाकिस्तान की तरफ से इन इलाकों में सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया जाता था। हमारे जो नागरिक थे उनके ऊपर जो फायरिंग थी वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से की जाती थी और भारतीय सेना पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देती थी। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि ये पूरी जो स्ट्रेच है ये लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल का इलाका है और यहीं पर लगातार पूरी रात भर जो फायरिंग है वो हुई है और अभी भी जो स्मॉल आर्म फायर है वो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से किए जा रहे हैं। भारतीय सेना भी पाकिस्तान को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच पहलगाम में जो आतंकी हमला हुआ था उसका बदला जो है भारत ने ले लिया है। 9 जगहों पे पीओके के समेत पाकिस्तान की टोटल 9 जगहों पे जो भारत ने स्ट्राइक है वो की है। इस समय मैं मौजूद हूं रजौरी इलाके में। यहां पर पाकिस्तान की तरफ से सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया गया है और तस्वीरों में आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से रिहायशी इलाकों में पाकिस्तान ने गोले दागे हैं। यहां पर आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से भारी नुकसान जो है वो इस इलाके में हुआ है। दरअसल कल भारत ने पाकिस्तान से बदला ले लिया है। बदला है पहलगाम में मारे गए निर्दोष लोगों का। बदला है आतंकवाद जिस तरीके से पाकिस्तान यहां पर फैला रहा था। 9 जगहों पे स्ट्राइक जो है भारत ने की है। वहीं पाकिस्तान बौखला गया। पाकिस्तान की तरफ से लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पर सीज फायर का उल्लंघन किया गया और साथ में आर्टिलरी के जरिए जो है रिहायशी इलाकों में गोले जो है वो दागे गए। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं कि कितना ज्यादा नुकसान यहाँ पर इन घरों को उठाना पड़ा है। यहाँ पे आज स्प्लिंटर के जो निशान हैं वो आप चारों तरफ देख सकते हैं। कुछ गांव वाले भी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, उनसे बात करेंगे। कितना नुकसान हुआ है साहब? यहाँ
नुकसान बहुत हुआ है क्योंकि पाकिस्तान ने सिविल रिहायशी एरिया को टारगेट किया है और
पुंछ जोरी हाईवे को टारगेट किया है, क्योंकि फौज से पाकिस्तान लड़ नहीं सकता है, लेकिन आम सिविलियन को ये तंग करता है। जिस तरह आपने देखा होगा कई बार स्कूलों में वो टारगेट करता है, इस तरह सिविल लोगों को और खास करके हमारे पुंछ जोरी हाईवे को बाधित करने की कोशिश की गई है।
सेना के साथ खड़े,
बिल्कुल सेना के साथ खड़े हैं। हम कहते हैं कि सेना को जिस चीज की जरूरत है हम सदा उनके लिए तैयार हैं, खड़े हैं। हमें भी बुलाएं, हमें बॉर्डर पर लेके जाए, हम खुद लड़ेंगे।
तो ये देखिए, रिहायशी इलाके में गांव वाले बता रहे हैं कि पूरी तरीके से सेना के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन हालात आप देखिए कि किस तरीके से तनावपूर्ण यहाँ पे बने हुए हैं। स्प्लिंटर के निशान साफ तौर पे आप दीवारों पे देख सकते हैं और किस तरीके से तबाही यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है। ये साफ तौर पे दिखाता है कि किस तरीके से पाकिस्तान यहाँ पर सीज फायर का उल्लंघन कर रहा है। ना सिर्फ सीज फायर का उल्लंघन कर रहा है, बल्कि रिहायशी इलाकों को भी लगातार टारगेट कर रहा है।
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9. English news as it should be.
Mama must be missing us, na?
Let's take you for a spin, give me one day. Feel the itch under my skin, it's a one day. You believe it when you see me and done, hey. It doesn't matter, just gotta get going.
New GT line, Taigun and Virtus. Volkswagen.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every seam, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9. English news as it should be.
So we played you the ground reports that have come from Naushera and Rajouri. Our correspondent Ankit took us to those places where the artillery firing has taken place. I am continued to be joined by General Rameshwar Yadav, General Chopra, Air Marshal Dipendu Chaudhary, and Dr. P.K. Mishra continues to be with me. Thank you all of you for holding fort with me. Now the artillery fire has started. Our correspondent was also telling us that the casualties have been reported, people are being shifted. We played out the tweet of the governor of the Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha. He said that we will ensure that these places, the people are shifted to safe places. General Shivana, what I would like to know from you is this: do you think this heavy artillery firing would continue now for in coming days? Because I think the I think whatever the mode, the modicum of understanding between both India and Pakistan on LOC was is completely shattered. Has LOC gone hot again, sir? Is it correct to say that?
Yes, I would agree, but it cannot continue, endlessly. So you would see this as a face-saving response from Pakistan for the next 24 to 48 hours as such. But what is important is to understand what is the targeting philosophy. We had a very specific targeting philosophy to target terror. What is their response to this terror targeting philosophy in terms of the targets they choose? I'm afraid they have no really targets. So they would choose lines of control. They would choose areas where we are launching our, fire assaults, and they would choose civilian areas to bring about panic, which they don't understand that the entire nation's resolve is today. Their nation is together, and unfortunately, these loss of lives and injuries, my heartfelt condolences. But then that also shows how the nation is prepared to move ahead and support the nation against this fight of terror. So I think next 24, 48 hours, intensity will go on, and let us see after 48 hours what happens. One thing which we must not forget is let us also keep observing what is happening on the Durand line, on the Afghanistan front, and on Balochistan. My sense of it is something will keep happening there also.
That something will keep happening there also. General Chopra, your comments on the heavy artillery that is being exchanged on the line of control. Do you think it's going to continue in coming days, sir? And what will be the response? Because we have no confirmation whether we have used artillery or not. But the information that is coming is that in the count of fire, we have neutralized Pakistani soldiers. I'll come out with the details, more specific details once I have them. But that's the news we are getting, that in that Nowshera sector, we have neutralized Pak soldiers. General Chopra.
Firstly, it's an unfortunate incident. Our condolences to the families. But like brought out by General Shivane, it's an all-of-nation approach. And the people are with us. The resolve is very strong against terrorism because they have been suffering, and they are very, very happy that we have Indian Army, the Navy and the Air Forces responding jointly. And secondly, what I want to bring out, all these villages along the LC where the artillery duels have been going on, earlier also, the villagers there are battle hardened, as we call in the army parlance, battle inoculated. They are very, very hardened people, and the drills are there and our evacuation plans are there. I'm sure they'll be implemented, which I cannot cover in this. And coming to your question, the RT duels, see, the Pakis have to play that victim card. They have to play to the own gallery, that is the own masses, that they have responded. And secondly, they also have to play the victim card to the international gallery, from where they are getting all this support. Therefore, they will strike for few days. I cannot tell the duration, but 3-4 days they are going to strike out, and then the battle fatigue will set in, and then possibly they will scale down the pressure, the intensity. And let me assure you, tit for tat, Indian Army is going to be always on top of this escalatory matrix. We have the control, we have the willpower, and we have professionals handling the entire international border by the three services.
With the LOC going live, does it change the larger matrix in Kashmir? There was an, because this is something which now the counter-insurgency operation and the army will have to factor in terms of the entire LOC going live, because it was not live for 2.5 years. It changes things.
What my take is on, I should have brought it out before that. Firstly, we have taken 13-14 days, not that the complacency is there. We have always been active, but since after the Pahalgam strike, we have improved our counter-infiltration posture all along the LC and also on the IV by the BSF and the Indian Army where it is getting deployed. Secondly, in the heartland, we have also thickened our counter-terrorism grid by the CAPS and the Army inside the entire valley and the JNK. Therefore, before we went for the strike, I am very hopeful that the counter-infiltration grid all along the LC and the counter-terrorism grid which is established in the entire JNK is going on. Let me also bring out here, if you have been hearing from the past few months or years, the terrorists are not only infiltrating from JNK because our counter-infiltration and terrorism grid is very strong. They are coming through the down south from Jammu, not from Punj Rajouri, but from the Punjab sector also, through tunneling, and we are taking operations from there also. Therefore, we have also improved our counter-infiltration and counter-terrorism grid there also.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Nabila, the picture is becoming clearer. The artillery has boomed, artillery fire is taking place in LOC. We had ground reports from Rajouri, we had ground reports from Nowshera sector.
Yeah.
The press conference is going to take place at 10:30. There are a lot of unconfirmed reports. I'm not even going to talk about that on TV, till MOD speaks about them, because there are claims and counter claims being made and reported from Pakistan in Guardian and Whitey. So I'm not going to talk about that. But the fact of the matter is, that this strike has demonstrated India's resolve that any terror attack would be answered.
Correct.
Say whatever the cost, we will make you pay for it.
Right.
It will be very high for you. Those photographs have started to stream in of the casualties and and the precise places and the people who are dead. We'll give you the list of those terrorists whose names have come. We'll give you the list. Yes, Nabila.
Pakistan has gone bonkers. They're crazy firing along the line of control, almost as if they have no other weapon, no other way of responding to India. So kill civilians. That's that they know is the only place that would hurt. And that's what they're doing, mindlessly firing along the line of control and aggressively so. Isn't there any other method that they would adopt? Are we looking forward to something even bigger? Air Marshal, Deeptendu, would you want to comment on that?
Yes, certainly. I think it was brought out very well by some panelists before that they have no choice because they don't have targets. We don't have terror hideouts in our side of our country, and precisely so they are bereft of targets. We have hit them where it hurts them. They are in a extreme pressure to respond. This artillery attack, scaling up the artillery attack, and at the end of the day, look at what they're ending up targeting, civilians. So at the end of the day, the intensity of the artillery attacks, and there are specialists here who would probably back me on this, that it can only remain for limited periods. There are a lot of other factors that come in, and most certainly the resilience and the depth of their ammunition stocks and things like that. So this is not something which will continue in a continued scale for a long time. It will probably wax and wane. But the important thing is the one aspect which could have been used by the for Pakistan to respond is the PAF and carrying out standoff targeting on our side. But like I said, there are no targets, worthwhile terror targets, or which they can engage in a time like this. And another fact I would like to flag here is something which doesn't come out too often. Is that, before all this started, most certainly the Indian Air Force's air defense would have gone on high alert because we have a responsibility. The Air Force has a responsibility for air defense of sovereign airspaces. So all our radars would have been churning. Our, platforms which were mentioned as exercises are something we do in a peacetime. And the only thing is the activity and the levels would have been heightened. And that would have most certainly have at a point, up to a point, kept the PAF and reduced PAF's options. And this is something which will probably continue. Air defense alert will remain throughout. And the fact is now, at the end of the day, like it was mentioned earlier, and I would say this once again, the ball is in their court. It's a question of how far do they want to go. And we are ready by all indications and actions. And I think we have worked our way through down the escalatory ladder, and we are prepared at every level. Thank you.
Now that we see Pakistan has been responded to by India, there's certainly going to be some kind of international support that they will try and lap up. And we're trying to get a reaction. We heard that China has just responded. In fact, China has broken silence on the matter. And as I will bring you that information, we hear, there you have it. It's on our screens there. China breaking its silence on India's airstrikes, calls the attacks by India on Pakistan as regrettable, and urges both India and Pakistan to show restraint, while reaffirming its stance against terrorism. In fact, we see clearly here Pakistan falling short of taking sides, trying to give a balanced approach while condemning this, saying that both India and Pakistan are permanent neighbors to us. What has happened is regrettable. And also a cautious statement there saying that this should be brought under control, terror should be nipped in the bud, but it should be done calm and collectively. In as many words, Pakistan has put out a statement breaking its silence on India's strike on Pakistan. If I could bring General Shivane on this. General, Pakistan and China are allies, in fact, much better friends than India and China is. So one would have expected China to take a whole stand in support of Pakistan, but they've fallen short of that, or they've stopped short of that rather. They've now given a very balanced statement saying both countries should sort this out because both of you are my permanent neighbors. So please be calm and discuss this and end this animosity. China being the bigger brother.
The global community, including China, who has got focused elsewhere, realizes that Pakistan has got no moral authority. It is a nation which is actually a terroristan, and the targeting of civilians as a face-saving response has further strengthened their image in the world of their nation and its cowardly acts in desperation, what it does. So if this is what Pakistan is coming of a global image, I'm sure even China, a strategic friend, a supporter, and an adversary to us, whom we don't have the best of relations, and in fact, not very good relations, is today showing restraint because they do not have any material to say that India's strikes, which are out of the hat, is something which is not justified. So all that they can say is please bring calm, because they don't want Pakistan to get hammered even more, and they know what is the resilience of that nation. They know the state within there, and they dare not give it the sort of active support in such a condition where the globe and the global community is looking at Pakistan from a lens of a state which is a rogue state and which is funding and abetting terror. Thank you.
Right. I also have Major General Jagatbir Singh joining me right here. General, thanks very much for sparing your time here on News 9. We're looking at a key LET operative who's said to have been eliminated. LET's Hafiz Abdul has been eliminated by our armed forces through their surgical strike. Hafiz Abdul Malik, who's been killed in precision strike. This is precisely what the army was targeting, and our forces have managed to establish the identity of one of them. LET's Hafiz Abdul Malik, the entity that could be very well behind the Pahalgam attacks. India has gone right into the heart of those terror bases and has struck. So here it's established that LET member Hafiz has been killed. Give us a little more on these precision strikes that India has carried out, and what statement does it send out?
Well, we're all awaiting the Army's, the Tri-Services press conference at 10:30, in which more details of the precision strike will be given. But all I'd like to say at this point, and that the strikes that were carried out last night or early the hours of this morning at 1:45 in the morning, were strikes which demonstrated our Tri-Services capability, resolve, and the professionalism of our armed forces. But apart from the strikes and the manner in which they were carried out, without targeting any military targets or going for any or hitting any civilian infrastructure, also before the strikes were carried out, we would have gathered a lot of intelligence on the presence of the terrorists, the location of the camps, and the manner in where these camps were and how the terrorists were operating from these strikes. And hence we targeted them. So, it's that. And now further, we are preparing that how to, prevent any violation of our own sovereignty, be it the air or land, by the Pakistanis in response to our strike. So, that is also, all that would have been put in place. So it's something remarkable that has been carried out. The three services have worked in great coordination with great precision and carried out the strike to show their capability. And it is the statements, like General Shivane rightly said, coming out from China are now China, being a true friend of Pakistan, one of its closest allies, has shown restraint, which is something that, even they realize that Pakistan has been, is known for being the global epicenter of terrorism and has been, literally breeding terrorists on its soil.
Well, here we're looking at Pakistan continues to respond through LOC firing and aggressive firing as they're trying to target civilians. It seems aggressive and misplaced. It almost looks like they do not know what to do and therefore they're reacting in this manner.
Actually, this point was very, very well made. Pakistan does not have any target inside India because we don't have any terror infrastructure. So what have they done? They have done what is expected of them. You open fire all along the LOC. So what will happen? You will disturb the civilians, one. Next thing that is going to happen is that people is going to die. You can go back and tell your country that, we have avenged. Third thing, they understand that they cannot cross the LOC like that. You can't just shift LOC like that. There is a heavy deployment of soldiers there. They understand that. They know they were evicted from Kargil. Number fourth, the only thing which they have is artillery, because you can fire it from your territory. There is a distance there. So artillery firing can take place. Third, they already know hot action has already taken place. So they have not escalated, which means if the escalation would have taken place within 2 to 3 to 4 hours. Now, if they escalate, for example, if they try to do a deep strike, if they use the Air Force, then the Pakistan...
That's the new information that's coming.
Absolutely.
10 people have been killed, 10 civilians killed in heavy shelling and firing along the line of control. 38 people have been injured. Heavy artillery exchange at the LOC even as we speak. It's tragic. Civilians caught in the crossfire there. As much as we know, most of them have been moved out, evacuated to safer zones. There are bunkers there. It's still a very large area that one can't avoid. In fact, it is inhabited, and we see that 10 of them have been killed who've been who got caught in this crossfire. It's been happening overnight ever since the war struck, and I will call this war. 1:44 a.m. precisely when India struck Pakistan through multiple missiles. Since then to now, we've heard of heavy shelling and firing along the line of control. India has been responding in measure, but sadly 10 civilians on the Indian soil have died.
These are the live photographs that are coming. These are the live photographs that are coming. Let's play them full screen. This is the extent of the destruction. Heavy weapons, mortar and artillery was used by the Pakistani forces. If you look at the wall, everything has been destroyed. The houses have been hit. People have been evacuated. Governor Sinha tweeted about it. There was a counter response by India. We have hit back at the Pakistani soldiers. But these are the villages on LOC, line of control. And this is how the precarious life can be. This is how hard the fight was. The cattle, everything. I mean to suggest you look at the scale of these destructions. Can we put these visuals on the wall? So, we'll put these visuals on the wall.
That's the man, by the way, LET member Hafiz Abdul, who's been killed in this precision strike. And his identity has been established, and this is great achievement and success for India, as it was looking very clearly to target terrorists and those handlers, people linked to the LET, and one man has been put down, and that's the one that you see on our screens here. Hafiz Abdul Malik, who's been killed in precision strike linked with the LET. Let me take you through our reporter on the ground along the border area. We're currently along the line of control where heavy shelling and firing is on that has killed 10 people. Our reporter at a little distance bringing you this ground report.
भारत की तरफ से पाकिस्तान के आतंकी कैंप्स पर एक बड़ी कार्रवाई की गई है। इस एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद अटारी बॉर्डर पर काफी लोग पहुंचे हैं जो कि काफी खुश दिखाई दे रहे हैं और अपनी भारतीय सेना को, भारत सरकार को शुक्रिया अदा कर रहे हैं। हमारे साथ ये कुछ लोग आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं जिनके पास झंडे भी हैं। ये इस वक्त अमृतसर में अटारी बॉर्डर पर पहुंचे हैं। आप क्या कहेंगे इस एयर स्ट्राइक को लेकर?
अब हवाएं करेंगी रोशनी का फैसला, जिस दिए में दम होगा वो शम्मा बरसाएगा। इस फैसले का हम बड़ा स्वागत करते हैं, बहुत खुश हैं। भारत के नागरिक इस फैसले जो स्ट्राइक किया गया, जो ये आतंकी वहाँ पे जो इसको आज तक आश्रय दिया जा रहा था, जिनके इतने हौसले बुलंद थे कि हिंदुस्तान की धरती में आएंगे, वो कुछ भी करेंगे। यहाँ पे 26 नागरिकों का जो कत्ल किया गया, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जिसका नाम ही स्पेसिफिकली इसीलिए रखा गया है कि जिन लोगों की, जिन लड़कियों की मांग को उजाड़ा गया है, उसके एवज वहाँ पे जो 9 जगहों पर स्ट्राइक किया गया है, उसमें हालांकि पाकिस्तान देख के काफ़ी बड़े बड़े क्लेम है कि वहाँ के सिविलियन को मारा गया, ये मारा गया है। पाकिस्तान से जिनके पास आज 4 दिन में लड़ने की उनकी क्षमता नहीं है, उनके पास 155 mm के गोले और 122 mm के गोले जो ऑलरेडी यूक्रेन को बेच चुके हैं, उनकी अपनी आर्थिक समस्याएं बहुत सारी, उनके पास गोले बनाने के लिए पैसे नहीं है, तो वो आज हिंदुस्तान के साथ लड़ाई की बजाय अपने इन मुजाहिदीनों के ऊपर कंसंट्रेट करें और वहाँ पे लोगों की, उनकी अपनी इकोनॉमी के लिए शायद वो कदम उठाएं तो ज़्यादा बेहतर होगा।
अच्छा, आपको जब पता लगा कि भारत ने इस तरह से पाकिस्तान में आतंकी कैंप्स के ऊपर एयर स्ट्राइक की है, तो पहला रिएक्शन क्या था, आपको कैसा लगा?
देखो, हमें खुशी हुई है। करोड़ों भारत जो वासी हैं, उनकी लंबे समय से मांग थी कि पाकिस्तानी जो आतंकवाद की फैक्ट्री मानी जाती है उस पर अटैक करे, उसको मिट्टी में मिलाया जाए, क्योंकि बार बार ये नापाक हरकतों से बाज नहीं आता। पाकिस्तानी को मैं एक बात बता देना चाहता हूँ, जब 1971 का जंग हुआ था तो हमारे फौजी भाइयों ने, हमारी आर्मी ने 15,000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर का एरिया जो पाकिस्तान से जीत के 1972 में इनको फिर वापस कर दिया था। इनको, इनके पे तरस खाया और वापस कर दिया। उसके बावजूद भी इनको ये मतलब कि पुरानी हरकतों से बाज आना चाहिए। उनको ये भी पता होना चाहिए कि भारत का बहुत विशाल दिल है, बड़ा दिल है। बड़े भाई होने के नाते कई बार इनको पाकिस्तानियों को मौका दिया, मगर ये बार बार ये जो नापाक हरकतें थे उनसे बाज नहीं आए और भारत ने मुंह तोड़वा जवाब दिया। अच्छी बात है।
बड़ी शान से आपने तिरंगा लगा रखा है।
मैं ये भी आपके माध्यम से भारत सरकार को ये विनती करना चाहता हूँ, अगर भारत सरकार को या हमारी भारतीय आर्मी को हमारी जरूरत पड़े, हम इसी तिरंगे के साथ शान से पाकिस्तान की जमीन पे जाएंगे और कब्जा करेंगे। और जो लंबे समय से सिखों की तरफ से एक अरदास भी हो रही है कि जो पाकिस्तान में हमारे गुरताम है, उनकी सेवा का, हमें सेवा संभाल का मौका मिले। मैं मांग करता हूँ कि वो सारा पाकिस्तान का एरिया जीत के जहां सिखों के गुरदाम है, वो सिखों की झोली में डाले जाएं। उन्हीं दामों की सेवा सिखों को दोबारा करने का, एक सेवा करने का मौका मिले और पाकिस्तानियों को ऐसी धूल चटा दे कि इनको नानी याद करा दे। इनकी आने वाली पुश्तें भी याद रखे कि भारत ने इस बार जो स्ट्राइक की है उससे मतलब कि इनकी सारी सोचें खत्म कर दी हैं पाकिस्तान।
तो हौसले बुलंद हैं। कुछ स्थानीय नागरिक हैं जो कि अटारी बॉर्डर पे ही रहते हैं। आप लोगों को पता लगा कि एयर स्ट्राइक कर दी है, और तो इसको आप लोग क्या वेलकम करते हैं, आप कैसे देखते हैं?
सर जी, वेलकम तो बढ़ना चाहिए, क्योंकि जिस दिन से पहलगाम का हमला हुआ है उस दिन से लेके आज 10-12 दिन हो गए। 10-12 दिन के बाद पाकिस्तान सोच के बैठा था कि ये ऐसे काम चलता रहेगा, लेकिन जो मोदी सरकार ने ये झटका दिया है, ये बहुत बढ़िया दिया है मोदी सरकार ने।
So people actually expected the government to conduct a strike inside Pakistan because there was so much of anger after the Pahalgam terror strike. And I would say that politically it would have been unaffordable that if we had not done it. Yes, the primary responsibility of the government was that it should not be done at the spur of a moment, you know. The military should get a free hand, and military should be able to decide the timing, the location, area, the operational freedom for any action. So finally it has happened. 10:30, another 15 minutes from now, the press conference will take place. The press conference will be done both by the Defence Ministry officials, and if I am not wrong, it will also be, the EMEA officials will co-attend it. Right now, Chief of Defence Staff is briefing Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Then there will be a formal briefing of the Prime Minister by Defence Minister, followed by this press conference. And once this press conference is over, Nabila, we will have a CCS, Cabinet Committee on Security. We might have some sort of a photo op on this. And
those are the images on our screen.
Oh yes, actually these are the images. You know, everyone is inside there. I still remember when the first time when a sort of a press conference took place when we operated on the Myanmar border. I still remember it was years ago, and then subsequent press conference after Uri. And you know, I never expected that the government would openly say that. So well, yes, there are a lot of propaganda material on social media. Nabila, we are not putting them on air. A couple of them have been deleted, which were posted by the Indian official press. They have been deleted. They have been deleted.
Fake news,
insane amount of fake, insane amount of, you're absolutely right, insane amount of fake news is there. And most of all, not only fake news, the fake news is intended to demoralize. And to hurt India's public opinion.
And also to show them mightier.
Show them mightier. So,
is indulging in propaganda to show that they are mightier.
It's not about the truth. It's about impacting the public opinion. Impacting the public opinion. It's like a sort of a counter Saib or Nabila. So I'm again and again saying this on TV that we will not put them out. But yes, in this artillery fire, a lot of casualty has taken place. And that's
I do want to bring in Captain Akhilesh Saxena, Kargil War veteran and defense expert. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. I do want to ask you, post abrogation of Article 370 and now an elected government that's come into play, do you think this full Kashmir, bustling Kashmir, successful Kashmir, economic boom has really irked Pakistan and those terror outfits to such an extent for them to have carried out this attack?
Exactly.
Would you, or as naysayers would say, people who've been critical of the Modi government would say this has happened because of abrogation of Article 370?
Yeah. No, so if you really see in last 4 years, the picture of Kashmir has changed a lot. Like there are new industries coming, the economy was started booming, and then Kashmiri people have also realized that there is nothing in the terror, right? They have got the option to have a much better future. There was education. They were not only dependent on the propaganda which was given by the Pakistan. So Kashmir was changing, and that was not acceptable to Pakistan, and that was also not acceptable to few other nations like China, who are worried about the growth rate of India. So if you finally see, it's all about money also, right? So right now, India is on the fastest growth economy. So many of these countries, they were worried that, how do we divert the attention of India? To do this, Pakistan is the right nation because it's a rogue nation, it's a failed nation, and their weapon is terror. They do not have the courage to fight with Indian army. They have tried it many times. They have put the conspiracy during the Kargil war. Despite taking all the advantage, Indian army hit them hard, and they were, thrown back from the Kargil and Dras, all the regions and all. So they knew they can only do this by doing a conspiracy, kill the innocent citizen. But remember, this is a new India. This is a new India which is resilient, which is strong and confident. And we are not only going for Aman Ki Asha. Yes, we want peace, but not at the cost of killing our own citizen. So we have given a very clear message that if you will hit us once, we will hit you twice, thrice, and we will not leave you. If you hit one of our innocent citizens, we will take the revenge by hitting your the network of terror. And that's what India has done. They have done a precise strike without even crossing, LOC, and also damaging the infrastructure of Pakistan army and all, because our message is very clear to international community. We are against terror, and entire world is going, fighting against this terror. So please come together. That's why you say all the international media have, welcomed the step taken by India. And it's a great work. It's a master stroke by Indian Armed Forces and the leadership who has put it together. Because otherwise, it's not an easy thing. I was seeing there was a lot of pressure. Why we are not making a strike? What are we waiting for? What is the Rafale for?
Point.
Not easy. It needs a lot of strategy planning to make a strike like this successful. And India has done it and, made a mark in the world.
General Singh, am I audible to you, sir?
Yeah.
Sir, my Pakistani state is Pakistani army, sir. We have been able to lever a cost on Pakistani army, but we have not been able to change the behavior of the Pakistani army as an institution against India, sir. I mean to say, Uri and Balakot was a perfect strike. We told them that, we have done away with this strategic restraint. India will not show restraint when we are being hit. What more needs to be done to change the nature of the Pakistani army? Because unless until that nature is changed, the nature of the Pakistan state, sir, will never change. And they will continue to do this. Maybe 5 years down the line, 6 years down the line, they would repeat something like this in some other part of our country.
Yeah, so, there's a saying that goes that all countries have an army, but Pakistan army has a country. So, that's something that you should remember and you should keep. Now, whatever happens, whichever manner takes place, the Pakistan army is obsessed with India, and within India, Pakistan army remains obsessed with Jammu and Kashmir. There's no doubt about that in anybody's mind. The other thing is that Pakistan knows that it cannot fight and win a conventional war with India, which has been demonstrated to it time and time again. So you fought 4 wars with India, they fought 4 wars with India, 47, 48, 65, 71, and again in 1999. And each time they have suffered. So, and 71, they suffered immense casualties, and they, had 93,000 prisoners of war. So, in spite of that, what did they do? After that, their focus changed. So, what they decided was that Prime Minister Bhutto at that time said, I will eat grass, but we will develop a nuclear weapon. And President Zia, who took over soon after, said, we will bleed India with 1,000 cuts. So this is something that, we are in the services well aware of. These are not easy things to change a person's, impose your will on another person, another army easily. So these are all protracted, long drawn out conflicts which India is faced with. Apart from Pahalgam that took place now, you've had Pulwama, you had Uri, you had the Parliament attack, you had the Mumbai thing. And each time we have taken certain action. Now the action we took post Uri was, the depth was very shallow and it was conducted by ground forces. The action we took place post Pulwama was at Balakot, just conducted by the Air Force. Now what we have demonstrated is our tri-services capability. And that is something that has come through. The coordination, the manner in which these attacks...
Sir, I just need to stop you. Sir, I need to just very, very important. Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh will do the press briefing with Vikram Misri. I mean, so it's very, very symbolic. Let me say it again. Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. They are going to do the press conference with Vikram Misri. Isn't that truly great?
Yeah. And on Operation Sindoor.
Huh? On Operation Sindoor. I mean to say, you have women doing press conference, armed forces. I mean to say, now army and other branches of our military, women are pretty much active personnel there.
Yeah. No, and more importantly, symbolic here, considering this
it's
is
not an army of 1920s or 1930s. The Indian army has changed over a period of time. It's so welcome. It's such a powerful symbolism.
Surely, and very symbolic, considering the terrorists killed men. They separated the women, wives from their husbands, mothers from their sons, sisters from their brothers, and killed men alone. So, 2 women now addressing a press conference.
Wing Commander
how they've
Vyomika
avenged the death of those 26 innocents is hugely symbolic and a very powerful message from India.
Absolutely, very, very powerful message. General Singh, you can complete your argument, and very quickly then, we'll again dip into the press conference.
That is symbolic. 2 women giving the press conference, sending a message clearly across. So I'm saying we have engaged Pakistan in various means. And today you've seen that you've engaged it in yet another mean where the 3 services have got together and carried out precise targeting on Pakistan. And these targets would not have been possible without the intelligence that was made available, and which I talked about earlier. And at the same time, you have taken measures to defend yourself against any counter-reaction from Pakistan.
Countermeasure from Pakistan. General Shivani, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, Lieutenant Colonel Sophia Qureshi of the Corps of the Signals has created history by achieving the rare distinction of becoming the first woman officer to lead a training contingent of the Indian Army at Force 18, the ongoing ASEAN plus multinational field training exercise. I mean to say, I can just go on and on. We all want to know what the Indian forces, our men in olives have done, men and women in olives have done, because but right now the larger issue is, do you think it's going to get contained in the next 78 to 90 hours, or do you think that it can continue at a lower intensity over a longer period of time at various locations, the altercation that is taking place, sir?
So to understand the escalatory ladder,
yes,
and to understand the duration to which this would last, we need to understand what are the dilemmas of Pakistan today. Firstly, they don't have a target. Secondly, we have not crossed the LC or the IB. So will it be their onus to carry out trans-LC, trans-IB operation? I don't think they have the courage and the wherewithal. Three, do they have the war effort for a conventional war today, given the state in which they are? Certainly, economics and the war effort are correlated to each other, which lacks in Pakistan today. Fourthly, is any nation globally going to give or boost up their war effort at this time when their image has been exposed? So I think Pakistan is in a big dilemma what to do, and therefore they're in a panic to do something to show to their nation and to the people that we are responding. And how have they responded? In a very unprofessional, haphazard manner, which has actually hit them even more. So, as I see this thing going, I don't think in this war on terror, the escalatory ladder is in favor of Pakistan. Whereas today, we as a nation, morally, physically, and in terms of war effort, war endurance, are capable of the entire spectrum of escalation. Having said that, we will not bite the Pakistani nuclear saber rattling of tactical nuclear weapons, which they will showcase, because we don't differentiate between a tactical and a strategic nuclear weapon. A nuclear weapon is a nuclear weapon, and any no first use is also conditional. Any posturing or a threat of use will be taken that our NFU is violated, and therefore we will take suitable action. So let's not call their nuclear bluff also. I'm afraid Pakistan is on a very, very slippery wicket, and a wicket where internationally they have been shown their place as a nation, as a failed state, and a nation which abets and assists terror globally.
Okay, Captain Saxena, please stay with us, General. Captain Saxena, my question to you is that, we make them pay the price. But again, I come back to the moot issue, the behavior does not change. Do you think that the behavior will change with other non-kinetic, options, pushed on Pakistan throughout the year, like closing of the Baghliyar, closing of other dams, by creating this pressure, they should be back to the FATF grey list, or maybe the blacklist. Why grey list? They should be blacklisted. The behavior does not change.
Yeah, and this will not change till the time we change our stance, because we have tried everything, starting from Lahore bus service, which our Prime Minister that time, Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, did just before the Kargil, and you see what they have done during Kargil, right? After that, there were many strikes. They have done Balakot. We have to do that, but despite that, their behavior had not changed. So there was a need to take a multi-dimensional approach, and I think some of these dimensions. One kinetic part we are seeing today, but on the diplomatic front, on the Indus Water Treaty is a game changer, because Pakistan is already having the shortage of water. We know we will not be able to stop all the water, but that's not required. Even if we are able to divert or stop 10% of the water, and do not give them the predictability when the water will be stopped and when it will be, sent into the reservoir, that will create a chaos into the Pakistan. And they knew this. That's why they want to come to the negotiating table. And all the nuclear thing they are saying, they are not for us. Actually, they are asking the international community to come and mediate, because they want the step taken by India are now going to hurt, not only in terms of military steps, but hurt where it hurt most, in their stomach. Pakistan is a nation which is a food deficient nation. Now we have stopped total import, which was even going through Dubai and other nations. You are going to see the inflation is going to be skyrocket. If they come even into the grey list, they are already into a very, very weak wicket. They are on a thin ice in terms of their financial management. They hardly have got foreign reserves of $9 billion compared to Indian foreign reserves of $682 billion. So they cannot have their deployment of army more than 15 days. That's their maximum limit. So in my view, this is only one part of the thing. Overall, these strikes, but the
our
other
research said 4 days. Continue. Our research said 4 days. At max, they will survive 4 days of intense war, not even 14. And now they've increased their defense spends by 18%. Almost look like a move out of panic. They've sold off a lot of their artillery earlier to Ukraine at that point for money, and now they're left scrambling. Would you be able to tell us, we've tried to probe our panelists a little earlier as well in the hours that that went by on what kind of firepower does Pakistan have, and do we outdo them? We know we do, but how far beyond is India's firepower in compared to Pakistan?
In terms of firepower, we are definitely much stronger than them. Not only in terms of number. If I just give you the number of howitzers, you are seeing a lot of firing happening. So Pakistan has got 2,600 large artillery guns and howitzers, where India has got 4,200 guns. And the precision and the power and destroying power is much higher than compared to that. Similar is the ratio for our aircraft. But the more important thing is what condition aircrafts are. We have got 4.5 generation aircraft, which is Rafale and some of the top generation aircraft. Whereas Pakistan is not even able to look after their maintenance of their aircraft. They do not have the artillery shelling. They may still have got half the number of guns than us, but their war reserve has already been depleted, because finally war is all about money. They were not having money to eat. That's why they have to sell some of their equipments and their artillery shells to Ukraine. So they do not have firepower to fight with us. That's very clear. That's why you see they are posturing about the nuclear. Everyone talk about, they never talk about the conventional war. Everyone talk about, starting from, army chief to their politician, that we are nuclear power. So, but India is not much bothered, because they know that it's just a threat. Because even if Pakistan start that posturing, Pakistan is going to be wiped out from the map of globe. So they will not do that, and international community will not allow to do that. So in terms of the firepower, Pakistan does not have. And there are two things. One is your artillery and equipment. Second is, how do you go for your country? See, in Kargil, everything was against us. The chances of Pakistan winning was nearly 95%, because they were sitting on top. And in mountain warfare, anyone on top is like 100 times powerful. But still, Indian armed forces achieved an impossible victory. So it's about how, motivated your Jawan, your officers are there, who always lead from the front. Pakistan officers are like royal officers, right? They are more into trade business rather than fighting. So they just ask their Jawan to do that. But we have got the tales of bravery starting from Vikram Batra to Vijan Thapar and everyone. We all led from the front, and that's why Indian Army is one of the most capable army in terms of their valor, in terms of their skill, in terms of their courage. So there is no way Pakistan can even stay for a few days in front of India.
Absolutely, that goes beyond any doubt. But General Singh, there is an additional issue here. The additional issue is of the longer strategy, sir. Kinetic response, India has demonstrated it. India has demonstrated kinetic response previously also. Non-kinetic response, sir, they have been announced by the government of India in terms of post, in terms of water, in terms of trade, sir, in terms of visa, border movement, consulate, everything. We have done that. I mean, say, do you think that by keeping up this pressure, some tangible movement will take place, or do you think that some other solutions are required? Indian realism, like Jaishankar said, Russian realism, American realism, there was an Indian realism of 1971 war. Do you think and I'm not saying that word, or there is another Indian realism should come into play?
No, the realism of 71 war you saw was the separation of, East Pakistan, which came into Bangladesh. And that was a major step taken. So now what are the steps you're trying to say? the step which everybody is talking about is that there are a lot of fault lines within Pakistan. So are you, now Pakistan is blaming, some of the fault lines on India, which is not true. They have a problem in Balochistan. So that is very well known. They have a problem in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So I mean, those
Thank you, sir.
problems
Vikram
are there.
Misri has arrived,
so
sir.
apart from this, you also need
Sir,
to do
Vikram Misri has arrived.
Pakistan on the international stage. So
Sir,
that's
Vikram,
something that we have
sir,
to
I just
do.
need
So
to
more
interrupt you.
countries have
Vikram
to
Misri has
rally
arrived, sir.
behind
Let's cut the press conference full screen. The press conference is about to begin any time now. Vikram Misri, India's Foreign Secretary, with two officers from India's armed forces.
Hugely symbolic. Sophia Qureshi and Vaidya. Both of them who's Vyomika, beg your pardon, Vyomika and Sophia. Along with Vikram Misri, who's just about to speak.
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद यह भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और राष्ट्र दोनों के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट टीआरएफ कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर ए तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें टीआरएफ के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में टीआरएफ की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर ए तैयबा और जैश ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो टीआरएफ जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में टीआरएफ के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर ए तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। यह स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि यह आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। यह कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। यह आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly undermined Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the main economy, tourism. 23 million tourists last. Calculation presumably was the youth keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam Terror Attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam Terror Attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
पीओजेके के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि पीओजेके के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहां पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कटवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब और डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। Just hit the target.
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर के इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहां आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूं कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you.
Nabila, two things are very, very clear.
Yeah.
One, we have clearly indicated that this was a top-end sort of an Air Force operation that they have done in context of the depth and sort of pinpointed attack that we conducted.
On terror buildings.
On terror building, which means either drones or the loitering ammunition or guided ammunition. This is something which the Air Force does. Secondly, there is no clarity how we did it. Did we cross the border? Did we do it from the border? That clarity is not there because operational details are not being shared. Third, the sort of counter propaganda that the Pakistani, the bots, the social media handles were making, I think since that issue has not been addressed, it means that it was all false news about planes and other things which were being discussed. And the fourth and the most important takeaway is that they have tied it with Kasab and 2611. I think that's the most important takeaway because she said that this is the place where Kasab and Headley got the training. So this is tied with 2611.
It was immensely detailed as to how India has carried out this precision strike, as they've gone back to years of terror that Pakistan has indulged in and strikes against India. And broken down in detail of the terror hideouts that are located in those locations that they've targeted. So they, and unlike Pakistan, who's killing civilians, huge respect for India today, despite being so emotional. And at this point, India is at the, there is this sense of retribution. And despite that, we targeted only terror hideouts.
And I think both of them, Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sophia Qureshi, both of them made it very clear which terror operation was harbored and conceived in which place. So actually they tied it down. So the detailing was in context of how the terror operations were being planned from these bases, one. And the second part was Kasab and Headley. Because Vikram Misri in his opening statement said that this was the biggest attack after 2611. I think we have a short bite of Vikram Misri. Let's play it again and then we start the conversation on this.
As you are all aware, on April 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums such as the Financial Action Task Force on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations.
Well, let me bring in Aditya, who's joining us. Aditya, the presser has just ended, and it was hugely symbolic to see two uniformed women talking about India's resolve to the world, India's position on how the targets were carried out, strikes were carried out. And what's immensely respectful here is that India, despite the feeling of retribution, wanting to take revenge on Pakistan, yet, leaving all that emotion aside, India has strategized on how they wanted to go about this. And that detail was established on every terror hideout in the zones that they've attacked had to be destroyed, and that's where they got at. And no civilians, no military posts, it was just targeted at terror hideouts.
Well, that's right. A very significant response from the Indian security forces, the Indian armed forces against Pakistan, and in particular, the epicenter of terrorism in Pakistan, the base of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. A very precise investigation, very precise intelligence on pinpointed locations of the terror camps that were attacked by the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. And this was a joint press conference. You heard Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary of India, who incidentally is also a Kashmiri, come out and initially there was a clip played out of how much terrorism India has tolerated over the last 2 decades, and how from Mumbai 26/11 to Indian Parliament attack case, and finally Pulwama, Pathankot and other terror attack cases led to several killings, and finally in Pulwama we had more than 40 killings, and in Pahalgam 26 civilians were killed in the most brutal fashion. And of they were with details were given, and then the Indian Army and representatives clearly also showed the video footage of the attacks that the Indian Air Force jets have carried out in several of these areas, in Bawalpur, in Muzaffarabad, in Kotli, in Sialkot, and other parts of Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. This is a significant moment, I would say, in Indian history and India's war against terrorism, where the entire world is witness to how a very strong action has been taken by India against Pakistan on the epicenter of terror. Pakistan, recognized globally as a mothership of terror, has been trying to escalate propaganda against India, but that clearly isn't really going to work out. So, Nabila, it is a very important and significant development. Towards the end, Vikram Misri also mentioning that this is an ongoing situation. That means that there are confrontations still happening between the armies of India and Pakistan. There are several killings that have been reported also of civilians in Poonch area. At least 10 civilians have been killed till now, ever since the artillery fire was opened by the Pakistan army. So it's a tense situation. Confrontation is still underway. We'll have to see how Pakistan retaliates to it. Although there is global pressure currently on Pakistan to not retaliate and instead let it be.
Aditya, stay with me, Aditya. Let me introduce the other guest. I'm joined by Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. Sir, thank you so much. He commanded the Fire and the Fury Corps in Ladakh. Major Amit Bansal, Defense and Strategic Affairs expert, and Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, former Indian diplomat. Thank you all of you for joining me. Let me straight away go to General Sharma. Sir, what sort of, how do you describe this operation? Because a lot of people we didn't get the chance to ask questions, obviously, because of operational issues. Aditya was there, and then Vikram Misri announced today we'll not take any questions. And this is something which me and Nabila had been talking about in the morning. Do you think it was because both LOC and international border was involved? So, does it look like a cross-border operation, or did we do it from LOC? I mean, so what sort of an operation is this? How would you describe it for our viewers?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. So this is one operation which is military is carried out. We must not delineate from the total grammar of war which started from 22nd, which includes the waters and many other ways that we have been targeting Pakistan. Now about the operation which was carried out, obviously after 1 a.m. in the morning for half an hour, it's obvious that there's a synergy that was trying to be portrayed today between the Army and the Air Force, and of course in the Navy also, where the targets which were within the range and which was targetable by the Army weapon systems and the Army explosives were done by the Army, and the targets which were outside the range of the Army weapon systems were targeted by the Air Force. And these targets, naturally, when the targets taken on by the Army would be more in relationship to the line of control. I don't call Muzaffarabad as that in that line, but the other ones like more Kotli, Bimber, or the ones around Sialkot and Bagh. Well, those were the targets which would have been taken on by the artillery, and the ones which are longer range, outside the range of the Indian artillery, like Muzaffarabad, Bahawalpur, and Muridke would have been handled by the Air Force through precision weapon systems. So I think the message that comes out, one is of synergy between the forces depending on their capabilities. And second message that comes out clearly is the issue of use of technology. Unlike previous times, this is very technologically sophisticated operations, which also use loitering ammunition and drones.
Did you notice, General Sharma, did you notice it's just 25 minutes, sir? 25 minutes. If you had heard the officer, what I could make out was 25. The operation lasted only 25 minutes, sir. Only 25 minutes, sir.
So 25 minutes is one hell of a time in war. You can do devastating damage across in 25 minutes. The missiles and the artillery batteries who are firing can land up a whole lot of TNT on the opposing side in 25 minutes. And see, when you go to Iran firing 181 missiles and drones, etc., against Israel, they all landed up together in Israel. So this is all kind of very fine tuning which is being carried out by the forces, and we have also proven that we can do the same kind of fine tuning which was done between the Army and the Air Force. And of course, the explosives selected were sufficiently focused so that then precise that it doesn't cause collateral damage, which is also a great plus in the whole operation carried out. So it's a day to be proud of, not only by the operation carried out and the message being conveyed and the retribution, it's also issue to be proud of for the kind of operation that the armed forces have carried out.
I'd like to quickly bring in Ambassador Prabhu Dayal. Ambassador, the way these precision strikes have been carried out, it possibly is our best yet. at least from the detailing that was given by Vikram Mistry and the two, the colonel and the wing commander, the two ladies who fronted this press conference. Again, hugely symbolic. I felt extremely emotional to see two women fronting this presser to speak of India's resolve, because the world is currently watching on what India's formal statement is, and that's what it was. A complete breakdown of terror hideouts that India targeted. It's very surprising to me that India may have carried this out right after Pahalgam. The detailing with which the strikes have been carried out, it looks like this was already in the pipeline.
No, first of all, thanks for having me on your show. It is not something that had been planned for a long time. Of course, India is always prepared to take on Pakistan when it comes to terrorism. But this attack certainly was precipitated by the Pahalgam Terror Attack. And its name is very significant, Operation Sindoor, because Sindoor is what Hindu married women put in their mang. And by calling it Operation Sindoor, the government has sent a signal that whatever it is doing to target the terrorists is because of their activities to kill Hindu men and tell them, their wives, that they should convey to PM Modi, that etc., whatever they had to say. The point is, right from the naming of this operation to the manner in which it was carried out, to the targets, it was an operation meant in the context of the terror attack in Pahalgam. Now, India has sent across several messages. Firstly, a message to Pakistan that it will have zero tolerance for terror. Secondly, to the rest of the world, that where terror is concerned, it is necessary for all countries to come together and combat this menace. And thirdly, a larger message, particularly to Pakistan, which needs to be delivered this message, that it cannot afford an escalation. There are signs that Pakistan will try to escalate, because it will try to send a message to its own people that, it is the great defender of Pakistan, that is the army. However, the message which India has sent across is that we only targeted the terrorist camps. We did not target a military site or sites which are of importance to Pakistan's economy, or sites which are similar in nature. So it was a limited strike confined to terrorist camps. So the message is that if you escalate, then we will have the option to carry out wider strikes, which will hurt Pakistan, mainly because of the fact that the population of Pakistan is already very dissatisfied. They are facing serious economic troubles. The holding of the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance is going to further hurt the people of Pakistan because of the fact that it will bring economic hardship. So the message is, let's contain it at this. We are striking against terrorists. Let us not carry this forward. Let us not make it bigger and broader. If you do it, we have the option to do it, and we are very well prepared.
Major Bansal, your opening comments. What do you make of the press briefing? I know not much came out of it. The visual evidence was given. You must have gone through the briefing. Your opening comments, sir?
See, the entire operation was carried out with utmost precision. The target was selected well in advance, and it was very, very well planned, very, very well executed. With the while the Indian platforms are well within the Indian territory. So I would say that it has been a very well planned operation, and a message has been conveyed to Pakistan. More than a strike, it is the message is conveyed to Pakistan that enough is enough, and we are capable of striking you deep in your territory. Not only surgical strike, not only areas along the line of control, we are able to strike you in your mainland. We are able to strike you deep as 100 kilometers inside. And we are going to strike precise at the heart of the terror. So if you react, of course, it will escalate further.
So one thing is very, very clear. It was precise. It was 25 minutes. But Ambassador, I have a question to you. This question I insist on asking to every panel. Sir, will this change the behavior of the Pakistani state? Previous operations, we taught them a lesson, but did not change the character of the Pakistani state. every military exercise has a political objective. Do you think that this one will suffice, or more non-kinetic action should be married with similar actions like these for a longer period of time, sir?
Well, you said you insist on asking this question in every panel. On every panel, I have said that Pakistan's avowed policy is to bleed India by 1,000 cuts. I was posted in Pakistan in the early 1980s, more than 40 years ago. And I used to hear the Pakistani general speak of this policy even then. And this has continued to be their rant. So, it is in their genes to try and hurt India as much as possible. Since they cannot afford an all-out war because of various factors, they learned a lesson in Kargil when they tried to do so. So they have taken resort to only state-sponsored terrorism. Now, in this particular century, let us see the 2008 Mumbai terror attack, the 2016 Pathankot attack, the Uri attack, then the 2019 Pulwama attack. These have been major terrorist attacks, and they indicate that Pakistan is pursuing this policy of trying to lead India by 1,000 cuts. It's not given up. So it is in their genes. Now, what should be our policy? I have always maintained that Pakistan is finding difficult to hold together as one country. Baluchis, Pashtuns, they are trying to break away. There are liberation movements going on in Balochistan and Pakistan. And if Pakistan wants to bleed us by 1,000 cuts, we should break it up by 1,000 blows. And those blows will come, of course, from us, economic in nature, political in nature, also, if required, military in nature. But at the same time, these blows will also come from within Pakistan by elements within their society who feel that their rights are being trampled upon, that they are being discriminated against, and that their future lies away from Pakistan and breaking away from Pakistan. So Pakistan has multiple challenges, and I think it's not going to become easy.
You know,
for the rule
from the visuals that we see, sir, we're looking at India really doing its research, thorough one. And this only makes me believe that India has used extensive amount of intelligence, surveillance to back this high precision operation. If I could bring in Major Amit Bansal on this, the kind of surveillance that we see through these graphic footage here that's been displayed at the press conference, what does it really suggest? How advanced is India at this point in its surveillance? We're looking at some really graphical image, some vivid graphical images there that shows exact targets of terror hideouts.
See, Nabila, in last 10 years, India has taken a very, very big leap in terms of technology. When it comes to military satellite, when it comes to observation satellite, lower satellites, it comes to your observation things, both electronic intelligence as well as the human intelligence. So we have taken a big leap in that case. So as we keep on hearing in the intelligence community, so with this leap, it is very, very easy to monitor these targets in a real-time basis, using our satellites, using our UAVs, using our other platforms. And that's the reason why we are able to see these visuals, and which Pakistan cannot deny. These are undeniable evidences, irrefutable evidences.
Beautiful evidence. Now a lot of visuals have come. Let me play out the bite of Omar Abdullah, and then I'll go back to General Sharma. A lot of new visuals have come, photographs have come of the installations that have been destroyed, the terror hubs that have been destroyed in Pakistan.
क्लैशेस दोनों तरफ से नहीं हुई। शुरुआत पहलगाम में हुआ, जहां हमारे 26 बेगुनाह लोग जिस तरह उनको मारा गया, वो हम अभी भूले नहीं। उसी वक्त मरकजी हुकूमत ने कहा था कि इसका हम जवाब दे देंगे और अपने तरीके से दे देंगे। जवाब देने का तरीका यही था कि पाकिस्तान में कोई सिविलियन या कोई मिलिट्री जगह नहीं, सिर्फ वो जगह जो सब लोग जानते हैं, वहां यही इदारे काम करते हैं जिन्होंने पिछले 30-35 साल जम्मू कश्मीर में तबाही और बर्बादी फैलाई है। उन्हें निशाना बनाया गया, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं। लेकिन उसके बाद लगातार कुछ इलाकों में जो पार के तरफ से बमबारी की गई, उसमें तो सीधा सीधा हमारे सिविलियन जो हैं वो टारगेट हुए। शुरुआत वहां से हुई, शुरुआत यहां से नहीं हुई।
So Omar Abdullah is also making the same point. Omar Abdullah is also saying that this started with Pahalgam, but I think the fact that we have been able to link it with 2611, we have been able to link it with Kasab, and we are also getting news that Azhar Masood's brother may have been killed in this terrorist strike will be a big feat. So General Sharma, what sort of a response should India expect from Pakistan, sir? Now that's what people are looking at. We have done what we wanted to. In artillery shellings, 10 people have died in the Naushera-Rajouri sector, sir, and 38 people have been injured. And the artillery is booming in that sector, sir.
Okay, see, firstly, the word Sindoor being used is not a normal word that Indian armed forces would use it. It doesn't come naturally to us. We would hesitate to, we would use thunderbolt, thunderstorm, all those funny kind of English sounding terminologies. But having said that, let me state here that we are discussing here the response. Khwaja Asif has just come out some time ago with a statement saying that if India does not escalate, then we will not do anything further than that. Now, Khwaja Asif is the defense minister. We know the defense ministers in Pakistan have got little standing in front of the army chief, etc. So how much of the value that we take on him is an issue. However, we must take that the Pakistan army, larger measure, is a rational state and they run the country. For them, the country is important and their own standing in the country is important. And there is naturally nationalism honed up in Pakistan also. So some kind of response is essential for the Pakistan army for the reason that they have to continue as in the helm of affairs. They did so against Iran last year. When Iran is like a kith and kin country, Iran, when it hit in Balochistan, they struck back at Sistan, Balochistan in Iran. And anywhere else also, it becomes natural for the Pakistanis to respond back. So having said that, so we must expect a response. Two parts of response here. First part of the story is what has already taken place. So let's count it that the ceasefire is actually dead because there is firing here. The firing took place of artillery yesterday night in the city, in which civilians were killed yesterday. 3 initially was announced in J&K, but there may be more. So there is a civilian establishment. Now the Lieutenant Governor of J&K has ordered that all civilians residing closer to the line of control and the IB sector right up to Kathua to vacate it, and all schools have been closed. So there is a mass evacuation on the Indian side of LOC to protect people from the artillery shelling that will obviously come. We will target the Pakistani artillery, but it can't be totally controlled. And since we have to protect our own villagers, and these, so they will be mass evacuation. Second part of the story is that Pakistan hitting back at infrastructure. If it attempts to hit at our infrastructure, say a dam or say a bridge or something of this kind, it is very greatly escalatory in nature. And Pakistan infrastructure is closer to the borders and it can be hit in any one time, like the Mangala Dam, which is within the artillery range. So, hitting infrastructure, Pakistan has much more to lose than India, which is a very large nation. Now, hitting military establishments, well, that's well nigh possible because we don't have terror camps. So Pakistan can't claim to hit a Murid in India. He has to hit, since there are no terrorist camps, they have to hit some military targets, which could be military airfields or military cantonments. Well, that's well nigh possible. And, we have to guard against this. And the last issue is that they do nothing. Now, and if you take Khwaja Asif as the face value that they do nothing, well, it's possible that they do nothing. But I agree with what Ambassador Prabhu Dayal has said. There is the theology of 100 cuts, 1,000 cuts. There is also Zulfikar Ali Bhutto saying in the United Nations in 1965 that we will fight a 1,000-year war. Now, 1,000-year war and 1,000 cuts has been on for last 8 decades and significantly for last 35 years. Let's not relent. Let's not allow. We have done retribution, but we have to do some kind of a strategic deterrence, and we have to be prepared for Pakistan's response and the escalation thereof. So actually, this is not the time to discuss whether Pakistan will respond or not respond. This is the time to be prepared for a response from Pakistan in whichever way it is, and to be prepared to respond back if necessary.
No, absolutely. That's a very important point, sir, you made, because you cited the example of Pakistan and Iran, kith and kith. There is also a sort of a escalation ladder example in context of Israel and Iran. And there is also an escalation ladder example of Americans and Iran, where Iran's dropped number of missiles on the American bases, and subsequently the Americans didn't respond after they killed Irani general. So in last 2.5, 3 years, there have been 3 international cases when escalation ladder in a controlled way was exercised by both countries. They attacked each other. But in this case, it's different. I mean, so the case of Israel and Iran is different. But in this case, I completely agree with General Sharma, the policy of 1,000 cuts and, terrorists continuously being used to destabilize our country, to create communal problems inside India, to affect our economy. We are 10 times bigger than Pakistan in context of our economy. 10 times bigger than Pakistan. The comparison, yes,
population,
absolutely.
In every sense,
It's not India, Pakistan, or 47. We are different. We have a lot of things at stake. But I think he hit it. He was bang on that there will be a response. How much we'll absorb it? How much will be a payback? Now, then, later, it will need to be seen, because if Pakistan upsets that escalation ladder, then there may be a stronger response. From
but I really can't fathom how India has carried these precision strikes in 2 weeks. It's really true that Pahalgam is what triggered India to get down to the bottom of these terror hideouts and strike them in 2 weeks' time. Could it have been done earlier? Major Amit Bansal, your take on that? It's just amazing. I have newfound respect for our army. Today, with the kind of images that they've released, showing how graphical images of how terror hideouts were located at these points without breaching Pakistan's airspace, staying within India's boundaries, India has attacked and surgically struck at those terror launch pads. If it was possible, then why not earlier?
See, Nabila, every operation has to be planned in a different way. It has to be planned. You have to see how the enemy is reacting. Intelligence has to be brought in. Your weapon platform have to be selected. The target will have to be selected. And moreover, most importantly, you have to select a time where the enemy is most unaware. So with that kind of thing, you have to select a time of your choice. Even in Balakot, we took some time. We took about 12 days of planning. And here we took about 2 weeks of planning. So there's nothing wrong in that. And ultimate aim is not to react immediately, not to carry out a knee-jerk reaction, but to hit hard, hit with the precision, and so that the enemy bleeds heavily, and the message is conveyed. So I don't think so that there is any timeline to it. It has to be carried out when we are prepared, and a time and a place and a moment of our choice, not as a knee-jerk reaction.
What Karthikeya said earlier stays with me. Today was supposed to be, and we were all in the newsroom here at News 9 preparing for mock drills, as we've been calling it. But now he says it's no more mock drills, it's war drills.
Yes, these are war drills. These are war drills. So we call them drills because it's being carried out at our level. But this can be mock drills. And as Karthikeya was, because there is a reason to it. See, ever since 1947, Pakistan was formed. The very basis, the very foundation of this country was anti-India rhetoric, and the factor on which the entire Pakistani army is surviving ever since then. See, army has been ruling the country for the last 75 years, and the very fact on which Pakistani army is surviving is the anti-India rhetoric. So if Pakistan does not take any action, nobody will take their army seriously. So in order to prove themselves and to prove that yes, they are the real custodian of Pakistan, they are the real rulers of Pakistan, they will do some kind of face saving, and they'll carry out some kind of attack like they did immediately after Balakot, just to do the face saving and just to create another kind of misinformation campaign and tell their countrymen that yes, they are capable of reacting, they are capable of hitting India back, and they have done their face saving.
Ambassador, do you think that this entire thing that has spun out of control is also a reflection of the way Munir wants to run Pakistan as a state, the way he wants to run Pakistan as an army? Obviously, every terror attack has a political objective if it's planned by the Pakistani army. He must have factored all these things in when the Pakistan army was planning Pahalgam attack.
Well, there certainly is a connection. between Asim Munir's thinking and this particular Pahalgam terror attack. Because let us recall the fact that just a week or so before the Pahalgam terror attack, General Munir had delivered a speech in which he had done his very best to divide Hindus and Muslims. He had spelled out a rhetoric how Hindus and Muslims are so different. And the attack itself, the kind of color that it took place where Hindus were identified and then killed, was an attempt to convey to Indian Muslims that they are different from the Hindus who are in India, and that perhaps the Muslims of India are more similar to the people in Pakistan. But that has failed. Look, on the very day that the Pahalgam attack took place, Indian Muslims in Kashmir and the rest of the country came out strongly against that terrorist attack. And in many places, there were demonstrations and there were marches, silent marches, candlelight marches by Muslims.
Ambassador Prabhudayal, if this was about religion, there's not one Islamic country that I can possibly think of who's siding with Pakistan today. The Islamic world is against what Pakistan is standing for, against the fact that it's harboring terror. In fact, UAE, Gulf countries have said it openly on many levels that if there's one country or one black spot on the Islamic world right now, it's Pakistan.
It's true. But what I'm trying to say is that General Asim Munir tried to divide India into Muslims and non-Muslims.
Correct.
That failed because the Muslims of India strongly demonstrated and sent out a message that they condemn the terrorist attack which took place in Pahalgam. Moreover, let me also mention that today's press briefing, where Foreign Secretary Mr. Vikram Misri led from the front, his two colleagues in that press briefing were ladies, one from the Air Force, one from the Army, one a Muslim and one a Hindu, sending across a clear message that India is one, India is united. And it's very essential that at this difficult time, India sends across messages all across the world that we are united, that we are one country. We are not divided politically. And it's very, very significant that political parties have come forward in support of the strike against the terrorist camps. No politician has spoken against it. So India is united. India refuses to be divided on religious grounds. Muslims and Hindus are together. It is one country. We are both part of it. All religions are part of India. We are not discriminating against anybody. And the fact of the matter is that we stand together against terror.
Okay, Aditya also joins me. Aditya, the news is pouring in that, extended terror family of Azhar Masood were also killed in action. They were killed there in the strike. Can you just take us through, give us more details?
Well, yes. Kartikeya, I can confirm that there's been an attack on the Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Maulana Masood Azhar's house in Bahawalpur. And in that attack, family members of Masood Azhar have been killed. This is a big development that we are breaking here. I've also spoken to some of the locals out there in Bahawalpur who are close to the Pakistani establishment. They also confirmed the development. In fact, they put the number to 14. That 14 casualties have happened inside the house of Maulana Masood Azhar in Bahawalpur. Whether Masood Azhar was present there, whether he has been killed or not, is not clear at this moment, but certainly it's a big development coming in at this hour. Apart from that, the DG ISPR of the Pakistan Army has confirmed that 26 people have been killed and 47 others have been injured in the Indian attacks. The real numbers could be much more if the DG ISPR is putting it at 26 killed and 47 injured. So as of now, these are massive attacks that have taken place. Obviously, you saw the press conference, you saw the messaging from India, 2 female officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force, a Kashmiri Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri coming out, all of them Indians first, and standing by the Indian security forces and the armed forces and giving a very strong response to Pakistan. Apart from that, another important tool of messaging, the initial 2-minute clip that was played out a very emotionally powerful clip of how India has been the worst victim of Pakistan-sponsored terrorism, from Parliament attack to Mumbai 26/11, from Pathankot to Pulwama to finally Pahalgam taking place. But India is not the India of that time, but India will certainly respond and has avenged the killing of the 26 civilians in Pahalgam. So we are waiting for how Pakistan will react. Apart from the retaliation that has happened till now, there's heavy gunfire and artillery fire that's happening across the line of control between India and Pakistan in the Mender sector. In Punch, there are 10 casualties that have been reported as of now. And apart from that, we have been told that another 40 people are injured. So there is heavy firing that's happening all across the LOC, and there is likely escalation that could happen across the LOC, where Pakistan is completely breaking the ceasefire, violating the ceasefire, does not care. The first response of Pakistan after the attacks was to target the civilians and destroy homes of Kashmiris and people of Jammu and Kashmir. It has also attacked the UN field office in Punch. That's what the visuals say. So it hasn't spared anyone. Civilians, Kashmiris, the UN diplomats and military officers out there, everyone is under the attack of Pakistan Army in Jammu and Kashmir. We have to wait and watch how things unfold, because this time it's not just attack in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, but in Sialkot and Bawalpur also, which are the epicenters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. And we saw the visual proof. One was the visual proof that came in yesterday from locals, Pakistanis putting out videos on social media, and now is the proof of Indian Air Force coming out with videos from the fighter jets of dropping those munitions, dropping those missiles on the targets. A very strong response of India against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. India is prepared for any kind of a retaliation if anything happens, if Pakistan indulges in any kind of a misadventure. Mind you, I've spoken to top,
very few people recall that the NOTAM was issued yesterday. There's a major Indian Air Force exercise that will take place today and tomorrow. People thought that it's demonstration of some strength, but perhaps this was decided in advance. This entire exercise will start. I think it was supposed to start after 9:30 or 10 a.m.
Do you believe it was a trick?
No, I think it's a defensive posture. The entire apparatus is on high alert. General Sharma wants to come in, and then I'll go to Aditya. General Sharma, okay, tell me.
It was a diversionary tactic.
Right, it was a trick. You're trying to say that there are drills and that's going to happen. Whatever happens will happen after drills, but it happened before.
General Sharma?
I think I go with Nabila on this one, saying that this was a deception, a very well-planned deception, to say a NOTAM was issued for an exercise. But when you follow it through, one could read into it saying that NOTAM was issued, and all the landing of aircraft coming from Gulf, etc., to Amritsar were denied and shifted to Delhi. If one wants to now, in retrospective, like post-historians do, if you read into it, it was probably a clear indication that tonight was a night when they were going to hit. And I would take it that this was preparatory to this whole thing. And then today's 4 o'clock, all this action that had been taken across for mock drills was also another trick to say mock drills are being done on 7th. So whatever is going to happen is after 7th. I think we have matured as a nation to undertake professional deception and surprise, and I think that also adds to our importance in the whole game of warfare.
Game of warfare, absolutely, whole game of warfare. Aditya, I think we have lost the...
I just want to know, Karthikeya, also to you, do you think the drills will still happen with the same intensity today? Is that what you foresee?
I think the drills will happen.
It's all on point.
I think the drills, the district identified 244, if I'm not wrong, Aditya. I think the drills will go on today, those 244 A-marked districts.
I can tell you, I can confirm to you, Karthikeya, that mock drills have been cancelled in Jammu and Kashmir so far, and in some bordering areas. But otherwise, in more than 200 districts, the mock drills will happen as usual, as per schedule.
Mock drills will happen. But what are your intelligence sources saying? LOC going hot can also be their diversionary tactic, Pakistan, if I may reverse the logic?
Well, certainly. If you see the threats that have been coming in from the Pakistani side, it's amply clear. They've said that whatever India does, we will go a notch higher than that. So artillery fire isn't going notch higher. But that's why we'll have to be very careful in the next 48 to 72 hours. I think don't have to even wait that further. Pakistan is known to act pretty fast in such cases. So I think in the next 12 to 24 hours, there could be some action from the Pakistani side, because imagine this, Asim Munir is a different kind of a personality. He's a jihadist. He's an Islamist radical in army uniform. So you'll have to see that to cool the temper in Pakistan, to save the embarrassment that's been happening, to save the humiliation that has already happened, not just domestically but in the international media and community, he will have to show some kind of a strength. So we'll have to wait and watch what he does, whether he succumbs under international pressure that is already there, or he again provokes India, kills civilians, and that could lead to further confrontation, I can tell you, because there are plans that have been done. There is wargaming that has been done, and I can't name it, but I know that there are plans which are far, far worse that India has already planned out. And if Pakistan indulges its misadventure, it would regret. And history would be testament to that fact that Pakistan would be expecting an attack in X area, and the attack would happen in a Z area where they are not prepared, and not prepared for the kind of attack that is going to happen. So clearly, as of now, the Indian government, the national security apparatus is closely monitoring the situation. I've been speaking to people in the National Security Council as well. They've been monitoring situation very closely, trying to pick up chatter from the Pakistani side at what could be planned, what could be the next action. But DGISPR has certainly said that they will attack and they will take revenge at a time and place of their choosing. So certainly we should expect something from the Pakistan Army side, perhaps in the next, if not today, then tomorrow.
Ambassador Dayal, how should India factor in China and Bangladesh?
Well, India is very careful in regard to factoring in all negative forces. Both China and Bangladesh have a very negative position vis-a-vis India. China is perpetually mischievous. And although it has tried to send out a signal that, India must restrain, etc., the fact is, China has never exercised restraint. We can never forget Galwan. So when it wants to hurt India, it doesn't stop from doing so. Bangladesh, of course, has now become another hotbed of anti-India activity, and there is a need for us to be on high alert. So the Indian Army and all our defense forces are fully vigilant. And I will take off from what Aditya Raj Kaul himself said, something about preparedness. If you want peace, you have to be prepared for war. And our preparedness on all fronts, whether it is China or whether it is Bangladesh, and of course, where Pakistan is concerned, will be high. The level of preparedness will be high, because any sort of danger can take place, any sort of attack or any sort of negative activity. So India is on high alert, and I would say that just another 48, 72 hours. It could be for a much, much longer period. But nonetheless, the only way to ensure that we are able to take care of any attack on us
Ambassador, if I may, tell me, is this the correct way to interpret Operation Sindoor? That Operation Sindoor seeks to show that India no longer accepts that there is a fundamental distinction between sub-conventional, which is terrorism, and conventional, which is military aggression, which Pakistan has traditionally exploited. Is this a correct way to understand that? We don't distinguish between both of them now?
Well, I have been very categorical in saying on your channel, on a whole host of other channels, also in whatever I have written, that there is a great connectivity between the Pakistan military establishment and the terrorist cells in that country. In fact, Pakistan uses covert operations against India, and these covert operations are carried out by these terrorist cells, who are trained, funded, and armed by the Pakistan military establishment, particularly the ISI, and are infiltrated into India. So this connection between the Pakistan army and the terrorist cells is very, very clear. There is no doubt about that connection. And whether this will end easily, I have doubts, because this sort of terrorist activity is in the genes now of the Pakistan military establishment. And every succeeding general has done something or the other which shows that their belief in terrorism as a weapon of state policy, as an instrument of state policy, remains unchanged.
Okay. And General Sabha, is it correct to say that there has been a general rise in the level of escalation by India going forward from 2001, and Operation Sindoor proves that? If you compare all previous escalation in last 20 years, this has been the highest.
So, I'm not very sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah.
I'll come to you, Ambassador Dayal.
Yeah, so I firstly want to say is that we have recognized that there is something called hybrid warfare. You know, it's been spoken of for quite some time. The hybridity of warfare shows that there is irregular warfare and regular warfare have now got intertwined together. So what happens is what we call gray zone, and what happens in conventional war has been amalgamated into a hybrid warfare, which needs multi-domainal expertise. And I think we are moving to that end, and we compliment ourselves that we are keeping abreast with what's happening across in the world, and abreast with what Pakistanis are doing. So that, I think, is a larger perspective of understanding what's been carried out yesterday using conventional weapons against irregular forces, and that would make a tremendous amount of change. I would you repeat your question again, sir? I missed it.
My question was that this is the highest level of escalation. Gradually, India is increasing the pitch of escalation.
I'm not very sure. You see, when you start considering what we did in Prakram, which was a coercive diplomacy of a kind where the entire armed forces were mobilized in 2001 after the parliamentary attack, it was very high nature, and for 10 months we were at a wit's end that the war might start, including in Kaluchak, which happened in May. So it was in fact one very major exercise. What we did in 2008 was mostly diplomacy. But actually, after Balakot and after the surgical strikes, it was evident that, the level of terrorism in J&K did not wane. It continued. Last year, there were 127 people killed in J&K. So which actually gives a rise to the fact that it was not peaceful. In 2001, we had 4,000 people killed. It had dropped down to 127 last year. So, it is dropping down. But Pakistan was not mending its ways of supporting terror. Especially what happened last year south of Pir Panjal, when a number of incidents took place in those areas which are Hindu dominated in the Jammu belt and towards Kishtwar and Doda. So they were escalating on a different front. Naturally, since the surgical strike and Balakot were insufficient to deter Pakistan, and this time there were thought process that do we need only retribution, or do we need a strategic deterrence for a long time? And I think wisdom prevailed, which said that only retribution will not help. We know Pakistan may continue into this line that they are doing now, but we need to create some kind of an operation which give you a base of having a strategic deterrence being created, so that next time they will be wiser before undertaking an operation like this. So it's not a question of escalation. It's a question of judgment. It's a question of analysis after each event and coming out to right answers. And I would take it that each juncture, what happened in 2001 was the maturity of the political military establishment in 2001. What happened in 2025 is the political military establishment's maturity today. One must not tally issues and say there is escalation or de-escalation into the whole thing.
Okay, Ambassador Dayal, you wanted to come in, you had raised your hand, sir.
Karthike, I object to the term escalation by India. India is not escalating, India is retaliating. There is a fundamental difference between escalating something and retaliating against something. What India has done was in retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack. Nabila was very right that it showed that there is a high level of preparedness. Yes, India has been prepared for a long time that if the need arises, it will strike against Pakistan for its terrorist activities. But India is not at all keen to escalate. In fact, India stands on the side of peace, and had this terrorist attack not taken place, the need for retaliation
maybe a wrong word was used. Ambassador,
So
maybe the wrong word was used.
Categorically.
Maybe a wrong word, but what I meant
India
was,
retaliating.
sir, maybe a wrong word, but the whole intention was demonstration of force. That demonstration of force. That will be very, very
Don't
strong.
use the term escalation. It is wrong. It puts a totally wrong picture on what India is doing.
Oh, demonstration of force.
Right. You
Is
know,
that correct,
I do like to get Ambassador Prabhu on this, on how and why do we believe that this war can transcend borders into cities like Delhi and Mumbai. That's been an alert that's been sounded in a way by these large-scale nationwide civil defense drills. It almost suggests that this war could very well pass through our, permeate through our borders into cities like Delhi and Mumbai.
Well, that is a question which General Rakesh Sharma is in a better position to answer.
Yeah, he actually raised his hand.
It is a question for a military person.
He did raise his hand.
As far as diplomats are concerned, our job is to try and see that the nations of the world put pressure on Pakistan not to escalate the conflict. We are there to try and manage the situation in that context. Whether Pakistan strikes cities all over India, far away from the international border, is for the army generals to assess. And I think General Rakesh Sharma is in a better position.
Right. General Sharma, please.
Okay, Nabila, my view is that I think we did solid judgmental issue in not mobilizing the armed forces, not cancelling leave, not starting pre-dumping of ammunition and rations and stores along the borders. See, when the armies move, they have to mobilize. So our army is located into hinterland, peace station in Bihar, in Madhya Pradesh, in South India. Those formations have not moved at all, which are essential to carry out operation. So no mass mobilization has been ordered. There has been no mass dumping of ammunition and logistics closest to border, which indicates a conventional war of the conventional kind. So, this semblance is not only for Pakistan, it's also for international audiences, which I'm sure the diplomacy will be pursuing. Look, we have not mobilized. We are not wanting an all-out war. So, to say, if Pakistans want to escalate across to our own hinterland, well, that's an invitation for a conventional war which we can mobilize to. So the fact of the matter is that there is right from beginning an effort made at the politico-military level, in fact, more at a political-diplomatic level, to show that there is an escalation dominance. There is an escalation control being exercised while we are indicating this operation that we carried out specifically against counter-terrorist targets or terrorist targets. So, the fact of the matter is that, a missile can hit anywhere in India. They tested a missile day for yesterday, Abdali, which is 450 kilometers range. It can hit anywhere else. So I will say that you can count on hitting anywhere else. But I doubt it will happen because of the indications that we have provided at political level.
Okay, Ambassador, before I let go of you, again, go back to Operation Sindoor. Sir, does it also tell us that Operation Sindoor diminishes Pakistan's ability to hide behind the so-called lack of conclusive evidence to show that the Pak state's complicity in terror attacks against India? The argument is that if there is a terrorist attack which is taking place, and if you have not worked on it, the state is complicit, and India has the right to take action.
To put it in a nutshell, Operation Sindoor conveys the message that India has zero tolerance towards terrorism. That is the message which has been sent across, not just to Pakistan, but to all countries of the world, that we have taken this action because it was necessary to punish the perpetrators of the terror attack in Pahalgam, and that we will continue to have this policy, zero tolerance for terrorism.
Thank you both of you gentlemen for joining our show. But this is a rolling coverage. Let me toss to the bite of two women who addressed the media today.
Yeah, in fact, I'm very overwhelmed looking at those images, and this is my India, and I'm so proud to see that in this time of grief, India has come together to show its resolve as one unit. No religious divide. It's come together as one unit, and the two women are very, very symbolic who've come forward. In fact, if we could show those images of the press conference, as I cut through to what Colonel Sophia Qureshi and our wing commander has said, speaking about the Operation Sindoor. Let's have a listen.
मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam Terror Attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश-ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था, जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिंबर, यह LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहां पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहां तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जिकल कैंप सियालकोट। यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट। यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ